Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 176, Aria's Temple, 2. The large symbol grew on top of the Saurus mountain. Latasha, who was the lord of the remaining elves, lay beneath the world tree. Latasha was better known by the name Silver Arrow. She watched as sunlight reached her from between the foliage, and it was heavenly. She was lying still as she felt the trees breathing. She reminisced about the time when the forests sang to her ancestors. She never had the privilege to live in such peace, yet maybe it was an instinct that was passed down through her bloodline. "What are you doing here?" She had been silently communing with the silent past, but Dujimin's visit broke her out of her thoughts. Ah, Count Jimin. He was a human of Earth that had turned into a vampire lord. He was in a weird and dangerous position of being the brother of the Immortal's woman. "Were you taking a nap?" "No. I was feeling the world tree breathe." I thought it was merely the colony's symbol." "It is a special existence to me." Jimin silently looked at the grown tree. Latasha was the first to laugh. She saw that Jimin had also put on a serious expression on his face when he heard her words. "Hoo. So why were you looking for me?" "Ah. Torek is gathering all the heroes." "Understood." Latasha accompanied Dujimin, and they walked towards the castle built near the world tree. The castle built by the Immortal was too large for only the 10 heroes to occupy. It felt empty. "Silver Arrow. What is it?" Latasha queried when she saw the heroes gathered in one place. Each of the heroes were put in charge of a team, and they were supposed to expand out from the Saurus mountain as base to clear the monsters nearby. It was also the reason why this type of gathering hadn't happened in several days. A massive amount of monsters are gathering south at the Nero Plateau. That's the worst news we've heard in recent days. Actually, it get worse. Torek spread a map on the table. It was a map that specifically showed the details between the Saurus Mountains and the Nero Plateau. It was a distance that could be traveled in around 2 weeks. A human kingdom had once occupied that region, but it was currently ruled by a dimensional lord named Unan. It isn't just Unan's army. Shirao, Patu, Leia, and Gong Gong are all gathering there. Latasha's eyes widened at Torek's words. It looked as if her eyes were about to fall out. "My God! Are you saying the dimensional lords are working together?" "Unfortunately, that is what is happening. Dimensional lords never cooperated with each other. They weren't like blood enemies that fought constantly, but they did fight over territories. This was a reason why the coalition was able to exist on this planet. The dimensional lords fought wars with each other, and the people of planet was merely their quarry. If they cooperated with each other, it would have taken them 1 year to decimate the entirety of Alphen. So what is behind this unforeseen move? The coalition was on its last leg, and they were gathering their remaining troops. Were they that big of a threat? They should have been beneath the notice of the dimensional lords. The gathering of the coalition hadn't even aroused the attention of the dimensional lord Go Shushu, Juliel, and their armies. In the past, the coalition had gathered their forces quite often in the past without such a severe response. "I'm not sure. If I had to guess, it might be caused by his return." Immortal. There was only one existence that was excessively burdensome to the dimensional lords. The dimensional lords started working with each other when the Immortal suddenly showed up. The cause behind their actions was obvious. Even a single dimensional lord was an overwhelming opponent, yet they would have to face 5 dimensional lords. The coalition's forces were like a candle facing the wind. Moreover, the existence that could block the wind was with Melody right now as they headed towards Aria's temple. They were in deep enemy territory beyond the Nero Plateau. If the Immortal isn't here, it will be too hard to protect this fortress. "We have to find a new hideout." When King of Honshu Khans spoke up, the Archmage Gram agreed with him. "That's right. In the first place, the Saurus Mountain was the worst place we could have chosen to defend an enemy's attack. There's the risk that our enemies might isolate us. We have to move our base first." "No way. How could you throw away a colony so easily? Sungu yelled out. The colony wasn't merely a place where they could purchase items using bloodstones. For the people, who came over from Earth, it was the location of the gate. The gate would allow them to go back to their home world. The Fire Spirit King is correct. Also, I won't leave behind the World Tree. I'm the Fire Spirit King. Sungu mumbled at Latasha's words. Graham tried to convince her with great care. Oh, Elf Lord. I believe it is a stretch to call it the World Tree. No. It is the World Tree. Latasha ignored Sungu's words, and her answer was full of conviction as she spoke to Graham. The current Elf Lord said it was the World Tree, so how could a human magician say otherwise? However, it wasn't a wise decision to stay here. They would be slaughtered. What can we do? Unan is a high-rank great general. He occupies the 36th throne. He built this city, so he'll protect it. It hurt her pride to rely on the immortal, but she spoke those words quietly. Jimin, who had been quietly listening from the side, stepped forward. I can contact him. Oh. Jimin had been appointed to be the tactician of Alendal. He could trade thoughts with the dimensional lord Kang Woojin. He'll be able to come here immediately using the return portal if we are in a dire situation. That is good news. The gloomy atmosphere immediately improved. The immortal was only one person, but his existence was enough to wipe away the worry of losing the battle. Everyone firmly believed the immortal wouldn't have problem with these foes. Please inform him of our plight. At Graham's insistence, Jimin quickly tried to contact Woojin. Woojin Hyung. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of hope. Jimin kept calling for Woojin, but there was no response. Jimin nervously licked his lips when the anticipation turned into doubt. Will it not work if he is in a different dimension? He was appointed to be the tactician, but he wasn't fully aware of the power and the communication capability possessed by a dimensional lord. Jimin scratched his head as he spoke. I think he is clearing a dungeon. You can't contact him if he is in a dungeon. I guess so. As if they didn't believe him, the atmosphere was turning a bit weird when they heard his answer. Torek stepped forward to clear up the air. Since the immortal and the holy maiden wasn't here, the first monk of Skia became the psychological pillar for the people. I know we've had some complaints initially about setting up here, but in the end, we agreed to it. We settled here, because it was the ideal place for a counter-offensive campaign. We cannot run away at the first sign of the enemy's gathering. You are right. The great orc chieftain Kruger had been quiet, since Latasha had spoken, and now he raised a closed fist. Kuru. I don't want to die while running away. We shouldn't be fighting for our survival. We have to fight for victory. They had always pushed and delayed their plans into the future. How many comrades were left behind as they ran away? Maybe the time they had been waiting for was at hand. Alendal and the coalition are allies. If we can't defend a colony from being taken over before he returns, there is no point to this alliance. Dwarf King Raoul stepped forward. Let us fight. If we build a fortress as we accelerate our pace in gathering our forces, there is no reason why we won't be able to defend this place. When everyone's opinions came into alignment, Torek let out a declaration. Let's get ready to defend the colony. Ooh. There would be no retreat anymore. Since they had gained a sword they could use to counter-attack, they couldn't let go of it even if it was heavy. They just have to wait until a sharp and dangerous sword named the Immortal came back to them. The earth was so poor and sticky that it made one wonder if it was really dirt underneath their feet. It gave off an unpleasant feeling. The large trees were rotten, and an unknown fungus covered the branches. There was a musky foul smell. The air was poisonous, and there were no living creatures inside the forest. Woojin grumbled. Why did Nunam build a temple here? Melody was protected by a blessing she asked from her goddess. She answered Woojin's complaint. The goddess did not shy away from penance. She chose to be in this harsh environment. Woojin cut off Melody's words. Stop making shit up. I'm not making it up. It was passed down. Ah. Whatever. There's a saying that says idle words can become law. She was full of counter-arguments she wanted to say, but Melody tried hard to hold back her words. If it wasn't for Woojin, she wouldn't have been able to traverse through the enemy territories. She wouldn't have been able to reach this place. It would have taken her 2 months to walk here. They had taken down every dungeon and colony on their way here, yet it took them only a month. If they had just rode on the phantom steed through the whole journey, it would have halved the time further. I never heard about such a bizarre place. Woojin shook his head from side to side as he looked at his surrounding. Reeds, which was as thick as a person's thigh, had grown high into the air before they died. There were only stumps left, and there seemed to be fossilized remains covering the floor. It was creepy. He could see a corpse of a wyvern-sized dragonfly, skeleton of an 8-limbed bear, and dead trees. They were all very large. If a town was changed into giants and mutants, it would look like this place. Sniff. I don't think this is petroleum. What is this? The black and sticky liquid covered the floor, and it somehow felt out of place. We are almost there. It should be over there. She was being guided by her goddess as she walked the maze-like forest road. In the end, they arrived at their destination. They went past the unpleasant forest and the ground boiling with the black liquid. Afterwards, a large crater greeted them. It was as if a meteor had fallen to make this deep crater. In the middle of the crater, one could see a small building covered in black moss. At a glance, it looked like a pointy rock, but the site was strangely incongruous with its surrounding. What the hell is that? It is Goddess Aria's temple. You know I'm not asking about that. Woojin went to the edge of the crater, and he slowly descended. Pshhhh. The ground crumbled every time Woojin brought a foot down. The ground was unstable as jagged stones kept catching on his feet. Are these bones? He had thought they were jagged stones, but they were bones. He didn't know if they were from animals or people. Several thousand, tens of thousand unidentifiable bones made up the ground. Woojin silently walked forward. Melody was following behind him, and her face had also turned serious. Have you been here before? This is my first time. She would have needed to come here to become the official holy maiden, but this was Melody's first visit. She was here to receive her holy item. It would signify that Melody was the closest servant of Arya. This is Goddess of Prophecy Arya. Melody had called it a temple, so he had thought. Woojin and Melody went to the heart of the deep and large crater. They stood in front of a black building that looked like a pillar curved like a horn. Doesn't it look unbalanced? She didn't even have the words to answer Woojin's question. She also hadn't heard anything about Arya's temple. She felt a tug from the goddess revelation, and she only knew how to get to this place through instinct. Zzz juke. The black moss started to rip away. A rectangular outline could be seen as the door shifted. Tu shu sheng. The moss fell to the floor as the door opened. Woojin was silent as he saw what was across the entrance. Oh goddess! When the door opened, a large amount of the goddess energy flowed out into Melody. Melody fell to her knees as she prostrated on the floor. At her reaction, Woojin's sense of incongruity, which had bothered him, reached its. It's a spaceship. There was no other explanation. If he wanted to know the reason behind all of this, he'll have to face this head-on. Woojin took his first step across the door. Chapter 177, Defense, 1. Chapter 177, Defense, 1. Shu sheng. When Woojin and Melody entered the building, the door closed. They were completely sealed off from the outside air. Zing. There was a ringing in his ears, and he felt a headache alongside it. Woojin frowned as he massaged his temple. What the hell? He felt some unidentifiable sense of danger, and he instinctively became wary of his surrounding. He looked around, but nothing had changed. There was a clean corridor, and there was hole with a ladder leading down. It was something one would see in a typical spaceship. It wasn't something outwardly that had changed. It was something within. He couldn't feel any magical energy. Ramzan! Woojin called for him, but he couldn't even feel the presence of his familiar Ramzan. Dalsi! Janice! His voice didn't reach his familiars. His voice just echoed back to him in this space. You won't be able to hear anything except the goddess Arya's voice. When Woojin turned around to look, he could see a soft energy surrounding Melody's body. He knew Melody was filled with magical energy, since it was manifesting itself as the light around Melody. Interesting. Was this Arya's absolute space? This was Woojin's first time visiting a goddess temple, so he didn't have much knowledge regarding the temple. He could only make guesses. Whether it was Earth or Alphen, he'd never been this far away from his familiars. I guess there was that one time. It was when his level was initialized. When he didn't have the prerequisites fulfilled, all his familiars had been sealed. This was still true for Yang Yang. He couldn't meet it until he reached level 90. You do what you came here to do. Then you will be. I'll do what I came here to do. What business did the immortal have at Arya's temple? Melody stood still with a worried light in her eyes. Woojin pointed towards the entrance heading below with his chin. Go. I'll see you in a little bit. Melody followed the dearth of energy coming from Arya. It was as if she was being called through the energy. When she was gone, Woojin looked around the inner structure of the temple. From the outside, the building looked angular, but the space inside wasn't that large. In the end, it seemed he had to descend through a hole in the middle of the room. When he grabbed the ladder, he found the ladder to be cold as ice. Tong, tong. Every time he descended a rung it sounded as if a shoulder was being rammed into a wall. It registered to him as an oddity as the sound rang out. 2. After he descended for a long time, he came to an open stretch of land. The round hole descended much deeper, and he could see the top of Melody's head as she descended further down the ladder. It seemed her destination was much deeper. Woojin decided to step onto the lower level, and he started touching the walls. Shoo! Tutong! His hands didn't come across any switches, yet the lights turned on in the room. His hand was raised in the air with nowhere to go, so he clenched his fist as he looked around. It's huge. There was a hole in the roof and the floor. The frame of a skinny ladder extended through the hole. Is it really a spaceship? He possessed a dimensional domain, and he had seen strange creatures and marvelous items from various dimensions. Somehow he wasn't too surprised at finding a building he assumed to be a spaceship on Alphen. There was no proof that something like this was on Earth. The only thing that tickled his curiosity was the fact that this was Arya's temple. Woojin looked around his surrounding, and he approached some unknown table. He stretched out his hand. Wheeing! A clear sound rang out, and a screen popped up on top of the table. Woojin grinned. Interesting. This if fun. Indecipherable symbols and letters were displayed on the touch screen. It wasn't English or Korean. He couldn't read it, but it was a familiar interface. It's a computer. Amongst the feelings he had experienced for the past 20 years on Alphen, the feeling he felt right now was the most special one. He didn't know if this had anything to do with Earth or not, but why was he having this odd feeling? Was this a connecting factor between Earth and Alphen? Or was the Earth's modern technology similar, because it was introduced by someone else in the past? Was it part of the ancient legacy of Alphen? Woojin randomly pressed his fingers against the touch screen. A sound alert kept ringing out as if an error, but he didn't stop moving his fingers. Should I just break it? When he made up his mind to do so, the table projected a holographic figure made out of light. What? You were listening to me the whole time. Woojin looked straight at the woman, who he was acquainted with a baffled expression on his face. It has been a while. This is my second time meeting you. Woojin thought about the first time he met Arya. Is this real? Is it a dream? Or is this just a hologram? Is it really important to determine what is real? Well, I don't know if it is important or not. It was important to determine if this unknown being's intentions were friendly, but he had more important things to worry about. This was especially true for Woojin in this point in time. What are you? I'm the goddess of prophecy. They call me Arya. Are you some kind of prediction program? I have no idea. You are giving me a headache. Woojin pressed his temple with his fingers. All right. If I ask you questions, will you answer it? Or will you be like the last time? Are you going to speak in nonsensical double talk? It was like that in his first meeting with Arya. He didn't know if he had been in a dream or a different dimension. He had spoken to her in a nebulous location, and he hadn't particularly liked the conversation. At the time, he felt like an elementary student being called into the principal office. She gave him praise, and it had been an uncomfortable experience. She pretty much said she had her eyes on him, and she gave him words of encouragement to work harder. Does this mean you can't bring me to your location at your whim like before? Woojin grinned as he looked at what was surrounding the table projecting the hologram. It would be in your best interest to answer me. You should do it before I destroy everything here. All right. However, you don't have much time left to ask your questions. What is the code? It is something everyone has. You have the code to Earth. It is like an resident certificate for a planet. It is something like your nationality. That's an unexpected answer. Woojin's face crumpled into a harsh visage. The Dimensional Lords are making such a mess for something so insignificant. They are trying to find the Master Code. Master Code. It isn't a code that allows one to reside in a dimension. It gives one the authority to rule. What a muddled mess. So they want to become a god. Woojin shook his head when he realized the meaning behind Arya's silence. How can you gain this code? You've already guessed it. What had the Dimensional Lords done up until now? They took control of dungeons and built colonies to search the entire planet. They destroyed and killed. So I have to kill the one that has the code. Correct. All right. Does a planet have only one code? It varies. How many does Alphen have? We have 5. Is it Arya, Skia, Lisha, Herace, and Kors? Correct. Alphen had numerous gods and goddesses. However, amongst them, only 5 holy items were needed to make the Thrash's set. Am I the only one who is creeped out by this? Thrash. Is he a code? Hidden code. It is an authority that we agreed to seal. This was the riddle he couldn't solve for the longest time. Woojin hid his trembling heart as he asked the question. Where do I find Executioner? You'll only be able to gather the keys on Alphen. The true hidden code can be completed at a different location. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. He had been summoned from Earth to Alphen. Thrash's set was an item specialized for a necromancer. It was for him. Are you saying it is on Earth? Woojin's face crumpled. He looked at Arya with an angry expression. Answer me. Correct. What can the hidden code do? Does it also allow one to become a ruler? Does it allow one to become a god? The figure in the hologram blinked. It is quite different from the right to rule. It is used to delete. So it gives you the right to delete. He had been searching for this. This was what Woojin wanted, and it was the function of the Thrash's executioner. This was what Jinus always insisted they had to find. The riddle was solved. The answer was on Earth. Woojin was about to turn away with a relieved expression on his face. However, the hologram's mouth moved as a ringing noise prevented him from walking away. You have a lot of competitors, and they are starting to take you seriously. I've always been the focus of their attention. Even if all the Dimensional Lords were against him, Woojin didn't care. Unlike his confidence, Arya's worry was large. There are a lot of beings trying to take away your gateway. Are you talking about the colony? I just have to use my return portal. You don't have Alphen's code. You cannot use your return portal here. Wasn't that a pretty big problem? Really? Yes. Now he could understand why dimensional refugees and lords put a special significance to their home planet. Residence code. Woojin was able to use the return portal without restriction on Earth. It was, because he was from Earth. If he couldn't use his portal, the only way he could get to his domain was through the dungeon or the colony's gate. Woojin thought about his struggle to return to Earth for the past 20 years. Does Melody need more time? She'll be up soon. While Woojin was feeling restless, he suddenly had a question, so he asked it. The oracle. Was it talking about my current predicament? Yes. This is why you shouldn't have taken your time to get here. Didn't she say he would find the answer, but lose his way? Ha! Instead of that vague mumbo-jumbo, couldn't you have spoken in blunt terms? Woojin was shaking his head from side to side when a disc suddenly appeared from the hole in the middle of the room. Melody was standing on it. She wore a shiny circlet, and he was glad to see her. Woojin hurriedly moved towards her. I'll see you next time. I wish you good luck. The disc held Woojin and Melody. It ascended quickly like an elevator. Arya's hologram was left alone, but the hologram didn't disappear. I wish you good luck. The entrance to his dimensional domain would not be the only place under attack. The gateway that would lead him back to Earth was also in danger. Woojin would need a lot of luck to save Earth. On the other hand, Alphen's salvation was a certainty. Alphen had gained a hero called the Immortal. His rage would be directed towards the dimensional lords with gates on Alphen. Saurus Colony. The atmosphere was beyond heavy. It took 10 days for the mood of the people to become ugly. Their army is over 100,000 in number. We have to make a decision. Didn't we make the decision already? We have to protect the colony and the world tree. Graham shook his head at Latasha's words. In reality, it is an impossible task. The difference in number is too stark. We won't be able to hold on by putting faith in the fortress castle wall. On top it all, we can't even contact the Immortal. If we do run away, what can we do? If we are alive, we can always come up with a different plan in the future. If the Immortal was here. If one wanted to use the unique advantages of the colony city, the owner had to be there to use his points. This was the only way their forces would become replenished. Latasha turned to look at the tall world tree. Mother! Jimin had been brooding in the corner when he suddenly stood up. He let out a shout. Yes, Hyung. He was so excited that he had spoken out loud the message he was sending through his mind. Of course, everyone's gaze focused on Jimin. Jimin's face was flushed red as he conversed mentally with Woojin. Afterwards, he relayed the message to everyone there. I was able to contact him. He is on his way here. Ah, geez. Hyung Nim made us worry too much. Ah. Sunggu mumbled to himself. Latasha let out a sigh as she prayed. The Immortal was her father's killer, yet she was so happy that he would be returning. Fate was a fickle mistress. He said it'll take him 1 week even if he comes here at full speed. He was so far away that it'll take him some time to arrive here. The people gathered here didn't know whether they should laugh or cry. Torek stepped forward to take control of the situation. It was still dire news, but they had hope now. Let us protect the colony for a week. They had to protect the colony until Kang Woojin's return. This was for the coalition, and it was for the alliance with Allendal. Chapter 178, Defense, 2. Chapter 178, Defense, 2. You met the goddess. I did. Why are you surprised? This isn't your first time. I'm just surprised you were able to meet her for the second time. Woojin shrugged his shoulder at Melody's reaction. Are you saying you've never seen her before? Yes. I've only heard her voice. Woojin shook his head from side to side, and he summoned Xing Xing. Anyways, I have to get back quickly. The oracle or whatever is annoying, but it seems to be legitimate. Woojin used his will to contact Dujimin, who was his domain's vassal. What are you doing? Hi-hun. Woojin was greeted so fiercely that he could easily guess that Jimin needs something from him. Do your best to hold out. I'll be there quickly. Yes, we'll protect this colony no matter what. He had one dungeon and one colony. He only had 2 gates, but it seemed the nearby dimensional lords seemed hellbent at attacking him. The dimensional lords were pooling their strength together, and they were gathering enough forces to finish this deed on its first try. I'll have to return quickly. Is the situation really that bad? I've been told around 100,000 monsters have gathered at the Nero Plateau. How can that be? Is it close to the Saurus Mountain? It would take the land monsters about a week to travel that distance. 1 week. He had to get there before the week ended. How could the coalition stop an army of 100,000 monsters by themselves? Moreover, it was obvious that the dimensional lords would take part in the fight. We have to fly back. Woojin got on Xing Xing. What are you doing? Woojin extended his hand towards her. He was just standing there blankly. She grabbed his hand in a moment of bewilderment, and she got on behind him. Pooruru. The icky holy power could be felt through her butt, so Xing Xing neighed. However, it was able to be easily ignored. Hold on tight. If you fall off, I'm leaving you behind. Yes. He didn't have to say it like that. However, she knew his words weren't an empty threat, so she clung tightly to Woojin's waist. Shwag! The phantom steed stepped onto the empty air, and it started galloping through the sky. Torok had climbed a watchtower, and he worriedly looked out into the setting sun. Waruru! A fireball fell from the sky, and it landed lightly on top of the watchtower. The flame resolved into the shape of a man. Oh, Fire Spirit King! Ah! I'm not a spirit. But... ah, whatever. So how's everything going? Somehow, Sungu felt as if he was being mocked, so he frowned. He quickly brought up his business. Can you see them? Their numbers keep increasing, but they haven't shown any signs of moving yet. It wasn't as if the monsters were showing up from some capital on this planet. They were coming from the Dimensional Lords' colonies. They were using their points to bolster their forces. When do you think they'll move? Since I'm not the god of prophecy, I wouldn't know such information. I hope they don't move towards us until Hyungnim arrives. Torok agreed wholeheartedly at Sungu's mumbled words. How great would it be if things turned out that way? Torok wasn't confident that they could take on such a massive number of troops. Currently, if one excluded children and the wounded, their own forces numbered in the 3,000. It was a small number. Just let me know when they start to move. Torok was curious as to why the fire spirit from Earth kept bringing up this topic. If they start to move, we have about a week before they reach us. This was also the time frame given by the immortal regarding his return. This was why Torok and the people of the fortress held out hope. If they could keep out the vanguard, they believed the immortal would take care of the rest. You never know what will happen. If they start to move, I might have to delay their progress. A massive army, which numbered in the 100,000, was going to march towards them, yet he wanted to delay them by himself? Aren't you afraid? If I screw up here, I won't be able to return home. I'm more afraid of that possibility. If Torok thought about it, this being was from Earth. Even now he could use the portal to run away to Earth, yet he was still fighting for Alphen. Torok's face was full of emotion as he bowed his head. I want to give my deepest gratitude for the Fire Spirit King's courage and favor. Geez. You don't have to thank me. Sungu tried to wave it away with his hands. Didn't everyone had their own motivation for fighting here? These beings were fighting for Alphen's survival and salvation. Seunggu was fighting for the chance to return to his home. Currently, the gate in front of the portal was unusable, since the owner of the colony wasn't present. If Woojin had designated someone to be in charge of the colony's defense, this person would have been able to use the points and gate freely. However, there would be nothing to be gained by regretting past decisions. The only thing he could do was to pray for Woojin's swift return. Ah! It seems King Raoul is looking for the Fire Spirit King. You should go meet him. Is that so? Seunggu was curious as to why the king of the dwarves was looking for him. Please alert me immediately when you see them move. Yes. I'll do so. The worshippers of Skia, the god of adventurers, were scouting the enemy. Therefore, they'll know the exact moment when the army starts to move. Waruru. A haze emanated from Seunggu's body before he ignited. Accompanying the scorching heat, he flew from the watchtower to one of the walls. Several short dwarves were gathered to check on the defense weapons mounted on the castle walls. These were magical weapons, which could be activated using bloodstones. There were also several primitive-looking weapons placed on the walls too. It didn't matter if it was cold water or dirty water. Every weapon they had was being deployed. You were looking for me, Raoul. Oh. Earth Spirit King. Did he have to accept the name now? Seunggu ignored Raoul's words as he asked a question. What business do you have with me? I've found an interesting item. I thought it might be very compatible with the Spirit King. What is it? Let's go together. He was led away by Raoul. From the castle wall, they climbed to a clearing at the mid-slope of the mountain. This is where the research facility of the magicians is located at. When Woojin was constructing the fortress, he had built several types of building including the research facility. I had an interesting item, and since the Earth Spirit King deals with the source of fire, I remodeled it to fit you. Raoul was proud of his research room, and he pointed towards the round cylinder in front of the room. What is this? It is a magic amplifier. When I was making it, I made it so that it'll grow one's magical energy. If you stand within it and shoot your amplified magic, it'll become a splendid weapon. Ho! Seunggu got up on the round platform. Wing! The entire platform was engraved with complicated magic circle. It let out a light, and it made Seunggu feel a profound and mysterious sensation. When he touched the crystal ball in front of him, the round cylinder was pointed frontward like a cannon. The cylinder had a hole where a single person would be able to fit through, and it was also engraved with various magical circles. How much can it amplify my magic? As Seunggu asked his question, he discreetly pushed his magic into it. Waruru. A small amount of energy had gone out of him into the crystal ball, and it traveled through the tube. An unexpected result occurred. Kuuuung. Accompanying a large explosions, a flame rose high into the sky as it left behind a trail of fire. Seunggu, who was surprised, took his hands off the crystal ball, and he looked at Raoul with a dumbfounded expression. Do ha ha! No race can hold a candle against the magical engineering of the dwarves. To be precise, it'll amplify your power by 9 times. How many times did you say? I said 9 times. Raoul proudly unfurled 9 fingers. Seunggu looked at the amplifier with a pale face. This is quite the item. The durability of the item was a problem, but if one considered only the power it could generate, it was an incredible weapon. It felt as if he had gained a much-needed item. The only downside was the fact that this was a fixed defensive weapon. Could you make this a bit smaller so I can carry it around? You are talking about a portable amplifier? Do you mean a magician's staff? Ah! The magicians carried around a staff, because it acted as an amplifier for their magic? When Seunggu nodded his head, Dwarf King Raoul shook his head from side to side. You can't get such results with a staff. It merely amplifies one's magic by 3-fold. Did his ears hear wrong? 3 times? Did you say 3 times? That's right. A staff can't generate a power of this magnitude. I don't mind it. May you make me one? MMMM? If we had enough ingredients. Raoul smirked at Sunggu's shining eyes. How could a magician not even know about the existence of a staff? Was it because he was a spirit? I'll gather the materials from the other heroes, and I'll make you one. At Raoul's words, Sunggu's face became flushed from the anticipation. If he had this item, it felt as if he would be able to hold out against the enemies until Woojin came back. Xing Xing had been running through the sky, and it came to a stop. Neither Woojin nor Melody was able to speak when they saw the sight in front of them. Kia! The sky was filled with dragonfly-looking monsters, and the ground was filled with ground-type monsters. When they said an army of 100,000 had gathered, did they mean here? Woojin was dumbfounded as he looked at the monster army in front of him. There was so many of them that it was meaningless to count them. So they want to block my way back. It was either his enemies trying to delay his return to his colony, or they thought the massive amount of monsters would be able to take him down. Either way, it was an unpleasant situation. This was especially true, since he was in a hurry. Open a path, Janus. Who dares to stand in front of our lord? Who? Kuaang. The summoned Janus let out his flame. It shot into the front line, and several hundred dragonfly monsters were burnt to crisp. Xing Xing ran through the newly opened path. However, it didn't take long for the monsters to get in front of his path again. Shoo shoo shoo. The interference occurred not only in the sky. The monsters on the surface shot poisoned darts or magical spells. They were doing various acts to bother Woojin. Ah! They are being annoying. If he wanted to smash through this, it might be better to do it on the ground. There were too many enemies for Woojin to handle by himself. Moreover, Melody was riding behind him, and it was complicating the use of his power. The holy power of Melody and Woojin's necromancy were at odds with each other. They reduced the effectiveness of each other's power. If he wanted to cut open a path through slaughter, he would be better off going forward with his familiars. When Xing Xing landed, the monsters in the surrounding tried to mob him. Quang! Woojin detonated the souls hovering around him as he pushed back the monsters. The immortal summoned his familiars in the clearing. My dudes! At their master's calling, every Death Knight except Kaiba, who was protecting the dimensional domain, appeared. Kuhuub! It is the smell of the battlefield. What do you want us to do? Woojin took out his warrior's weapon, and he pointed forward. We are going straight towards the Saurus colony. It is a battle. I'll bring down the blessing of death. The Death Knights charged forward like madmen, and the monsters crowding them were cut down helplessly. Did they really think such small fries could stop the immortal's advance? It would delay him a little bit, but on the other hand, he would also gain something from this encounter. You can do whatever the hell you want, Janus. I like that command. Janus didn't need to worry about friendly fire, so he indiscriminately used his magic against the monsters. As the monsters started to burn, his EXP started to climb steadily. Look over there. It is one of Tronet's commander. Melody yelled out in dismay when she saw the familiar flag. Woojin turned to look up into the sky. The large stingray monster Ferris was flying in the sky, and there was a familiar symbol drawn on the belly of the beast. Isn't that Rock? The 44th throne. Woojin's face turned serious. He had always referred to them in terms of them being Tronet's subordinates and commanders. However, it felt different now. This being was considered to be a god in 44 different dimensions. Now the Dimensional Lord was here on Alphen for a code that'll make him qualified to be a god in 45 dimensions. What? One could describe this as being amazing. This noble personage was special and holy. However, it was funny to Woojin. Utter nonsense. These divine beings were allying themselves to each other to bring him down. Woojin could feel their fear. It is up to you to follow me, Melody. Woojin put Melody on the ground, and he gripped the reins. Pooruru. Xing blew out air from its mouth as it galloped into the sky. It headed towards Ilrock's Ferris. Chapter 179, Defense, 3. Chapter 179, Defense, 3. Indulgence. This was the only reason why a being with 44 admin codes decided to put a colony on Alphen. He wanted to become the administrator by taking Alphen's code as his own. There were only 5 spots here. There's always a finite number of admin code, and the competition to gain it was fierce. The dimensional lords with other admin codes were concentrated on planet Alphen, because there was an admin code that was yet to be settled. Unlike other places, this place had too many gods. It had taken them a very long time to find who had the real codes. It had taken them over 200 years. Still, all the dimensional lords were easygoing in finding the code. They wanted to enjoy their eternal life. No, they were living a life where death was no longer the end. The process of acquiring the codes gave them pleasure, and it gave them a goal to pursue. This was true until the being that was the exception to the rule appeared. On the back of the enormous flying stingray Ferris, an extraordinarily extravagant throne was placed there. Ilrock had been sitting on the throne. He yawned as he got up, and the guards around him moved alongside him. Ilrock's 7 knights. They served as the tools of Ilrock. The 7 knights were first-grade vassals, who helped Ilrock rise to his throne. Ilrock left behind his throne as he walked slowly forward. He brushed back his long unruly hair. "Ah! You were always an eyesore." He made invidious remarks as he watched Woojin arrive on Xing. "It's been a while." Woojin half-heartedly raised his hand once, and he looked at the 7 knights lined up behind Ilrock. The knights were probably the reason why Ilrock didn't try to stop Woojin from landing on Ferris' back. Ilrock trusted his guardian knights too much. Woojin got off Xing's back. "Cuckoo! How funny!" Ilrock found Woojin's relaxed attitude to be funny. "What's so funny? I find it funny that you are acting so calm. Didn't you die at my hands before? Why should I not be relaxed?" From Woojin's memory, he knew he had killed Ilrock on 3 occasions. The deaths were a very valuable experience. "Have you never considered the possibility that I might have learned from those experiences? I've made some preparations to use against you." Ilrock was still enjoying the situation right now, and there was good reasons to be happy about it. He was about to see the relaxed expression on the immortal's face crumple as desperation took hold. "It'll be very enjoyable. Even if you made preparations, I'm sure you made it in error. Cuckoo! Your arrogance still remains as same as before. It is confidence. It seems you still don't realize what kind of situation you are in." Ilrock removed the smile from his face. "Unan has gathered the nearby lords, and they are in the process of attacking your colony. Selric also gathered an elite unit to clear your dungeon. You guys really have a hard-on for me." "Cuckoo! That's right. We are tired of your bullshit. Why do you have to unnecessarily try to awaken the god of destruction?" When Ilrock mentioned the god of destruction Thrash, Woojin laughed. They were being vigilant. No, at this point in time, they looked to be afraid. In other words, the Thrash's executioner was definitely an item that threatened the dimensional lords. It was the solution to stop the war and pillaging between dimensions. "Our problems will be solved if we get rid of you, yet everyone is too scared of you. You are only a mere human." Woojin smirked. So what allowed Ilrock to have so much confidence in himself? "How will you do it?" "Cuckoo! I bet you thought I was sloppy in my planning." Ilrock raised both his arms. A soft light leaked out from Ferris' back as it made a round barrier. "However, that isn't the case. You walked into a trap on your own volition." Ilrock had the smile of victory plastered on his face as he looked at Woojin. He wanted the immortal to feel flustered. Ilrock wanted him to hurry up and feel the despair. It can only be a trap if it is a threat to me. Ilrock's smile soured when Woojin continued to act relaxed. It seemed the bastard's bravado was on a different level. This barrier blocks any summons. So what? Cuckoo. None of your familiars will be able to stand here. Ilrock let out a belly laugh when Woojin stayed silent. Ku ha ha. Do you understand it now? You are a necromancer without his familiars. It'll be too easy for me to lop off your head. Ilrock let out a smile of victory when he saw Woojin doing nothing. Unan and Selrik were a bit lacking in their dignity as great lords. They were so afraid of a new dimensional lord that they planned on isolating him. These were actions taken by cowards. Ilrock decided to conduct a research on the immortal, and when he found a viable hunting method, he decided to take the hunt into his own hands. Bring me that bastard's head. We obey your order. The 7 knights walked slowly towards Woojin. Ilrock smirked when he saw the immortal still rooted to the same location. He gave up really fast. 1, 2, 6, and 7. They weren't wearing armors. They were wearing similar clothes akin to suits. Moreover, their faces looked similar that it wouldn't be strange to call them septuplets. Woojin remembered that all of them were outstanding at armed conflicts. They were even able to stand up against his tyrannical death knights. Schwag! Ku ha ha ha! Ilrock roared with laughter when his guardian knights swung their swords. It was his victory. Unan and Selrik were dumb. They were so scared of this noob dimensional lord named Immortal that they were wasting points to take out the Immortal's assets. Ilrock had succeeded in eliminating this troublesome necromancer, so his standing amongst the great lords would. Cha-chong, Kong! The warrior's weapon in Woojin's hand turned into a long sword. The summon of the weapon and the swing was almost simultaneous. He had looked as if he had given up on resisting, so his sudden retaliation took a knight by surprise. Woojin's sword was already embedded in the knight before he could even flinch. Quack! Okay. When the sword pierced through the throat of a knight, the surprise lasted only a moment. Their formation broke in an instant, but all the knights except the dead one reacted swiftly. Ka-kong, quack! Even if they hadn't underestimated their opponent, they would have been found lacking. Ooh! Every time Woojin's sword passed by the knights, blood fountained forth as they fell dead. Ilrock's smile of victory had been very wide, and this smile froze in place. What the hell? He was only a mere necromancer, yet. He was supposed to be a necromancer, who controlled dead knights. When did he learn how to use a sword? Was it after he became a dimensional lord? Or was it from before? Shit! This fact wasn't important now. The bastard had killed his last guardian knight, and the immortal was charging towards him. What the hell are you all doing? Come out now and take that bastard! He quickly tried to summon his guards, but he had to give up on that idea. Zing! The barrier spread across Ferris' large back blocked all summons. It sealed off access to this dimension. What? What's the rush? Woojin's words were spiteful. Ilrock couldn't believe he would be killed again by this odious bastard. However, he wasn't afraid of his eventual death. The annoying part was the fact that he hadn't been able to take care of this bastard, who had killed him on 3 previous occasions. He personally conducted the research to get his revenge, yet. The source of his trouble was the fact that he had been disinterested in the immortal for far too long since revenge didn't net him any profit. Ilrock gave up on running away. He glared at Woojin. If he couldn't get out of this, at the very least, he wouldn't act in an ugly way. I regret that I didn't nip you in the bud. You are right. Woojin agreed with that statement. The territory of Alendal had occupied a significant portion of Alphen. When he had declared himself the king, the dimensional lords had left him alone. If the dimensional lords were human, they probably would have come at him for revenge. However, they had died several hundred to several thousand times before, so they were dull to such emotions. Instead of the desire for revenge, they were more worried about losing their points. Moreover, Woojin was so foul that they had avoided him. He was akin to shit to them. Since he was merely a human, they knew he would die someday. The Dimensional Lords had thought Woojin was playing at king amongst the dead corpses. However, he had been devious, and he was aiming for the revival of the god of destruction. If Ilrock knew about this, he would have killed the immortal long ago. The Dimensional Lords would have united to work against any plans regarding the god of destruction. It is as you have said. I made a mistake. My preparations were inadequate. Woojin smirked at Ilrock's words. These bastards were really deluding themselves. I'm saying the preparation itself was the mistake. Woojin's smile deepened when Ilrock couldn't comprehend what he was trying to say. You guys look like a delicious buffet table to me. What do you mean? You don't need to know anything. Woojin's sword moved gently across Ilrock's throat, but the result of his action was gruesome. In a flash, Ilrock was slaughtered, and his body was surrounded by grey light before it disappeared. This is the mother of all grinding. He would have had to sweep through Alphen to find each and every one of his enemies, yet hundreds of thousands of his enemies were gathering to attack him. He was thankful for their actions. Woojin leisurely raised the 7 Guardian Knights as zombies. He made them move towards the head of Ferris. Gua! When they arrived at the head of the large stingray, he caused the corpses to explode. Guaang! Accompanying the explosion, the stingray flopped in the air as it fell towards the ground. Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and he got on. Even as he was falling towards the ground, he looked at the great monster army covering the ground beneath him. All the Dimensional Lords of Alphen was aiming for him? He was so thankful that he didn't know what to do. Shall I start my power leveling? The already dead souls wandering around the battlefield was sucked towards Woojin. It was as if he was a black hole. Waruru, Kwang. The magical energy emanating from his body passed through the staff, and the amplified flame magic flew towards the enemies. It was very destructive, but it was also well below Sungu's expectation. Shit! They were reaching the 1-hour mark, and he had poured out most of his magic. He had killed over 1,000 monsters. His hardened expression refused to relax, because the enemies were endless despite his kills. It was as if he had taken a bucket of water out of the sea. He couldn't delay the great army. The bastards didn't even stop to pick up the corpses of their comrades. They just stepped over the wounded and the dead as they advanced. We are royally screwed if things continue along this path. Sungu had immediately mobilized when they received the news that the large army was on the move. Even though the Dimensional Lords hadn't taken active roles in the battle, there was no change to the progress of the army as Sungu darted in and out to detonate his magic. It would take the great army about 5 days for it to reach the Saurus colony. Should they defend the colony by putting their trust in the castle walls? It was impossible. The Saurus castle wouldn't be able to hold out for more than half a day. The colony would merely be a brief impediment to their charge. Shwag! The swarm of bats gathered in the sky, and they coalesced to form Jimin. He appeared next to Sungu. Hyung! Unan is personally coming here. We have to get out of here. Who? All right. The army of 100,000 monsters was beyond what he had imagined. The army was so large that the advance party was a day ahead of the main force. This was also the reason why Sungu was able to conduct a guerrilla warfare. However, it would be dangerous if he was caught by the Dimensional Lords. This was why he had teamed up with Jimin. Jimin used all his efforts to keep track of the Dimensional Lords. Jimin consoled Sungu, who looked depressed. Don't despair too much over this. Who? My feelings doesn't matter. We really might die here. That's... Sungu wasn't feeling despair. He was angry that his abilities couldn't make a difference. Hyung! Why don't you attack the terrain instead of the monsters? What are you talking about? If we change the terrains, we'll be able to delay their advance. Hey! Sungu's eyes turned round. What would the monsters do if he got rid of the roads? No matter how they responded to it, it'll delay their advance. As expected of someone who took school seriously. Haha. Sunggu Hyung went to college, so he should be more knowledgeable. Jimin let out an awkward laugh. Let's get out of here first. All right. I'll have to scout the surrounding again. Sunggu and Jimin quickly got out of there. It was easy to predict the movement of the army, since they knew their final destination. If they were able to pick and destroy the treacherous parts of the roads, it would surely help them delay this army. There was 5 days left until Woojin's promised return. Chapter 180, Defense, 4. Chapter 180, Defense, 4. Kururu. The imposing sounds of the monsters advancing was heard between the spires. There were rhinoceros-like monsters on the march. There were also several thousand minotaur warriors amongst the army. One could see occasional rhino monsters that were larger than elephants. As expected of something so large, a massive amount of luggage was hanging off their enormous body. On an exceptionally large rhino, a platform made out of wood was strapped onto the back of the monster. An unusually handsome man, who looked out of place in this monster army, was lying on top of this platform. Kuuung, kuuung. Every time the rhinoceros monster took a step, the wooden platform rolled as if it was on a large wave. The man vacantly looked up into the sky as he lay there. There was no guardrails to the platform, yet no one was worried about him falling off. He wore his long black hair loose, and he had thin lips. He was the 36th throne Unan. He was using his 2 hands as a pillow, and he had his legs intertwined. If it wasn't for the sight around him, he looked like a farmer taking a break during a picnic. Schwag! The small dot in the blue sky was getting larger, and something was approaching him. It was Harpy Queen Shai Rao. She had black wings, and a sharp face. When she dropped out from the sky, she gripped the edge of the platform with her bird's feet. Shai Rao! This isn't the time to be lounging around, Unan. Unan discreetly opened his eyes to look at Shai Rao, then he closed his eyes again. As if she was frustrated, the Harpy Queen puffed out her cheek. Those bastards cut off the road again, Unan. You don't have to be in such a hurry. They'll all die eventually. The immortal is getting closer by the minute. Unan unfurled the arms he was using as a pillow, and he sat up. The platform was made from ash trees. It was his long-time hobby to smell the fragrance of the wood as he lay on top of it. We'll have to fight that bastard eventually. What if he goes back to Earth? I don't think he'll be able to. He still doesn't have the key. How can you be so sure? If he had it, it wouldn't take him this long to get here. The effect of the Thrash's set items were huge. It was able to amplify the power of undead army by several magnitudes. When the immortal had Thrash's set, the dimensional lords had no choice, but to give up a huge part of Alphen to the immortal's army. This was how powerful the effects of the items were. Even if the dimensional lords were focusing their attacks on him, the immortal would have halted their progress already if he had those items. It was evidence that the immortal haven't acquired all his qualifications yet. Aren't you worried, Unan? Of course, I'm worried. I would have never guessed that he was a human from Earth. Unan smirked at Shai Rao's words. True. If he had known the immortal was from Earth, he would have eliminated the immortal immediately. Many necromancers pined for Thrash's set, and Unan had thought the immortal was one of those necromancers. If he originated from Alphen, there was no way he could obtain the most important piece of the set. He wouldn't be able to acquire the executioner. You lived for a very long time, so you probably know about it. Weren't you there when Thrash was sealed? No. I wasn't alive back then. I guess it happened in the far distant past. Harpy Queen Shai Rao had already folded her wings, and she modestly sat on one side of the platform. You aren't going. My heart has calmed down after talking with you, Unan. Anyways, we just have to prevent the immortal from getting back to Earth. Yes. If the immortal died, he would be revived. He was now a dimensional lord. The immortality was a rule and a promise that had to be kept for anyone that earned the dimensional fragments. It felt as if the immortal had slyly entrenched himself by exploiting a crack in the system, and he was trying to pull a fast one on them. If they couldn't eliminate him, they had to deny him the opportunity of reaching his goal. Alphen would become that bastard's jail. So when are you going to Earth, Unan? Earth has only one code. I'm not interested. So you want to keep staying on Alphen? It isn't too bad here. Alphen still had 4 codes left. Only one dimensional lord was able to earn the code for this place. Only a single great lord of the 72 thrones were able to get his hands on a master code of Alphen. Should I stay here with you? You don't have to. HMMPH. Even you are giving up on Earth, so how will I be able to compete over there? Moreover, that places hasn't gone through a proper synchronization yet. The planet hadn't gone through synchronization yet. Even if they did find the code, it would be useless since the Earth hadn't flowered yet. Well, you can stay if you want to. HMMPH. Shirao let out a sullen sound at Unan's apathetic words. Let me ask you this, Unan. Do you think he'll really be able to acquire Thrash's executioner? It is impossible. Her eyes turned round. So why did they have to work so hard to kill him? They even had to waste a lot of points. Shirao saw Unan's most serious expression, since she started this conversation. Still, it is dangerous. We have to keep Thrash asleep. Unan. We can never let the god of destruction to appear once again. She could feel the fear hidden beneath the surface, and she unconsciously shuddered. The great Lord Unan, who had 36 master codes, was speaking this way. It was like the story of old. She felt the terror of the god of destruction indirectly through him. Quah! Block them! Aim for their eyes! The Saurus colony was on fire. The soldiers were fighting a desperate battle, but the enemies were being pushed towards them like a wave. Siege equipments weren't even necessary. The corpses piled up like a mountain, and it acted like a ladder. None of the defenders could stop the enemies from coming over the wall. Before a proper siege could even take place, several hundred defenders were already killed. This won't work. The outer walls are at its limit. We have to retreat to the inner walls. Their enemies were using their overwhelming numbers to send continuous waves of attack. If we retreat to the inner castle walls, we'll be completely cut off. It isn't too late. Let us charge through their lines. We have to get away. The opinions on what to do was split, so Torek searched for Dujimin. He was the only one who was able to contact Kang Woojin. He is almost here. Please wait a little bit more. He has already exceeded his promise by 2 days. That's right. We can no longer trust his words. Gram and several other heroes revealed their foul mood. They had trusted Kang Woojin's word without a hint of doubt, and they had been waiting as they prepared for the defense. However, 2 days had passed since the promised time. The enemies were much stronger than they had expected, and a lot of people had already died. This was their lives on the line, so they were showing resentment now. It was inevitable. But he really is almost here. Dujimin didn't have anything else he could say. Woojin had promised that he'll be back in a week, but 2 days had already passed. Fortunately, Sungu's remarkable activities were able to delay the army's progress by over a day. The enemies had started their attack only 5 hours ago. In just 5 hours' time, the outer castle walls were practically in ruins. Moreover, the dimensional lords still hadn't attacked in earnest. Basically, there was no guarantee that they'll be able to last for a day. Oh, Skia's monk! If we don't run away now, we'll all die. Torek put on a pained expression at Archmage Graham's words. He would be committing several hundred to several thousand lives to this decision. Of course, he felt afraid and tormented. Waruru. At that moment, a flame erupted from the middle of the mountain where the research facility was located at. Kwahung! The burst of flame rose into the air like fireworks, and it exploded. Rain of sharp fire started to drop to the ground. Poo shoo shoo shoo. It was as if several thousand archers were shooting fire arrows. When the magic fell into the enemies, the effect was incredible. Torik gritted his teeth as he watched the sight in front of him. Hong Sungu. If it wasn't for the Fire Spirit King from Earth, they wouldn't have been able to resist against the enemy's advance. They wouldn't even have a fighting chance. They probably would have pushed the fight into the future, and they would have run away. Torik's lips opened. Even if we do manage to get away, we won't have any future. If we break right now, we'll just be walking down the road towards destruction. Some will run, and some will stay to fight. However, he no longer had full control over his men. Let us abandon the outer walls, and we should retreat towards the inner walls. Let us focus on defense. Several people complained about Torik's words, but they didn't argue against him. Graham. I want you to put up a barrier, so our forces can retreat. Understood. The Archmage Graham's magic was a necessity. If not for him, they would have fallen in the initial moments of the battle as the dragonfly-like monsters had attacked from the sky. Torik turned to look at Jimin. Count. You should inform all the heroes about the retreat. Yes. Jimin waved his hand once. A flock of bats exited from his ripped sleeves, and they flew in all directions to deliver the news. Let us make our last stand at the research facility and the barrier around the colony. There was the barrier erected by the World Tree, and the research facility had the magic amplifier, which Sungu was using. They'll be able to hold out for a little longer. Since this was a fight they couldn't win, the only important thing right now was for Kang Woojin to return before their losses got too big. Please hurry up. Jimin sent his desperate desire towards Woojin. Kwa kwa kwang. The soul spears, which had extended out from Woojin's body, was flying all over the place as they pierced through the bodies of the enemies. It took only a flash for the enemies to become corpses, and the corpses exploded in a chain reaction. It was an endless chain of corpse explosion. Ku kwa kwa kwang. The advance of the immortal was followed by blood, pieces of bodies, screams, and the crazed laughter of the undead army. Oh my goddess! Melody trailed behind him, and she witnessed live the immortal that had been a fixed concept in the minds of the coalition. He was cruel, domineering, and inexorably strong. His army expressed their instinctual and unfettered anger towards the living beings. It even made her feel sympathy towards the monsters being slaughtered. As she continued to follow behind him, she felt a sense of distance and dissonance with the Kang Woojin she had recently come to know. She wasn't confident as to whether she would be able to speak naturally with him. The advance, which had been filled with poison, corpses, and the cries of the souls, came to a stop. They were only a day ride from the colony. There were monsters lined up in front of them, and there was a red-haired man standing in the front. Ku ku ku. Who is this? I'm Mort. Al. The King of the Dead. He made invidious remarks as she slowly walked towards Woojin. Woojin was thankful, since this being came to him on his own. Woojin wouldn't be satisfied even if this being was killed over and over again. Selrug. Tronet's 27th throne. This bastard has been successful in clearing his dungeon 2 days ago. Kaiba wasn't able to stop him from clearing Rot's temple. Selrug let out a mocking smile as he looked at Woojin's angry face. Why are you so angry? Isn't it your fault for leaving behind your domain? He had a better understanding now. He never understood why the dimensional lords rarely exited their dungeons. He understood why the exploration and hunt of the surrounding was done by the domain residents and the forces of the domain. This was especially true on a planet where one didn't have the code. One couldn't use the return portal, so one had to stay near one's dimensional domain to protect one's dungeons and colonies. Or one could put several trusted defenders to defend the location. Since Kaiba had fallen, it seemed he had consumed all of Arundel's points in its defense. I don't get you. Why do you search for the whereabouts of the forgotten god of destruction? Don't you have the means to become a god? It is eternal life. At Selrik's words, Woojin changed the warrior's weapon into its axe form. He wanted to split open Selrik's head. Selrik grinned at Woojin's murderous intent. It seems you really want to protect your home planet. Isn't that obvious? There are many ways to protect it. You could become the god of your home planet. What? On the day when my home planet was synchronized, the first thing I did was to kill my god. Then I became the god of my home planet. Cuckoo. You should forget about the god of destruction. Just become a god. This is the fastest way to protect one's home planet. Those on my home planet are living very rich lives. Sacrifice is only momentary, but peace is eternal. My words won't fill your ears right now, but you should take my advice to heart. There will come a time when you'll thank me someday. Woojin let go of the rigidity he had expressed in his initial greeting. He let out a broad smile. Chapter 181, Bone Dragon, 1. Chapter 181, Bone Dragon, 1. You want me to become a god? Selrik raised his eyebrows when Woojin answered with a question. The immortal was a stubborn being that was incapable of being controlled by others. Was the immortal really being persuaded by him? Yes. Instead of allowing others to steal your home planet, wouldn't it be better if you protect it this way? He would be protecting it. Or should it really be considered protecting his home planet? He would rule over Earth rather than letting someone else rule over it. I guess I can see why you think we are gods. What are you saying? Will you really agree to stop this war? Selrik put on a slightly hopeful expression. Woojin's laughter deepened when he saw this. A retard is talking about retarded things. Come at me, retard. Selrik's eyebrows twitched. Eee! How dare you! Selrik raged as the back of his shoulders exploded. Wings erupted from his back as it kept getting larger. The wings unfurled, and it was over 10 meters in size. Tuduk, tutu. The wings weren't the only parts that got bigger. It was as if Selrik's body was trying to grow in proportion with the large wings. His body steadily grew, and it was 3 times larger than a normal person's body. How dare you order me around? The angered Selrik moved his feet. Kuoong. The ground shook as clouds of dust rose into the air. The army organized formation showed signs of charging too. You are striving for something useless. Your era will never come to pass. The god of destruction. This bastard was mad as a hatter. Kwaong. When Selrik extended his hand in mid-air, his weapon appeared. It was a spear containing the power of lightning. The white electricity crawled over the spear as it let out a menacing sound. Podsijik. Selrik saw a small needle in front of his eyes. Shwang, Podsijik. He reflexively swung his thunder spear, and something bounced off of it. It was a bone spear thrown by Woojin. Bastard! His chest voice exploded forth as he folded his wings. Kuung, Kuung. It was as big as a titan, yet it was as fast as an elf. Amongst Tronet's great lords, he was one of the top-ranked lords in terms of battle capabilities. Moreover, Selrik had fought the immortal thrice in the past, and there had been no victors in any of those fights. Their battles always resulted in both sides wasting their resources. The immortal brought back the monsters he killed, and the dimensional lords wasted all their points by replenishing their armies with new troops. This was why it was important to kill the immortal before he could turn the tables. Selrik never joined a fight where there would be no gain for him. However, he now had a reason to kill this bastard even at the cost of losing points. If he used his points freely, there was no reason why he wouldn't be able to win against this bastard. The undead army would be able to continuously add to their ranks, so it would be a fight of wills. However, it wasn't as if the immortal was all-powerful. Since Selric had come here with tens of thousands of monsters, his army would occupy the undead army. While they fought, Selric just had to kill the immortal. The immortal was the summoner, and if he was killed, the undeads were easy praise. I'll show you my full power. This wasn't a battle where he had to weigh the advantages and disadvantages to change strategy. He had to pour everything he had into this fight, and he had to tear the immortal into pieces. It is too late for you to run away. What did you say, retard? Kang Woojin had suddenly appeared next to his ear, and Selric was barely able to block the sword strike by swinging his thunder spear. Podsijik. The electric sparks flew into the air, and it spread in a threatening manner. Bastard! Selric quickly found him again, but the immortal had already planted his sword within Selric's leg. Kwajik! Was he always this fast? Gua! The corpses strewn across the ground suddenly stood up. They ran towards Selric, and they grabbed onto both his legs. How dare these insignificant undeads attack me? Huuuung! Selric unfurled his large wings, and he rose into the sky. He tried to shake off the undeads clinging to his legs, but unfortunately, the explosions occurred before he could act. Guava! The walking corpse zombies started to explode, and Selric's legs disappeared. There was nothing left behind. Schwang! A light arrow pierced through his wing. Selric flailed around before he plummeted to the ground. Kuu! What a shameful scene! If only he had the Alphen's master code. He'll be able to immediately regenerate such minor wounds. He could shape and mold everything within this planet. Kang Woojin walked to the head of the fallen Selric. The warrior's weapon in his hand turned into an axe. You'll be able to see the world in half now. Selric glared at him when Woojin raised his axe. You bastard! Have you been hiding your power? No matter how he saw it, this wasn't the movements of a necromancer. Was he a warrior? Woojin grinned. Retard! Kwajik! The axe fell, and it split Selric's head into two. His body turned into grey light. Selric was dead, but his tens of thousand underlings still remained. Their commander was dead, yet the monsters weren't flustered. They didn't run away. Instead, they charged towards Woojin, and they were full of killing intent. This was why dimensional lords used monsters as underlings. If they had orders, they fearlessly charged their enemies. Woojin welcomed this sight. Come, my sacrifices! The day when all his familiars would be able to gather in a single location wasn't too far off. Kwa kwa kwang! After shooting several dozen fireballs, Sungu came down from the amplifier. Oh! He couldn't find his balance, so he swayed on his feet. Dujimin quickly helped Sungu stay upright. Hyung! Are you okay? Yes. Sungu didn't look okay, but he tried hard to put on a smile for Jimin. Gram looked surprised when he saw the pale-faced Sungu. Please calm your magical energy. What? Your magical energy might go on a rampage. Please hurry up and come here. Sungu was helped by Gram, and he started stabilizing his magical energy. He calmly sat as he tried to calm his insides. Gram clicked his tongue. Tisk! I already know you aren't a spirit king. That fact was so obvious that Sungu didn't know what to say. I'm really curious as to who taught you about magic. Should he say he learned it from Woojin? Or should he say he learned it through books, since he obtained the skills through magic scrolls? Sungu was thinking about what he should say when Gram kept berating him in a dignified manner. That person has no right to call himself a magician. You have to harmonize your magic, yet your teacher taught you to focus only on fire. If your equilibrium falters a little bit, your body will be burned into ashes. How should he answer such a speech? Should he say he was self-taught? Or maybe he should tell Gram about his lich teacher, who deserved to be cussed at. I believe you should be fine now. You should use your magic recovery technique as you bolster your weakened body. Ah! Thank you. When Sungu bowed towards him, Gram shook his head. This man had the potential to become an archmage, yet he was an incomplete mage only capable of producing fire. It was too bad. So who is your teacher? Do all magicians on earth use magic like you? Ah! The person I call my teacher is from Alphen. Hey? Who is he? I really want to question him immediately. Gram became surprised, and he started showing his gallant spirit. Sungu let out an awkward laugh. Haha. He said his name is Janus. However, he is already dead. At Sungu's words, Gram put on an embarrassed expression as he let out a fake cough. HRM. My regret at your situation made me badmouth the deceased. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll introduce you to him soon. How was he supposed to receive such words? He said he'll make Gram meet a deceased person. Was Sungu saying he'll kill Gram? Gram wasn't sure if it was a joke or a forewarning of an assassination. Gram had an odd expression on his face when he heard Sungu's words. He was akin to a fire spirit, yet he was strangely a half a mage. What should he do with this magician from Earth? While Gram was thinking over what to do, Dujimin let out a shout. He's here. Hyung Nim is here. Hey? Where? Energy suddenly welled up from his dry reserves. Sungu abruptly got up to look for Woojin. However, the only one able to communicate with the Dimensional Lord was the vassal Dujimin. He said he is just around the corner. Ha! This will now come to an end. He had tried hard not to show it, but he was quite exhausted inside. Sungu started to breathe easy again, but Gram shook his head as he looked below at the colony. It is the end. I know. Our lives are at an end. What? The confused Sungu followed Graham's finger. Kuo. Two beings showed their clear presence from afar. There were two dragons flying towards them. One was red and the other was yellow. Can't you do something with your barrier? My barrier can't block a dragon's breath. Haha. Sungu wished Woojin would show up before the dragons could let out their breaths. Woojin let out a sigh when he saw Unan and Shirao block his path. Couldn't you guys have just fight me at once? Why fight me in order like this? I don't know. Unan really looked like an Asian man. If he said he was Korean, it would have been believable. He was wearing thin hemp clothes, so Unan looked like an ancestor from medieval times. It evoked a weird feeling inside Woojin. Whatever. Just hurry up and attack me. His colony was right in front of him if he pushed past these bastards. In some ways, Woojin had been fortunate. The most dangerous dimensional lords headed towards him instead of going to his colony. It would be hard to face the army of monsters, but he thought the coalition would be able to hold out until he got there. Why are you in such a hurry? Unan's easygoing attitude got on Woojin's nerves. Are you worried about your comrades? I miss it. I miss the ability to worry about others. He had lived so long that he wasn't able to feel such emotions. Unan let out a bitter laugh as he looked at Woojin. Fatu and Leia is already heading towards your colony. Those lizards. The dragons were considered to be incredibly powerful compared to humans, but they didn't rate too high amongst the great lords. Maybe, this was true, because humans were much more proficient at domain battles. Amongst the Tronet's great lords, there were an unusually high number of humans. Even if one observed old records, one would find that humans built nations. They were quite talented in ruling and supervising their lands. Dragons were shown to be poor leaders. They were a race that would rather cause fear and destruction rather than rule. Weren't the dragons the 6th and 9th throne? If they were on their way to his colony. Even if you leave right now, it'll take you 10 minutes to get there. It is enough time for them to raise the colony to the ground. Even if he left right now, he would be cutting it close. No, it might be too late for him. Well, How long will it take for you to take me down? Unan. He had reached the extremes in regards to techniques dealing with the body. Unan was a hard opponent to face even if he received help from the Death Knight. On top of that fact, Unan wasn't by himself. He had a large force of minotaurs with him. Is that impatience I see? Was this what he was aiming for? Was he trying to slightly increase his odds by using such a tactic? Unlike his relaxed appearance, it seemed he had been thorough in his preparations. It was cute. Geez. Woojin shook his head from side to side. Well, this should be just the right amount. What are you talking about? I'm short around 5%. It'll be here soon. I prepared this just for you. He had been looking at Woojin to decipher the meaning behind his words. Unan suddenly tilted his head up until it looked as if his neck would snap. He could see a shining star in the clear sky. Kuaa! Unan's eyes opened wide when he saw the meteor slicing through the atmosphere. When did he use the meteor summon magic? You are already too late. As you said before, I'm in a hurry, yet I've been talking to you in a relaxed manner. Why did you think I was doing that? What this his plan? It felt as if he had the table turned against him. Unan had thought he was the one waiting with the trap prepared, yet the immortal had used his tactic against him. The meteor summon magic had a long preparation time, so he must have used it earlier. The immortal had just been waiting for them to show up. This doesn't change anything. Unan clenched his fists. The meteor couldn't tell the difference between allies and enemies. It would destroy both the monsters and the undead army. Moreover, Unan and Shirao would be unharmed. The two of them would be enough to stall the immortal. Once the immortal's colony was destroyed, he would be stuck on Alphen. He would be trapped until he was able to acquire a new dungeon or a colony. Guhaha! Is this the last sacrifice needed for our friend? Jinus had perfectly completed his mission. After appearing next to Woojin, he immediately formed a barrier. Woojin was able to unsummon his Death Knights and undead army just in time. Kwa kwa kwang! The meteor impacted the surface, and the incredible explosion obliterated the monster army. Chapter 182 Bone Dragon, 2. Chapter 182, Bone Dragon, 2. Fear. The beings, who were always the predators, felt an emotion only felt by their preys. Guo-o-o. Their domineering roars sounded like wails now. Several thousand minotaurs in the Minotaur army was in panic, and they were running around in confusion. In front of the overwhelming marvel from space, they were merely a speck of dust. A very small speck. Guong. It was only a single meteor, but when it impacted on the surface, an incredible amount of energy and shockwave was released. It turned everything into dust. Kuaa-ang. The emitted shockwave swallowed even the farthest monsters running away. Kuuu. There was a massive crater, and one couldn't even see traces of corpses in the aftermath. It only left behind the traces of this incredibly destructive magic. The mastermind behind the attack could feel the after effects of the shockwave even from within his barrier. Poo-shi-shi-shik. Before the dust could settle, Jinus' barrier started to fade away. Kuang. Unan's kick was concentrated at a single point on the barrier, and it broke in an instant. Why are you in such a hurry? Unan frowned at Woojin's words. It seems I wasted my precious points. Was it completely pointless to bring a great army to hunt down the immortal? Maybe, it would have been better to form an elite unit like Selric to clear the immortal's dungeon repeatedly. Your points? His loss didn't just end at losing his precious points when his monster army was wiped out. It also gave a new source of life energy to Woojin. Can't you feel it? He spread both his arms. The air was hot from the heat, and it was full of dust. Unan glared at Woojin. He was dumbfounded at the fact that his army was wiped away in a single move, but the immortal was in the same boat as him. Now he just had to delay the immortal for a short amount of time. The dragons, Fatu and Leia, should be at the immortal's colony soon. It seems you also lost all your subordinates. Really? I'm certain that hadn't occurred. Was the immortal trying to trigger him into feeling nervous? It was nonsensical tactic. Choo 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 chut. The dust was moving in a strange way. The bone dusts from the tens of thousand monsters were coalescing. Anand frowned. He could tell the immortal's emotions hadn't changed much, so his response sounded out of place. The harpy queen Shai Rao, who bass besides him, glared at Woojin. I'm pretty sure you'll have your hands full fighting us. The immortal's undead army was in excellent health. He could just resummon them again. However, Anand and Shai Rao thought they would be able to delay him for a certain amount of time. I'm not your opponent. Before she could answer Woojin's words, the bone dust started to form a figure. A long spinal column formed from head to tail, and the ribs started to form. Just by looking at its skeletal structure, one could tell that this creature had been massive in life. Its wings were only made out of bones, and it was refined to sharpness. The wing in itself would be a fantastic weapon. Then there were two pits in its enormous head. Red lights flickered to life as it flared into large flames within the pits, and they started emitting light. Kuo-o-o-o-o. It was the undead army's biggest problem child. Yang Yang let out a long roar. Kururu. The long neck swung, and its large head faced towards Woojin. You have summoned me. What is your wish? Woojin smirked at the familiar voice. If Bibi was here, she would have made a big fuss as she rubbed her cheeks against Yang Yang. Kill them, then follow me. Kururu. Yang Yang turned his head, and his gaze reached Shai Rao and Anand. I've received your wish. I'll see you a little bit later. Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and he got on. Hing. Xing Xing galloped into the sky, and Jinus flew beside them using flight magic. That bag of bones. It seems he still has dementia. Goo ha ha. It's all good. Woojin smirked. Yang Yang was the first dragon. He had lived so long that he hadn't been able to escape the curse of forgetfulness. It had been a while since he had seen Yang Yang. He was just glad to see him again. When the phantom steed and the lich quickly escaped the battlefield, Shai Rao quickly tried to follow them through the air. Kwajik! Where are you going, my cute little bird? Eek! Let me go! Shai Rao struggled, but she was in Yang Yang's grasp. He moved her towards his mouth. Shwak! Kwang! Kwang! Anand desperately kicked him, but the undead dragon's bones were too sturdy. Kwajik! Yang Yang took a bite out of the harpy queen as if he was eating a biscuit, and he moved to squash the being that was kicking him. Kwang! However, Anand had trained his body to the extreme, so his movements was extraordinary. There was no way he would be easily caught by Yang Yang's claws. Kuru! The angry Yang Yang let out a sigh, and he started to curl up. The dry bones of his wings quickly covered him, and the dragon curled up as if it was going to sleep. Anand looked at the dragon with disbelief on his face. What kind of? From 1 to 10, he hated everything about the immortal. He hated all of immortal's familiars. Yang Yang wasn't showing any will to fight, so he turned to look at Woojin and the lich, who was flying far into the distance. Kwajik! It had been a brief moment, but Anand had took his eyes off of Yang Yang. A long bone that looked like a hook was protruding from Anand's stomach. Kururu! Yang Yang took a bite out of Anand, who was stuck on his claw. His sharp canines separate Anand's body from its head. Yang Yang licked his chops when Anand disappeared into a grey light. He once again looked at Woojin flying into the distance. Your wish has been fulfilled. Kuong! Kuong! Soon, it started running after Woojin. It looked clumsy running on all 4 feet, but it was so large that the sight was scary rather than it being funny. Too bad. Kururu! Yang Yang flapped his bony appendages. His wings had lost the ability of flight, so it looked pitiful. Fatu and Leia. They were similar to the gold dragon Rajakwai, who appeared on Earth. They were dimensional lords from the dragon race. Amongst the dragons, Fatu and Leia were the only great lords, who possessed codes. They enjoyed ruling over other beings, and they would rather accept a bribe rather than pillage. These two beings had come out of their dungeons, and they were aiming for Woojin's colony. Is Thrash really worth this much fear? Tronet's great lords were pooling their strength for this all-out attack. Jinus and Woojin could see the pointy peak of the Saurus mountain, and they could also see two large creatures approaching the mountain from the sky. They were so big that Woojin could see them from afar. Is it more useless dragons again? Jinus looked a bit wistful. A dimensional lord's body was never left behind after death, so Jinus wouldn't gain much from killing them. He wasn't a dragon slayer, but dragons left behind pretty useful ingredients. Who cares if it is a dragon or a person? They were great lords of Tronet. The fact that they had to die wouldn't change. This isn't good. Jinus felt the resonance of magical energy, and it alerted him to the danger. The dragons were arched like a bow, and their stomachs were bloated. It seemed they were about to let out the dragon breaths from mid-air. They were already too late. You should blink us above them. It was a short-distance teleportation spell. One could move anywhere where one could see, and the range was dependent on one's control over magical energy. Woojin had the best magician by his side, but Jinus was also the worst magician for this situation. That is a good idea. Woojin was riding on top of Xing Xing, and Jinus placed his hand on Woojin's shoulder. Hurry! I'm not in range yet. Woojin's face was filled with anxiousness. The engorged stomach of the dragons looked very large. Are we there yet? A little bit more. The dragon that had been lagging behind the other one brought down its head as red flame erupted from its wide-open jaw. It headed towards the colony's symbol. The dragon's breath shot towards the world tree like a laser, and Woojin felt his heart lurch. He lost the gate, he couldn't return to Earth. He would be able to gain another dungeon, but he had to wait for the synchronization. Hurry! Accompanying his shout, Jinus and Woojin disappeared at the same time. However, they appeared above the dragon's head. Woojin was in freefall as he brought out his warrior's weapon. After changing its form to an axe, he brought it down on the red dragon Leia's head. Block it! Woojin let out an order, which was filled with desperation. He hoped Jinus' barrier would be able to protect the world tree. Too late. He had blinked across a large distance, so his magical consumption had been quite significant. In a flash, Jinus had run out of magical energy. He quickly tried to gather more, but Jinus doubted he would be able to block the dragon's attack. On the other hand, Leia had been defenseless, since it was about to let out its breath. Woojin had brought down his axe in anger, and Leia's head was split open. Kuaa! Leia let out a roar as she plummeted to the ground with Woojin and his axe. Woojin's gaze headed towards the world tree. If his colony took a direct hit from the breath, it would burn. It didn't. It is a miracle. The coalition had blocked it. Woojin let out a sigh of relief, and he pulled out the axe embedded inside Leia's head. Drop Fatu. That won't be difficult. Jinus started to pour out the magical energy he had gathered towards the gold dragon Fatu. Guoong. The meteor fell a long distance away, but the aftershock was felt at the Saurus mountain. It even made the monsters, who had been tirelessly attacking the colony, to pause. That's Jinus. My teacher is here. His teacher was the only one, who could use delay, on a meteor summon spell of that caliber. Sungu let out a shout filled with joy. Graham's eyes became round when he saw Sungu's behavior. Didn't you say your teacher was dead? He is dead, but he is still very energetic. Was there a difference in definition between the word from Earth and Alphen? Graham had a frown on his face as Jimin laughed from the side. The tension and the oppressive feeling that had been suffocating them vanished just from the appearance of Woojin. It felt as if the sense of responsibility they felt was lifted. Jinus is a lich. Lich. A single eyebrow twitched on Graham's face. If he was referring to a lich, it was understandable to refer one's magical teacher as dead. Li. 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 Lich. Graham became startled. There was only one Lich, who travelled with the immortal. Why, your teacher is the sovereign of pestilence. He was the worst, the strongest, and the best magician. His existence itself was a calamity. My God! Seunggu let out a broad smile at the shocked Graham. Het. It seems teacher is quite famous over here. He was famous, but he was known for being bad. When he comes here, I'll introduce you to him. Should he run away? While Graham mulled over useless worries, Jimin pointed towards that sky. Is that Hyung Nim? It is. Seunggu nodded his head when he saw Woojin streaking through the sky. The Lich was trailing behind Woojin using flight magic. Seunggu had seen Jinus in flight, so he was able to identify Jinus. One was Xing Xing, and the other one was the Lich in flight. We just have to hold out a little bit more. Kang Woojin was back. Since the colony was intact, it would be trivial for him to recover the destroyed castle. Moreover, he would be able to replenish their troops. The monsters running across the outer wall wouldn't be a problem. This also held true for the two dragons in the sky. They had unintentionally looked up towards the sky, and they became surprised. It's a dragon's breath. The first one to come to his senses was the Archmage Graham. He reflexively put up a barrier, but it was broken too easily by the dragon's breath. Leia's dragon breath was heading towards the world tree. Seunggu ran forward. If they lost this location, they would lose the ability to get back to Earth. Will I be able to do it? He wasn't confident he could do this. No, he was a little bit confident that he'll be able to pull this off. It will work out somehow. Waruru. His running body was engulfed in flame, and Seunggu quickly stood in front of the world tree. When the breath arrived right in front of him, the burning Seunggu opened both his arms wide. Chapter 183, Descendant of a Dragon, 1. Chapter 183, Descendant of a Dragon, 1. It was hot. After he started working with fire, he had thought he had forgotten such sensation. However, the heat he felt through his two hands couldn't be described as fire. He was someone who had digested the conflagration from hell. He couldn't lose to a mere dragon's breath. A red dragon's breath was made out of fire, so he'll be able to absorb it. I'm melting. His two hands were disintegrating into a haze. When he saw this sight, the confidence that had been creeping into his head disappeared. His confidence hit rock bottom. I'm dying. The moment he felt fear, he could no longer resist against the breath's nature. Wah! The flames were consuming him, and it felt as if his hands, feet, and hair would all burn away. No, it might have already happened. The only thing his two eyes could see was the red flames. The flames was so strong that it felt as if his soul was burning away. There was no way he would be able to gather his disordered mind. The faint memories and past life events were passing in front of his eyes when he heard a voice. Seunggu. It was a familiar voice. Was it his parents' voice? Was it the voice of an angel? Hey Seunggu! He didn't know if he was hearing through his ears, or maybe it was a hallucination ringing inside his mind. His consciousness was fading away, and in the end, Seunggu blacked out. Huuu! The burning heat was spreading to the surrounding. The air was so hot that most people couldn't get closer to the source. Move! Lich Jinus formed nested barriers as he blocked the dragon's breath. Seunggu! Woojin had arrived in great haste, and he saw the mushy body of Seunggu, which was melting away. The bastard was dumb yet sweet. Seunggu was someone who followed his order at all cost. Why did he have to do such a reckless act? Woojin's gaze headed towards the world tree, which was rustling from the wind. He saw the portals in front of it, and the light looked especially profound and mysterious today. The colony had been safeguarded. Hey Seunggu! There was no reply as Sungu's soul shook as if it was miserable. Woojin cooled his heart. He had worried for the past 20 years about dying on Alphen without being able to return to Earth. These memories flitted through his head. The first person from Earth to die on Alphen shouldn't be Sungu. There was no way he would let that happen. Don't worry. Woojin sat near the fire. His hand headed towards the body, which seemed to be melting away as it tried to reconcile with the flame. I want you to command all my familiars, Jinus. Lord. What do you want me to do? The lich's body was currently existed as a flame. It brushed by Sungo, and it came to rest next to its master. Usually his voice was filled with playfulness, but it no longer had that tone. I want you to eradicate all the dimensional lords and monsters on Alphen. As the Lord wishes. Jinus turned away. As he headed towards the outer walls, his robes trembled from pure bliss. He'll finally be able to save Alphen. He'll also relieve the lives of the beings that stood against the immortal. Hyung. Jimin approached them with a face full of worry. Woojin was terse with his words. I'll save Sungu. You should return to Earth first. How can I be the only one to? If this place is any indication, Earth probably isn't in a great state either. Go and protect them. Why, you want me to protect them? Jimin was taken aback. He had received the Vampire Lord's blood, but he wasn't at Kang Woojin's level. He didn't have the power or the guts to protect Earth. Woojin looked at him with earnest eyes. So? No matter what, you have to protect So. Yes. I'll be there soon. Please just hold out until then. Yes, Hyung. Jimin quickly headed towards the portal. When Woojin gave his approval, Jimin's body was sent across the portal. He was sent to Bibi's castle. He was sent to the aircraft carrier being governed by Bibi. Who? Woojin wanted to go to Earth immediately to see what the dimensional lords were up to. However, he couldn't. Waruru. The flame still refused to die down as it enveloped Sungu's body. If one called him a fire spirit, he fit the description now. His entire body had melted away. His soul was just boiling like a ball of flame. Don't die. If he couldn't even save a single person, how could he claim that he will save Earth? The evil spirits, which circled around Woojin's body, started to crawl forward. Shwa. The black evil spirits circled around Sungu as they restricted the movement of Sungu's soul. It was as if they were trying to prevent Sungu's soul from escaping. Woojin spread out his two hands, and he didn't move an inch as if he was frozen in place. He concentrated, then he concentrated again. He was making sure the evil spirits couldn't harm Sungu's soul. Shwa. Woojin was tethering Sungu, who wasn't ready to depart from this world. This was when the gold dragon Fatu let out a roar. Kuooo. Red dragon Leia had died by the immortal's attack. The raging Fatu landed on the outer wall as it let out a roar. Its influence was immediate. The monsters, who had been milling about in confusion, stopped for a brief moment before they started gathering around the dragon. It seemed the dragon wanted to continue the siege. It wanted to continue until the world tree was destroyed. A mere dragon dares to bark in front of the king. Jinus walked forward. He was letting out a black energy, and his unfiltered murderous intent was rushing out of him. As Jinus continued forward, the heroes of the coalition was busy retreating from fright. Shwak. Black smoke were coalescing one by one behind the lich as the Death Knights were summoned. Our Lord has given us an order. Ramzan accepted Jinus' words. Ah! Did everyone hear that? Is that Yang? We'll be able to fight to our heart's content. Each of the Death Knights said what they wanted to before they summoned their skeleton warriors. Hundreds of thousands of skeletons ripped themselves out of the black abyss. We'll have to kill the dragon first. Shwa. From behind the lich, several thousand skeleton magicians appeared. These were the magician troops under his direct command. Shwang. Various types of magical spells were shot out at once towards the gold dragon Fatu. Pa-pa-pung. The dragon had its shield magic engaged, so these attacks couldn't hurt it. However, the nearby monsters were hit, and they struggled in pain. I won't forgive you, immortal. Tens or hundreds. Not much significance was placed on the number of deaths suffered by the dimensional lords, who lived for a very long time. Leia and Fatu. However, it meant a lot for these two beings. Weak beings died in the tens or hundreds of times, but they were dragons before they became dimensional lords. There were only a handful of times where they had experienced death. Of course, Fatu was pissed. Weeing. Fatua's stomach became engorged as it took a deep breath. It wanted to decimate all the skeletons with its breath. The enraged dragon's mouth was about to head towards the Saurus Mountain's peak when the ground shook. A big body was running up the mountain. It's someone from my race. Yang Yang smashed through the forest as it jumped on Fatua's back before it could let out its breath. It looked skinny, but Yang Yang wasn't light at all. Its hook-like feet pressed Fatua's head into the ground. Gururu. What is your wish? This was probably how a prey felt before being eaten by a predator. The two beings matched eyes. Ancient. Your wish. Get off. Kwajik. Fatua's head was crushed when Yang Yang's claws were clenched. Guang. The breath and magical energy were mixed within the body, and it exploded forth as if a dam had broken. However, even if this maelstrom occurred beneath Yang Yang, it only briefly lifted Yang Yang's body into the air. After the bone dragon landed on the decimated land, it looked at the numerous monsters in its surrounding. Your wish has been granted. If they wished death, he'll grant it. Guo-o-o. At Yang Yang's roar, the monsters started to run away in fright. It's a hunt. The Death Knights summoned their phantom steeds, and they swept over the battlefield. It has come to an end. Someone had mumbled out those words, and it acted like a signal. The nervousness that was suffocating them was washed away. The monsters were running away. Their roars were moving farther away. Then there were their injured comrades. Let us sweep the battlefield. Please gather the injured. Skia's first monk Torik yelled out the instructions. Several people came to their senses, and they started gathering their injured comrades, who were moaning in pain. In the end, we were able to protect this place. Elf Lord Silver Arrow Latasha was already next to Torik as she spoke. He let out a sigh. He protected it. Immortal had arrived right on time. No, he might have been late, but in the end, he was able to protect this place. The Fire Spirit King. Will he live? I'm not sure. Woojin was sitting in front of the world tree as if he was meditating, and there was a flickering flame in front of him. The size of the flame was getting smaller, and it seemed to portend the death of the fire spirit. It was regretful. He might already be dead. The immortal was trying his best to save the fire spirit. The immortal's expression was so serious that she couldn't express such sentiments. Latasha looked around her surrounding, and she tilted her head in puzzlement. Did the holy maiden not come back yet? That's... Torik swallowed his words. Melody had left with Woojin, yet he had returned by himself. It wasn't as if he could ask the immortal about her. He was between a rock and a hard place, so he decided to wait for the immortal to finish his work. It isn't time. He is calling for you. Be strong. The sound tickled his ears, so Sungu opened his eyes. No, he couldn't tell if his eyelids were open or not. The only certain part was the fact that his consciousness was awake. You are awake. Hyung. Yes. It's all right. Sungu tried to get up. You should stay still. Just look straight up. Woojin quickly gave instructions, and Sungu just looked upwards towards Woojin's face. He could tell that Woojin was genuinely worried for him. Hyung. Am I still alive? You are for now. However, you are slowly dying. First, let me put an insurance in place. While Sungu was conscious, Woojin quickly made him a vassal of his dimensional domain. Sungu would be the second vassal from Earth after Dujimin. I became a knight. Yes. Still, you should avoid dying at all cost. It was as he implied. This was just insurance. If things went wrong, Sungu could be revived using points, since he was a vassal of Woojin's domain. However, it wasn't a guarantee that Sungu would come back as his old self. Moreover, when he died, Sungu would lose his inherent ID code. When he was born, he was given an ID code for Earth. This was what allowed him to immediately re-enter Earth. He didn't have to wait for the synchronization. If he lost his code, he'll basically be in the same category as the aliens and monsters. I'll save you. You have two choices. What is it? Before your soul is destroyed, I can revive you as a lich. Why was Hyung Him speaking those words with such a serious expression on his face? Do I have another choice? You can overcome it. Your body can fight and win against dragon's breath and the curse left behind by the dragon language. Isn't that the better choice? However, it'll be painful. It'll be very painful, and there is a very low chance of it succeeding. What kind of choices were those? Why did his life always drive him into a spot where he had to make such difficult decisions? Hyung. I've never been in a romantic relationship. Woojin, who had a very serious expression on his face up until now, smiled for the first time. Since he had the time to crack a joke, it seemed Sungu had found his equilibrium. He was joking around even as his corpse was being destroyed. If you become a lich, you won't lose your code. That is the safer. No way. I'll do it. I'll overcome it. I'll only die after I experience being in a romantic relationship. How will I accomplish that if I'm revived as a skeleton? Woojin's expression hardened. Sungu. He hadn't been joking. All right. Woojin took out the dragon's heart from his inventory. It was a treasure he had been lucky to acquire at Mivika's laboratory. It is only a dragon's curse. You will overcome it. He'll overcome the lizard's curse. Yes. Woojin placed the dragon's heart on top of Sungu's soul. You'll be able to do it. No, he had to do it. If he wanted to avoid becoming a pitiful dimensional refugee looking for one's home planet code, he'll have to do it. He'll overcome the dragon's curse even if he had to become a draconian. Chapter 184, Descendant of a Dragon, 2. Chapter 184, Descendant of a Dragon, 2. The flame in front of the world tree had grown. It looked like a black flame. The color looked to be the manifestation of impure blood. When one got closer, one could see the evil spirits swimming around it. Within the black flame, one could see a white flame burning within. There was a dragon's heart slowly melting away, and the white flame was using the dragon's heart as fuel. Woojin had already sat in front of the burning fire for well over 10 days. He was focused solely on the evil spirits, so he didn't have the time to take stock of what was going on around him. It was a private battle that drew the attention of the people around Woojin. However, when it continued on for over 10 days, the heroes of the coalition started focusing on their assigned roles. It would have been great if Woojin fixed the colony using his godlike power, but he was too busy. So the coalition had to fix the place themselves. It took them 20 days to roughly secure the surrounding. The corpses of tens of thousands of monsters were gathered in a single location, and an enormous mountain was transformed from it. One could see blood-stained patches in various locations on the mountain. The immortal stayed steadfastly in place, but his undead army was razing the nearby regions as they slaughtered all the monsters. Their activities allowed the people of the coalition, who had been barely hanging on by a thread by hiding, to gather in droves around the Saurus mountain. However, there were still a lot of suspicious people, who thought this was a trap made by some dimensional lord. So they weren't rash in coming to the mountain. This was why the heroes of the coalition had to expand their base of operation as they rescued the people. They were steadily growing their forces. The Phantom unit being led by Blanca and Che Hesal was also achieving great results in Alphen. It has been a while, yet the rear troops haven't come through yet. We might be the last one to cross. Supporting troops had been sent in an effort to save Alphen. Kang Woojin, Hong Sunggu and Du Jimin had been the first wave, and the Phantom unit was the second wave to arrive. Everyone was a member of Alendal. Whether it was to exploit or putting a presence on Alphen, many guilds from various countries wanted to come to Alphen. However, none of them had show up yet. Either they gave up on coming here themselves, or there was a reason why they weren't able to come here. It seems something grave may be happening on Earth. Hong Sunggu lay near death, and Du Jimin quickly returned to Earth using the gate. Their king hadn't moved an inch after sitting in front of the flame, so they couldn't even ask him questions. Their curiosity was driving them nuts. They had several suspicions, yet they had no choice, but to wait. They decided to stick to the initial plan. The Phantom unit trained as they helped the coalition. I'm a little bit worried. What if we aren't able to go back home? I'll be okay, Blanca. Do you doubt our king? If there is no roads, he'll pave one himself. Who? My mother sometimes appears in my dreams. I'm really worried. Hesal calmly soothed Blanca, then she went to meet Torek. Ah, Captain Hesal. What can I do for you? Torek welcomed her. Even amongst the freaks that came over from Earth with the immortal, Hesal, and the Phantom unit was a bit special. They worked very well together, and they were very good at carrying out missions. They were a group that specialized in search and rescue. Have you found the Holy Maiden yet? We are trying our best, but we haven't found her yet. Aside from the people from Alendal, the Phantom unit was most familiar with Holy Maiden Melody in the coalition. She had already been missing for several dozen days. She had left with Kang Woojin to find Arya's temple, yet she hadn't returned yet. Several cynics spread a false rumor that Melody had been murdered by the immortal. Since the accused couldn't defend himself, there was no way they could completely dismiss such a claim. Torek. Latasha lightly ran down the road leading from the castle walls, and she came to a stop in front of them. There was an excited expression on her face as if she had met an old friend. Her face was flushed. The Holy Maiden of Arya is back. Oh. Really? She is coming up from the base of the mountain. It seems all the spirits within Alphen is trying to help us. Since the Holy Maiden was back, she would be able to cure those who weren't recovering from their wounds. She was basically like a savior sent by the gods. There was no one who could rival Melody in terms of holy power. Moreover, since she had acquired Arya's holy item, her power would have grown much stronger. The gathered heroes ran down to greet the Holy Maiden of Arya. They went to greet her with a happy heart. A big crowd was gathered around her to celebrate her return, but when they caught sight of her, Melody didn't have a bright expression on her face. What happened? Voice of Arya. Skia's monk. Melody's voice somehow sounded sorrowful. The immortal was short on time, so he went ahead of me. I just followed behind. Oh. Is that so? You went through a lot of hardship. You did very well. Even as Torek fiercely greeted Melody, he immediately asked her for a favor. Since he was the leader, he had to deliver the difficult messages. It was the right thing to do. I know you've just arrived, so I'm being shameless. However, there are people crying out from pain. Could you give them the blessing of Arya? Of course. Melody let out a weak laugh as she followed after Torek. I want to welcome you back. I am so happy that you came back safely. Thank you, Holy Maiden. She was being congratulated by the people, but she barely smiled. Her smile indicated that she was uncomfortable with something. It seemed as if Woojin would wake up in a short amount of time, but 20 days had passed. He wasn't showing any signs of waking up. Many people wondered how a person could live without moving or eating. However, if one thought about the immortal's past exploits, this was nothing. Moreover, people were more worried about the state of the planet than him. The political landscape of this continent had gone through a seismic change. The immortal had reappeared, and the fractured coalition was being rebuilt. Moreover, the dimensional lords, who had taken over almost the entirety of Alphen, were being taken down. The undead army had swept through the battlefield, and they had already cleared a wide area. They had cleared about 1/3 of the planet. In other words, even as this large area was being pacified, the immortal hadn't woken up. He stayed in place to protect the waning flame of a life. A woman was watching the immortal. Immortal. Melody looked at the nearly melted dragon's heart, the small flame, the black evil spirits, and Kang Woojin. He was sitting in front of these elements, and she monitored the situation. "Oh goddess! How could you give me such a tribulation?" She felt resentment. After giving everything of herself to her goddess, this was the first time Melody felt resentment towards her goddess. Melody couldn't understand the latest oracle. "You have to burn the world tree for Alphen." They were barely able to bloom this symbol, which had become the hope of the coalition. Yet she had to burn it with her own hands? Moreover, this was the last gate leading to Kang Woojin's dimensional domain. If the gate was destroyed, he'll be trapped in Alphen. He'll be trapped here until he could gain another dungeon. It wasn't as if she didn't know what her goddess was aiming for. However, she questioned whether such an action was just. She felt tormented. The feelings inside her heart fought each other to fill her with anguish and suffering. It was a big burden for her. "What are you doing here?" Melody was so surprised that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. "Heek! What's up?" Kang Woojin smirked when he saw the hiccuping Melody. "Are you a pervert? Why are you spying on me?" I'm not a pervert." "Heek!" Melody's face was red for no reason, and she couldn't look straight into Woojin's eyes. She was feeling embarrassment, guilt, and sorriness. Moreover, her heart was pounding. "What made you move right now?" Melody took a glance behind him, and she couldn't locate the evil spirits nor the dragon's heart. The only thing left behind was a small red and white flame. It was lighting up the surrounding like a candle. "Well, I pretty much did all I can. How's Sungunim doing?" "It is all up to him now." "Ah. I hope he comes out okay." Melody's eyes turned round. "What do you mean?" "He's being reborn without experiencing death. He'll probably come out after remolding himself a little bit." Melody was still confused by his words, so her puzzled expression refused to leave her face. Woojin changed the topic. "Give me your holy item." Melody hesitated. As soon as he got up, he was asking for her holy item. "Hurry up and give it to me. I lost it." Woojin suddenly pushed his face towards Melody, and he looked straight into her eyes. She didn't have the courage to look into the fathomless depth of his eyes, so she lowered her head. "Well, all right." Woojin backed off without making much of a fuss. "I want it found before I get back." He still had one more holy item to acquire besides Arya's holy item. Where are you going? Is he going back to Earth? What if he never returned to Alphen?" She looked at him with worried eyes, but Woojin spoke in an offhand manner. "Where else? I need to go catch Heirei's follower." The 5 holy items were sub-ingredients for the Thrash's set items. He just needed the ingredient for the belt. Afterwards, his task would be complete once he received Arya's circlet. The other ingredient items were CO across different dimensions, so he could just use his points to purchase it. "Ah! I want you to protect the colony until I get back. Why aren't you answering me?" "Yes. Then I'll be putting my trust in you." When Woojin walked away, Melody was alone. The strength in her legs drained out of her, and she sat on the ground as if she was collapsing. "Oh goddess!" Her anguish deepened. "Gyahak!" The wyvern's screech stabbed at her ears. Shwa! She would have preferred a dragon's roar. She was used to the sound of the wind brushing by her ears, so the sound of the wyverns was painful to the elf. Why do I have to go with you? The headwind was making her skin scrunch up. The poor elf complained about her unfair situation. You were the only one, who looked completely free. The immortal spoke in an offhand manner as if her troubles were over nothing. Latasha's clenched fists shook. Of course, I have things to do. The one that has least to do has to become my guide. Why do you keep insisting I was doing nothing? Am I on the right path? The surface of the ground was passing by quickly. When Woojin indirectly asked her a question, she looked around in a disgruntled fashion before she spoke. Over there. You have to go past the rock mountain. The one with the best eyesight has to be my guide. She couldn't refute the immortal's argument, so she kept biting at her blameless lips. God of Time. 5 gods had the master codes of Alphen. He'll have the last holy item in couple days. Sizzle sizzle. The meat was spitting out fat as it cooked deliciously over the campfire. Wow! It looks incredibly delicious. 6 children were gathered in a small group. They were sitting around the fire with meat skewers in their hands. When the meat was done, one of the children started chewing on it. Oh wow! It is really tasty. Wow! You're right. All the children started taking a bite out of the meat, and they had a happy expression on their faces. Up until now, the children had been busy trying to follow the adults as they fled for safety. However, they were very quick to adjust to anything thrown at them. The very first change that happened when they arrived at the Saurus mountain was the fact that smiles returned to their faces. Laughters of children erupted from within the mountain. One child spoke in a boastful manner. I heard it from my mom. What did she say? I heard the Flame Spirit King died here. Really? Yeah. She said it is the reason why this flame never goes out. Wow! It was the first time they heard this story, so the children's eyes shone brightly. The Fire Spirit King from Earth had performed a lot of weird shows at the square, so he was very popular amongst the children. A flame remained where he had died. So that's why our meat is cooking so deliciously. Let's cook here again tomorrow. Yeah. Let's do that. The children were in a world where deaths and goodbyes were too familiar. The innocent children made a promise as they swore to meet again tomorrow as they locked their dirty pinkies. Waruru. The flame continued to get smaller and larger. It was breathing. Chapter 185, Last Holy Item, 1. Chapter 185, Last Holy Item, 1. God of Time Herace. The god was reported to have been born alongside Alphen, but he didn't have many followers. No, the existence of the god hadn't been spread, so the normal people didn't even know about his existence. Only his priests worshipped Herace, and their missions were conducted in secret. They secretly traveled across the continent, and they only opened their doors to their successors. Scholars and the long-lived races were the only ones who knew about the existence of Herace. The exclusive and secret order of the god was located on a land covered with ice. 2222. A phantom steed was running above this land. Ha! A white plume of breath came out of Latasha's mouth. The elf lord was once again opted as a guide, because she knew the location of Herace temple, and she had good eyesight. Are you sure we are on the right path? Yes, I'm sure. I don't see anything here. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement, yet Xing Xing didn't stop running. It is located at the land of ice. Herace temple is located at the deepest and coldest location. Where is that supposed to be? We can see it now. Woojin's eyes lit up when he looked at the location pointed out by Latasha. One could see an enormous ice mountain towering over this flat lands. As they got closer, his eyes kept getting larger. It wasn't a mountain. Ice castle. Yes. You are correct. The ice castle was placed in a location where the cold made it impossible for any creature to live here. However, the enormous castle was as big as the Saurus mountain. Hey! This was beyond it being grand. Its overwhelming size gave even Woojin a pause. It was the same for Latasha. The information about this place was passed down through oral tradition, and this was the first time she was seeing this place. Well, let's head in. They circled the castle once, and they were able to find an entrance halfway up the castle. When the phantom steed approached it, one could see a very small door big enough to allow only a single person to enter. Quang quang. I think it is locked. Latasha knocked on the door, then she turned to look at Woojin. He stepped forward. Move aside. He saw no doorknob or keyhole. Moreover, when he put his palm to the door, he could feel the coldness through the door. Wing. Wait a moment. When she felt the nearby magical energy move, Latasha tried to stop him. Woojin gathered his power into his palm, and he detonated the door. Guang! Accompanying a shock wave, the door flew inward. It's open. Why are you so rude? Did you want me to knock and wait for someone to come to the door? She didn't know why she bothered with words. The immortal wasn't a good candidate for her to lecture about manners and etiquette. Latasha's cheeks puffed out as she turned her head away. Woojin ignored her, and he started climbing the long staircase made out of ice. Why is it so dark in here? Please wait. Latasha elegantly waved her hands before cupping her hands together. Pop-pot. A small fairy made out of light appeared atop her palms. It gave a bright smile before it flew in front of the party. It is a spirit of light. I didn't ask for one. You. Latasha shook her head from side to side as she walked in front of him. They climbed long enough that they were starting to get bored. At the end of the stairway, a door appeared. Unlike the one before, this steel door had a deeply recessed handhold. Latasha pulled with all her might, yet it refused to open. Are you going to blow it up again? Of course. Wing. Woojin placed his palm on the door, and he gathered his magical energy. However, the door opened before the explosion could occur. Queek, wing. After looking at the opened crack, Latasha looked towards the immortal. What should we do? Should we not go in? We'll go in. Eeing, queek. When they went in, the door locked itself. Woojin frowned, and Latasha was taken aback. What the hell happened? I can't hear the voice of the wind. The temple severed the inhabitants from the outside. It seemed the immortal wasn't the only one who had his power taken away. Latasha also lost her power, and she floundered at this alien feeling. Let's go back out. This is too dangerous. In an unexpected turn of event, an unknown power had made her lose her power. The pitfall of such a situation made her feel agitated. It's all right. It is always like this. We'll leave after we find the holy item. But... Latasha frowned. However, she inferred from the immortal's expression that this was normal. Woojin walked as if he was used to such a situation. It isn't shaped like a spaceship. The light attached to the ceiling reminded him of the ones at the area's temple. He didn't have to see Skia, Lisha, and Kur's temples to know what was in it. Still, he wondered why these 5 gods held the master codes of Alphen. As they walked down the long corridor, they came to an intersection. The space partitioned into sections, and they arrived at doors as they followed the walls. However, none of them were open. Tung, tung. He tried punching the door, but he knew it wouldn't be easy to break through the doors. Shall we continue forward? Since we came in without consent, maybe the god Hayrace is mad at us. I have no idea. Maybe, it was the absence of her power, but she was unusually chatty right now. She continued to speak as they searched the place. A high priest must exist somewhere, so they continued the hide and seek. Geez. If he had his abilities. He would have used Gabi to scout the surrounding. It was very unfortunate that this option wasn't available to him. He walked through the long corridors, while he drew a map inside his mind. While he was searching, he came upon a door with a different-looking door handle. He tried opening it. Poo shook. He only put a small amount of pressure on it, yet the door opened automatically. The sight across the door was familiar to Woojin, but it was foreign to Latasha. A pool table and a refrigerator. It was a pretty large room, and at a glance, one could tell it was being used as a break room. Woojin opened the refrigerator, and he saw the familiar sight of a cola. This is Kang, Keek. Woojin opened the can, and he started drinking the soda. Latasha was taken aback. What if it is poisoned? You should try drinking it. He unexpectedly threw another can of Coke towards Latasha. She caught it, and she looked over it in confusion. Tick. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. She didn't know how to open it, so she struggled to open the drink. He smirked at the sight, then he looked at his surrounding. He saw a sofa and a TV. Beyond the screen, he could see a locker room. He saw familiar letters on each locker. Woojin looked at it with narrowed eyes. He could read some characters. Sorry, Eo, Gong, Nadamubi. There were around 8 lockers, and the letters looked similar to English, but he wasn't sure if it was the same language. He wasn't sure if he was reading it right. If this was a spaceship, it would have had a crew. If this was a building, it would have had custodians. He opened all the lockers, but it was all empty. He looked through the items within the break room, and he was sure of one thing. There's a connection here with Earth. Woojin had finished searching the room, and he was about to move on when Latasha was successful in opening the can. Wow! She looked at it with a face filled with curiosity. She took 2 gulps before she sprayed the liquid into the air. Poo. Ooh, okay. As expected, it's poison. She felt her throat being tickled as the carbonation of the drink attacked her. Latasha grabbed her white neck as she rolled around on the floor. When she felt a pressure rising from her stomach, she gave into it by opening her mouth. Brrrr. She had been rolling on the floor, but now she lay perfectly still. She was surprised as she stared at the ceiling. Woojin let out a sigh. Stop playing around. Let's go. What are you doing? Her face was bright red from embarrassment, but at the same time, her eyes widened. There is movement over there. Hey! He looked towards where Latasha was pointing at. He saw a small camera installed on the ceiling near the kitchen. Ho-oh! It seemed someone was here. Woojin approached the lens of the camera, and he had a wide grin on his face. Since you've invited me, should we talk face to face? To be precise, he hadn't been invited. However, Woojin sent a warning towards the unfriendly owner of the temple. I saw some tools over there. If you don't come out now, I'll destroy everything. He gave the camera a wink, and he headed towards the bags containing tools. What are you doing? You should carry one too. Yes. Woojin took out a long claw hammer, and he passed the bag to Latasha. The bag was quite heavy. She was a woman, yet she wasn't laboring under the weight. Her magical energy had disappeared, but it seemed her strength as an elf lord remained. Well, shall we start now? If all the doors were locked, he'll force it open. Woojin exited the break room to force open the locked doors. This was when a light turned on in the corridor. To be precise, a guiding light in the shape of an arrow appeared on the floor. Ho-oh! You should have done this in the first place. Woojin and Latasha walked through the maze-like corridors as they were guided by the arrow. Afterwards, they arrived at a pretty large hallway. Queek! A door opened from both sides, and they entered a small room. The ground is shaking. It is called an elevator. As if taken aback, Latasha grasped at the guardrails. This sight amused Woojin. Wheeing. When the door opened once again, they came out to a large hall. Woojin walked forward with a long claw hammer that was as long as a baseball bat. He could see numerous computer screens placed everywhere. Even at a glance, one could see a screen that was placed at the head, and the screen was on. A bald man was standing inside the screen with a subdued smile on his face. What should we do? I think he is trapped inside. You should go stand over there. Yes. Woojin distanced himself from Latasha, who was making a big fuss. Then he addressed the screen. Hey Race. Yes. No, should I be referring to you as one of the crew members? Both aren't really suitable. If you are asking about why there's no one here, they didn't exist in the first place. I don't plan on humoring your riddles. Just give me your belt. You should have a lot of questions. Aren't you going to ask me about it? Do you plan on answering it? Of course. Does the ancient civilization of Alphen have any connection with Earth? I only record. I don't have the authority to browse the records. You. Ha. Nothing would come from his cussing at it. Rather than wasting his effort with words, it would be better to ignore it. Well, even if he hadn't asked about it, he wasn't too interested on finding those answers. Give me your belt. I can give it to you, but it isn't time. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll give it to you when it is time. I'm asking what time? The bald man inside the screen didn't answer him, so Woojin started to swear. Do you want to die? If you want to terminate my system, it isn't possible. You won't be able to get close to my physical server. Woojin had a big frown on his face. Server? What are your goals as gods? We want to maintain and protect Alphen. That is all. You. Woojin shook his head from side to side. He never expected to find a god that was harder to talk to than Arya. So basically the gods were like a firewall protecting and preserving this planet. However, the gods always spoke in obscure ways, and this one in particular was speaking in stiff tones that made Woojin's blood boil. If you won't give it to me, I'll find it for myself. You won't be able to find. Kwajik. Woojin took the sharp end of the claw hammer to the screen. Pidsijik. The screen let out a spark, and the screen next to it turned on. You won't be able to find it. Ha! Woojin once again smashed the lit screen, and another screen turned on again. Please be ready. When the time come, I'll give you the key. I told you I'll find it. Kwajik. Woojin kept destroying the screens, and Latasha stared at Woojin from the corner with wide eyes. In all her memories, she had never seen the immortal in such an excited state. Saurus Mountain's world tree. You rascals! If you cook meat here, you'll be punished. Ooh! It's the soldiers. Che Hesal and the Phantom Unit arrived in front of the unquenchable fire. It was called the Fire Spirit King's last breath. The children, who had been playing around the fire, scattered into the surrounding as they laughed. You! I wonder when our director will be back. After crossing over to Alphen, they hadn't spent much time with Woojin. Moreover, Dujimin had already returned to Earth, and Sungu had disappeared into this single flame. Wheeing! The portal vibrated as it let out a subdued light. It was right in front of them, yet they weren't able to cross it. Who is it? Holy Maiden! Hesal smiled as she watched Melody slowly walk towards the world tree. Whether it was on Earth or Alphen, her miraculous healing ability was an awesome power. Everyone in the coalition liked her. I came here, because I would like to have a conversation with the world tree. What? Well, please go ahead. The world tree was only a symbol representing the colony to Hesal, but the world tree held a special significance to the people of Alphen. Could you leave me alone with the tree for a brief moment? All right. Hesal and the Phantom Unit eyed Melody as they distanced themselves from the world tree. When the Holy Maiden was the only one left in front of the World Tree, she looked up at it with a heavy heart. Chapter 186, Last Holy Item, 2. Chapter 186, Last Holy Item, 2. Were the gods always right? When she had this conflicting thought, the feeling of anguish arose. This matter was such a big deal that it shook her to the core. Even if she kept worrying over the problem, the only thing she could do was sigh. Her goddess wanted her to set it on fire. Why did her goddess give her such an oracle? Was she trying to prevent Kang Woojin from returning to Earth? Or was she trying to oppose him? She couldn't discern the meaning behind the oracle, so Melody was tormented. This was the first time she had this feeling of doubt in her life. She had always considered the goddess' words to be always right, and she always followed it. Was she the holy maiden of the goddess of premonition, or was she just a puppet on a string? Melody stood still for a while as she looked at the World Tree. Her expression kept changing by the minute, and she finally shook her head. This isn't right. What was the meaning behind burning the World Tree? The dungeon, Rot's temple, was cleared by Selruk, so Kang Woojin only had the Saurus colony left. If she burned the World Tree, which was his symbol, the connection point between Earth and Alphen would be severed. Moreover, she didn't have the confidence that she'll be able to endure the Immortal's wrath when he learned of her action. The gate was needed for him to return to Earth. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't come to the conclusion that the act of burning the World Tree was for the betterment of Earth and Alphen. For the first time in Melody's life, she made her own decision instead of following the voice of her goddess. Moreover, I can't do it. The ramification of her choice wasn't small. Shuo. Is this what divine punishment felt like? It felt as if the soul within her head was being shaken at its roots. This was different from the sensation of pain. She felt her body be seized by a sense of futility and powerlessness. It felt as if something important was draining out of her. When the feeling subsided, she immediately realized what was missing. It was a power she had always lived with. It was a power she knew very intimately. I turned my back on the goddess. She couldn't feel her holy power. She feebly looked at her two hands. Her goddess hadn't abandoned her, since she had abandoned her goddess first. She actually felt grateful for the retraction of her holy power. She had received a punishment. This lessened some of the guilt she felt for going against the will of her goddess. It is done. Now the immortal wouldn't lose his way back home. Her goddess oracle was incorrect. No, Melody had made it so. Since Kang Woojin could still travel back and forth from Earth, he won't lose that important something within himself. She fell to her knees, and she looked up at the World Tree. The wind blew against the leaves, and the leaves moved like a wave. It felt as if the tree was trying to console her. It was the same for swaying flame of Sungu below. Zing! At that moment, the portal let out a light as a person appeared. Immort! Melody thought the immortal had returned, so she had stood up to greet him. However, someone else exited from portal. It wasn't just a single person. It was several people. Who? Is this place Alphen? The Holy Maiden approached them. Who are you? You are the Holy Maiden. I saw you in a forum in New York. My name is Nakamura. She remembered him. She had gathered the Earth's roused to ask of them to save Alphen. She asked for an expedition force to be formed, but the Dakin Guild from Japan fought against the idea. They had argued in terms of profitability of such a venture. However, with the appearance of Kang Woojin, the plans for the expedition group dissolved into thin air. All plans were scrapped. This was what she remembered. It seems the cleanup party is here. Yes. We are the cleanup party from Earth. We are here to help rebuild Alphen. Nakamura displayed his white teeth as he laughed. My name is Mazuro Nakamura. I am in charge of the expedition group sent from the Dakin Guild. She shook his hand in the confusion of the moment, and she felt a weird sense of danger. Even if she didn't have the blessing from the goddess of premonition, her instincts told her to be wary of this man. We are the first wave of the cleanup party. Soon, there will be a second and third group from Earth crossing over to Alphen. This is good news. Wasn't this what she always wanted? The roused from Earth would be coming over to fight for Alphen, so how could she not thank them? However, something was bothering her. It was the greasy light within their eyes. Could you explain the lay of the land right now? This region had already been swept by the Immortals' army, so there should be no forces left that could pose a threat to us. However, Melody held back what she was about to say. She hesitated before she continued speaking. You should talk to the heroes of the coalition. Ah! We will. I forgot there were heroes here. So they are S-rank roused? Nakamura turned to look behind him. He had come with an elite force that was an equal of 100 warriors. Moreover, he brought a research staff, who'll study Alphen. Well, shall we start restoring Alphen? The Japanese from the Dakin Guild, who had crossed over to Alphen, quickly started to explore their surrounding. Beep. A variable outside of the prediction simulation has occurred. The speaker, which had been frustratingly giving the same answer over and over again, broke from its patter. It spoke something different. Woojin frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Cheedsijik. Woojin's body was soaked with sweat from smashing the monitors. The god of time was tireless, but a human got easily tired. A change that varies from the record has occurred. A new branch point has started. Woojin's face crumpled. He didn't care if they were gods or some other form of life. What were they? There were a lot of questions yet to be answered, but he was sure of one thing. It was useless to reason with them. They only spat out words that they wanted to say. They were unfriendly, and he had no idea what their aims were. So what is that supposed to mean? It is time. PSSSH. The sound of air escaping was heard, and a hatch from the ceiling opened. Something akin to an elevator descended. It was too small for a person to ride on it. The very small space above the lift was encased in glass, and one could see what was inside. The item was treated like a relic being displayed in a museum. Heirei's belt. I'm giving you the last key. PSHHHHH. The glass window opened, and Heirei's holy item was within it. What was the reason behind this move? There was a causal relationship for everything. It might seem like a coincidence, but if one looked back an incident, one could always find out what had caused it. If Heireis was giving up the holy item so easily, why did it waste his time like this? Even as he made a mess of its temple, Heireis hadn't stopped him. It had been frustrating experience. It kept repeating it wasn't time yet. So why did the situation suddenly change? Let me ask you one question. This is the start of a new branch, so I have no data. I just record. Prediction is not my speciality. He wanted to beat the hell out of the bald man behind the monitor. He was so detestable that Woojin would automatically hit the man if he showed up. Who the hell said he wanted to know about the future? Well, it isn't as if you answered my question when I asked about old events. True. Are you playing with? I cannot tell you about how the variable would affect you. I just record. I will not cause changes to your journey. Instead of stoking his anger, the god of time Heirei's words made Woojin give up. It had been giving such shameless answers for the past several hours. I think you've done enough to change what I'm going to do. It was silent again. You. Forget I said that. Woojin grabbed Heirei's belt. He had gathered all 5 items he would need to make Thrash's armor set. The rest of the ingredients could be bought through the dimensional store or it could be gathered at a different location. He didn't have to be tied down to Alphen anymore. It was time to return to Earth. When he acquired the holy item, the door opened once again, and the long corridor was revealed. He started to slowly walk out of the room, and Latasha, who had been waiting in the corner, suddenly appeared next him. Let's go. Latasha looked at the immortal face with a dumbfounded expression. How could a man, who had gone complete batshit crazy for several hours, suddenly speak like this? Shouldn't you resolve some of your issues before you go? What do you mean? You have a lot of questions. Even if I ask them, it won't answer me. What can I do? He answered in such a dignified manner that she didn't know what to say. Latasha's own experiences didn't prepare her for making sense of the immortal's action. She couldn't help but ask him another question. Didn't you destroy his possessions to get an answer? I did it just in case. Also, I would have been bored if I had to just wait doing nothing. As expected, the immortal was born with a propensity for violence. Latasha once again had to revelate Kang Woojin. I've got everything I came here for. He hadn't come here to talk to Hayrace. He just wanted to acquire the holy item. He had thought he would be able to find an answer to his stifling situation, yet it felt as if everything had become more complicated. However, Kang Woojin was too thick-skinned to worry too much over it. He wasn't overly stressed. Let's hurry back. Yes. He was just annoyed with Hayrace's unnecessary actions. Elf Lord Latasha quickly got on behind Woojin. Cheedsijik. The bald man appeared on all the screens except for the broken ones. I hope you will be able to complete your journey this time. Cheedsijik. Kang Woojin. Hayrace's voice sounded too earnest for it to be called a sound made by a machine. Phantom unit. They were talents found through an open call. Actually, these were the people who hadn't been able to run away when Kang Woojin and Kim Kong Chul suddenly got into a fight. They had all been low-rank roused, but that wasn't the case anymore. Rank B. The lowest-ranked member of the Phantom Unit was Rank B. It was a high rank where they would be able to be hired as a director in most guilds. It had been only several months, yet they had grown at a breakneck pace. It was inexplicable to everyone else as to how this was possible. However, Alendal was known for growing unbelievably strong roused, so it wasn't something that happened only in a dream. The reinforcement stones were used to increase the base stats, and Alendal hadn't skimped on investing numerous skill book into them. They had been only rank E and F, yet they were given all these stuff. Che Hesal had become the leader of this newly made Phantom Unit. It was thanks to her that the members of the Phantom Unit were well trained and loyal. Still, they were weaker than the undead army, so they were given the role of rescuing members of the coalition. They were here to help the coalition rebuild. There were a lot of work to do at the Saurus colony, but in recent days, they've run across a lot of trouble. They weren't in dispute with the people of this planet, beings from different races or even the forces of the coalition. The problem arose from the people, who had originated from the same place as them. The people from Earth were causing problems. One of the top members of the Phantom Unit named Kim Juniong looked at the people from the Dakin Guild. He looked at them with disapproval in his eyes. Who the hell are they? What kind of soldier looks like that? They aren't soldiers. What are they? They are researcher. So why would researchers come here when we have to reclaim Alphen? Well, they are here to research. You. They are here to research what? How the hell should I know? He didn't know about it, so how would other members of his unit know about it? He was being silly. He let out an awkward cough at his fellow member, who had gotten angry. Then Kim Juniong started walking forward. Where are you going? I'm the one who is frustrated, so I'll be the one digging the well. What? I'm curious, so I'll just go ask them. He was an inherently curious man. When Kim Juniong was curious about something, he wouldn't be satisfied until he could ask and solve the question. Excuse me. The researchers of the Dakin Guild looked at the man, who had suddenly shown up, with suspicious gazes. They looked at each other. What is it? What are you researching? We are looking at the lay of the land. That was something he already knew even if the other man hadn't said it. As a basic rule, the portal didn't allow items from Earth to pass through it. This was why the researchers had made a strange-looking stethoscope, which used bloodstones as an energy source. They were using this device to poke around the ground in various locations. This was why he was curious about it. Why? How else are we going to build a sturdy castle? But we already have a castle. The Saurus Mountain already had castle walls as part of being a colony. Ah, geez. Why do you have to be so nosy? They just told me to conduct a search up here, so I'm searching. Oh well. Since the other man got angry, it felt awkward, so Junyang retreated. When Junyang had moved away, the researchers of the Dakin Guild looked around before they whispered to each other. Do they suspect what we are doing? No way. If they knew what we are trying to do, they would have shown some signs. Anyways, the amount of oil deposit below ground is much more than imagined. We might need help from the US. That's good news. They usually don't move easily. We'll bring in help from the US and several other guilds. Hoo-hoo. We were fortunate that our guild was chosen as the first group. Why wouldn't we be fortunate? This is His Majesty the Emperor's favor. It is telling us to once again seek the glory of our empire. I want you record all the data carefully. The researchers busily found the locations of underground natural resources, and they organized the information. The faction pining for Japanese imperialism reared its head again. They had traveled through the portal to a planet called Alphen. They would use helping Alphen's coalition as pretext. Chapter 187, Break-Even Point, 1. Chapter 187, Break-Even Point, 1. Dakin Guild's Master Nakamura stood in front of the World Tree. He looked up at it. You were here, Nakamura. Ah, Monk Torik. Nakamura looked at Torik with a bright smile on his face. While Kang Woojin was absent, Torik was the most influential person in the coalition. He was Skia's first monk. Do you need something from me? Ah. I was wondering when the next wave of troops will be dispatched. A single day on Earth equals 4 days on Alphen. They should be here soon. Oh. That is welcoming news. Most of the population near Saurus Mountain were mostly rescued. These were being of various races, who had joined the coalition. The Immortals' undead army had exterminated all the monsters nearby, and they were marching south. When the Allied forces from Earth crosses over, they would be sent towards the north. Anyways, I've talked to everyone regarding the compensation. Torik carefully brought up the subject. The people of Earth were putting their lives on the line by helping in the war. It wouldn't make sense if there were no compensation given for their help. Torik was well aware of this fact. He couldn't help but worry when Nakamura had brought up the proposal. How did it go? Nakamura sounded as if he had high hopes, so Torik replied in careful manner. I have talked to the kings about transferring a portion of their territories. I've gained consent from them. However, I'm not sure how it will be divided up. How about we discuss it further when we regain half of the planet? Nakamura scratched his chin. Well, all right. It would be a problem if our people broke up into factions to monopolize the reward. Thank you for understanding. It is nothing. Of course, we'll help you all. At Nakamura's laugh, Torik nodded his head. When the Immortal returns, you should discuss it with him. Immortal Kang Woojin. In terms of the road to restoring Alphen, his merits were indisputable. That little bastard is an eyesore. Nakamura hadn't liked him when they came across each other in New York. Kang Woojin had appeared wearing a sweatsuit. The bastard was arrogant. Of course. We'll start organizing our military forces when the next wave is dispatched here. Well, all right. When Torik left, Nakamura let out a sneer. Tisk tisk. How greedy. The people of this planet didn't have the power to protect this land. If they helped reclaim this land, it would be their land. Why should they give back the land to its old owners? They should be thankful for having their lives spared. Hugh. I look forward to it. If the immortal was the problem, it wasn't as if he didn't have a solution. Nakamura took out a purple gem, and he fiddled with it. Li Songho. Li Songho had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to propose a secret deal with him. Moreover, Li Songho had given him a treasure. It was the hottest dungeon loot on Earth right now. It was the dimensional fragment, and the research regarding this item was still ongoing. Hugh. As he looked up, he took in the sight of the world tree. He couldn't help but twitch when he saw the symbol. It was a situation where his shoulders wanted to dance by itself. How could the immortal be so lax in his security? He had never expected it. The immortal had vacated his seat, and he hadn't appointed an admin for the colony. Maybe, he thought no other dimensional lords would approach this place. It'll be the revival of the great Japanese Empire. Nakamura thought about the day when a man traveled from Korea to meet him. Office of the Dakin Guild in Tokyo. Shit. What is up with our second half sales? The executive officers were walking on eggshells as they listened to Guildmaster Nakamura's cry of dismay. The Dakin Guild were an assembly of roused, who dealt in real estate and businesses that processed loot gained from dungeons. They were sensitive about the recent results. They were in a market where there was an inexhaustible amount of competitors joining the market, and there was always a chance of other guilds, who started out late, catching up with the Dakin Guild. One of the executive officers spoke carefully. The Bloodstone battery market is saturated right now, and our growth in that market has stalled. Of course, the Dakin Guild still has a bigger market share compared to our competitors. Is that even worth mentioning? The US already has several dozen patents for Bloodstone weapons. How can we be satisfied with cornering a single market for batteries? Another executive officer attempted to put Nakamura's anger to sleep by proposing an idea. How about we participate in the expedition being sent to Alphen? Is that even worth mentioning right now? The risk is high, but the reward will also be great. A large sums of money were needed to conduct a war. Will they be able to convert the use of their human and material resources into money? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there was an astronomical cost to conduct a war. The expedition to Alphen would be dangerous. Moreover, this was a venture being led by the Allendale Guild. If they unnecessarily got involved in this, there was a chance that they'll gain minimal profit, while suffering losses. If they helped save Alphen by defeating the monsters, what would they gain? Gratitude? Respect? Those were all useless. They wouldn't move, since this venture wasn't profitable. Since there were a lot of risk involved, they just have to move if everyone on Earth participated in the venture. The conference room was filled with silence and irritation when the secretary spoke into Nakamura's ear. The person, who contacted us last time, has arrived. After he looked around the conference room, he let out an angry scolding. I don't care if it is a plane or whatever. I want you to come up with a plan to make money in any way possible. The most important point is to stay ahead of the game. After laying out those harsh truths, he left the conference room. His secretary followed close behind him. Did he bring the item? He said he'll let us check it after he met with the guild master. It was in regards to the hottest issue that affected the world of the roused. Allendale and a limited number of countries had earned this item, and they were conducting research on it. The Dakin Guild also used multiple avenues to gather information on this item, and they also wanted to be an owner of a dimensional fragment. In the end, they had gotten in contact with a broker, and the deal was to be concluded today. After entering the reception room, Nakamura smiled at a man wearing a magician's robe. His hood kept his face hidden. Thank you for traveling such a long distance to meet me. Are you an errand boy or an avatar? When the question was spoken, the man sitting on the sofa took off his hood in a leisurely way. My name is Lee Song-ho. I didn't ask you for your name. Do you know of Korea's Warang Guild? You. How? This man had been killed. How could a dead man be standing in front of him? You don't have to be surprised. It is true that I did die. I was merely revived. The words were so shocking that Nakamura was having a hard time believing in it. In a flash, his brain thought through dozens of ways this man could have disguised himself. Who was he really speaking to? You don't have to think too hard on it. Before Nakamura could calm his startled heart, Lee Song-ho took out an item from his pocket. He took out 2 purple gems. This one is called the Dimensional Proof, and this one is the Dimensional Fragment. He had thirsted for this item, yet this man had readily brought it out like this. Who was he really speaking to? No, how was he supposed to comprehend such extraordinary topics such as death and revival? You've acquired what you wanted, and now you'll have to give me something I want. There is no reason why we shouldn't both benefit from this deal. Nakamura's eyes shook as he looked at the dimensional proof. He had no idea what it was used for, but a very strong magical energy was being emitted from it. The purple color caught his eyes, and it was as if his heart was mesmerized by it. What do you want? I want you to go to Alphen, and I want you to steal a colony. What do you gain from that? Tisk. You ask too many questions. It is simple. I want you to steal Kang Woojin's colony. Nakamura's forehead furrowed as he quickly made his calculations. Every movement of Kang Woojin had been in the headlines every day, so a lot was known about him. Amongst the rumors, he remembered there was one about Lee Song-ho dying at the hands of Kang Woojin. It'll be difficult to go against Allendal. No matter how he thought about it, there was no benefit for him to stab Allendal in the back. Hew hew. Nakamura felt a chill run up his back at Lee Song-ho's laugh. Lee Song-ho was known to be a mere rank B roused. However, he exceeded Nakamura in terms of the power he was emitting. He surpassed a rank A roused. You'll be able to gain eternal life, so what is the downside? Eternal life. Nakamura's gaze rested on the dimensional proof. He slowly raised his hand to grab it. Jeju's Manjang Cave. It was hard to hide the cold energy anymore. Even the cave's entrance was frozen solid. Lee Song-ho, who had exceeded the constitution of a normal person, walked the road inside the cave without much discomfort. When he reached the heart of the cave, he saw a throne with the ice humanoid Eo sitting on top of it. Lee Song-ho kowtowed in front of it. My master! What happened to your plan? There is no way the immortal will be able to return to Earth. You seem very sure of yourself. You can put your trust in me. I've put in second and third fail-safe in my plan. Even if he was prostrated on the floor, he could feel Eo's gaze. When his body started to shake from fear, Eo spoke. All right. I'll put my trust in you. Thank you. Lee Song-ho had died before, so he had lost his code. Since he wasn't an earthling anymore, he could only rely on Eo now. Only his absolute loyalty to Eo would ensure his survival. Did you find Earth's god? Not yet. Lee Song-ho, who was afraid, spoke in a small voice. He was afraid of Eo's scolding, but unexpectedly, Eo was silent. No, he even started to speak in a warm tone. If you were able to block the immortal's return, you can be slower with the search. It is time for me to step forward. What? Eo had been hiding for all this time, yet he was going to step out now. Did this mean he was going to take over the world using an army of monsters? Soon, all the dimensional lords will appear to take down the god of Earth. I have to make preparations. What preparations was he talking about? Didn't he have to find Earth's gods first? Your servant is ignorant. I cannot discern what you wish to do. It won't just be destruction and slaughter. I'll rule. I'll rule over the people of Earth. Lee Song-ho's thoughts spun quickly. The synchronization would be finished soon. There would no longer be any restriction as the dimensional lords would come to Earth to take down the god of Earth. Would anyone be able to stop them? It was unlikely, since the Immortals' Gate would be lost soon. Kang Woojin wouldn't be able to come back to Earth. In such a period of chaos, what if a selfless hero made himself known? Ah! He didn't care about the hidden meaning behind Eo's words. Which mask should he wear? Should he become an invader? Or should he become one of the rescuers? Eo was gathering his strength, and he was biding his time. He'll wait until the people of Earth needed his help. 1 week passed at the Saurus colony. The promised time had passed, yet there had been no additional forces sent across to Alphen. Dakin Guild's master Nakamura looked to be flustered by the situation. It seems there must have been a problem in dispatching the next wave of troops. A problem? I'm not sure. Mr. Kang Woojin is the one with the authority over the gate. Since he isn't here, I can really go back and check. That is a problem. Unlike his words, Torik wasn't feeling impatient. He would be thankful if Earth helped, but the reclamation of Alphen could be done with only Kang Woojin present. Currently, they didn't really need the help of the Earthlings. The undead army was getting larger as time passed, and at some point, all the monsters on Alphen would be eradicated. Of course, new dimensional lords and monsters would keep showing up as long as the dungeons existed. This was why it was imperative for the coalition and the Earthlings to be able to clear the dungeons before it could link. There were too many dungeons on Alphen, and the coalition forces were too few in number. Even Kang Woojin couldn't solve this problem. This was a job that needed a large number of roused and the heroes of the coalition. Unlike his frustrated outer appearance, Nakamura was laughing inside. There is no troops being dispatched. There were no additional troops being dispatched in the first place. They were the only ones that had been planned to travel through the gate. Earth did not have any additional plans of sending more troops. Our research is complete. He had separated people into groups. There were the people he'll take as hostages. Then there were the people he will share profits with. The last group were the people that will work under his rule. The leading members of the kingdoms and Torik were all present right now. This was the best time to enact his plan. Team leader Che Hesal? Please come over here. Nakamura had a bright smile on his face as he called over Che Hesal, who was the leader of the Phantom unit. She was the first one he had to eliminate. Nakamura's request came out of nowhere, so Hesal answered him with a sour expression. If you have something to say, you should come to me. It seemed the underlings were as arrogant as Allendale's president. Yes, he'll go to her. Nakamura approached Hesal with a smile on his face. Chapter 188, Break-Even Point, 2. Chapter 188, Break-Even Point, 2. Hesal flinched, and her body shook. Her instincts were warning her. Her senses were trying to speak to her. Nakamura had a bright smile on his face, but there was something very wrong about it. If you have something to say, you can talk to me from there. Nakamura stopped walking at Hesal's slightly sharp words. Well, I guess this should be good enough. Thankfully, the sun casts long shadows here. She didn't know what he was trying to say, and as she furrowed her brows, she winced when she felt a change come over her body. What did you do? She tried to move, but she wasn't able to move. She couldn't move to an unnatural degree. Nakamura grinned. I just touched your shadow. Nakamura's long shadow was connected with Hesal's shadow. Eek! Nakamura was a master of a large guild, and he was in competition to be the top roused in Japan. She knew his rank and ability was famous, and she berated herself for only remembering it now. No, she never imagined he would attack her. In the end, the result was inevitable. He was the prized roused of Japan. He was Dakin Guild's master. Shadow Ninja Nakamura. Ooh. Hesal gritted her teeth as she tried to move her body. She might have been taken unawares, but she was a rank A roused, who went through the hellish training of Alendal. When she used all of her strength, her body started to shake, and she started to move a little bit. This Nakamura could hold a high rank roused like Seoul for only 20 seconds. However, it was enough to subdue her. Ooh! The members of the Dakin Guild had already surrounded Seoul. One of them injected a drug using a needle. Seoul's eyes flipped up as her body fell over. What are you doing? You are pretty slow at assessing a situation. Nakamura laughed when he saw Torek, who was taken aback. Alphen is moaning in pain, and the Dakin Guild will help you. I'm not talking about that. Aren't you both from Earth? Why did you attack her? I'm disappointed you called it an attack. The Dakin Guild is merely inheriting the job of Alendal. We will protect you all. Torek looked at his surrounding. Dwarf King Raoul was shaking his head from side to side. The great orc chieftain Kruger was letting out steam from his nose in anger. Kans, who was the young king of the Hansho kingdom, had a red face. The archmage Gram had his 2 eyes shut. Holy Maiden Melody! She looked as if her soul had exited her body. She just stared into the empty air. Even if Nakamura hadn't answered the question, they were already well aware of the answer. Torek looked at Nakamura as he raised both fists. We need an ally. We do not need a protector. Geez. Nakamura let out a sigh as if he couldn't believe their answers. He had already assessed the abilities of all the heroes. The people from the Dakin Guild had made a perimeter, and they started tightening the perimeter. These were the elite members of the guild. These men made up 1/3 of the high-ranked roused of Japan. Do you really think you can hold us off with these men? If the battle starts, people will gather towards us. Torek calmly berated Nakamura as he saw the members of the Dakin Guild gathering around them. If he could stop an internal conflict, that would be the better option. He didn't know what prior friction existed between Alendal and the Dakin Guild. Since he didn't know the history behind their conflict, Torek thought it was better to prevent a fight. The immortal hadn't returned yet. Nakamura was beaming. Kukuk. I see you don't know the reason why I tried to buy some time. He opened his 2 arms wide. It was time. The capture of the colony has been completed. An ownerless colony greeted its new owner. Nakamura's eyes turned wide when he saw the points he gained by the capture. He hadn't done much, yet he had gained an incredible treasure. He already possessed a dimensional domain through a subway station in Tokyo. Therefore, he knew about the benefits of having a colony. I'll be able to replenish new troops. The list of what he could purchase in the store was limited. He decided to purchase several thousand goblins. A black portal formed in front of the world tree, and countless small green-colored monsters started pouring out. See, crazy! Kant's voice expressed what everyone was feeling at that moment. Why did they never think about the possibility of other dimensional lords existing on Earth? Nakamura was basically a god in the colony. Kant tried to turn back when large walls appeared to surround his group. Kukukung. A ground that held nothing suddenly pushed out castle walls, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this phenomena as a miracle performed by a god. Kuhaha! Capture everyone! When Nakamura gave his order, the goblin soldiers started moving in perfect order. The castle walls that had erupted from the ground became their prison. Kong! Kong! Shit! Dwarf King Raoul, who had been pounding on the wall, threw down his hammer. He had hit it several hundred times, yet it was showing no signs of breaking. We fell in such a futile manner. His dejected voice expressed what everyone was feeling. It is my fault. She buried her head in her knees as Melody answered with a weak voice. Torek tried to console her. There is no way this could be your fault, holy maiden. I went against the word of the goddess. She should have listened. She shouldn't have doubted. Still, nothing would come from her belated regret. The oracle had come true. The immortal lost his gate, and she had lost her power. She was no longer a holy maiden. She was just a powerless woman. Please don't punish yourself. Since the goddess of prophecy said it'll happen, wouldn't this have happened either way? Melody kept her head low even after hearing Torik's words. Anyways, Dame Hesal isn't doing so well. It has been 3 days yet she isn't waking up. I'm pretty sure they used poison on her. Since we don't know what kind of poison. If they had Hesal's telepathic ability, they would be able to communicate to those outside. However, she wasn't showing any signs of waking up, so they could only look on in frustration. Forest below the Saurus mountain. Kim Junyoung had climbed to the top of the tree to observe the state of the colony. The goblin soldiers had ballooned into 20,000, and they were dispatched along the castle walls. One could see some of the coalition troops between the goblins. Kim Junyoung wondered what lie the Dakin Guild had told to get the people of coalition on their side. He was frustrated by the situation. Those Japanese bastards! A rolling rock had dislodged the stone in place. The Dakin Guild had started a rumor that the immortal had betrayed everyone. The Phantom Unit quickly escaped, but Hesal, who was the leader of the Phantom Unit, couldn't be contacted. It was clear that she was either killed or she was taken hostage. Junyoung ended his scouting of the colony, and he descended the tree. Unit Commander Blanca. So how was it, Junyoung? Do you see Hesal? No. I didn't see her anywhere. This is a disaster. Hesal is in danger. Blanca's face was full of worry. It was the same for the ragtag group of the Phantom Unit. The president has to come back. Or, we have to try to turn back the skeleton army. It wouldn't be easy for the members of the Phantom Unit to rescue Hesal. Their surplus troops were being led by Jinus, and Kang Woojin had gone looking for Heirei's temple. It would be great if either one of them were here, but there had heard no news from both of them. Shit! Junyoung let out a curse. He had risen to rank A, but nothing had changed. Whether he was a low rank roused or a high rank roused, he was an insignificant human. He still couldn't be of much help. A mere roused like him couldn't challenge a dimensional lord, who possessed a colony. His opponent was too strong. At that moment, the foliage above them shook as something heavy fell from the sky. The Phantom Unit, who had momentarily let their guards down, nervously vigilant against this object. All of their eyes widened. What are you guys doing here? King! Woojin jumped off the phantom steed, and he grinned at the people, who were excitedly greeting him. Hug! We are in a bad spot, President. Blanca felt overwhelmed with joy at seeing Woojin, so he started crying. Why did he have to be so late in showing up? Stop crying. Gather around me. Woojin asked a question when all the members of the Phantom Unit gathered in front of him. So who did this to us? You knew about it. Of course, he knew. His status window gave him an alert when his colony was stolen. Tell me who. It was Nakamura from the Dakin Guild. Woojin frowned. When he received the alert that said he had lost his Saurus colony, he had assumed it was one of Tronet's great lords. That wasn't the case. His colony had been taken away without suffering from any attack. An person from Earth had taken it. This is ridiculous. Woojin had never thought about this possibility, so he let out a big sigh. All right. Let's get it back. Kim Junyoung became surprised, and he got up from his seat. We have to make plans. That's right. Hesal was taken hostage. It'll be dangerous. At Blanca's words, Woojin nodded his head. All right. Let's hurry up and get there. So the plan. Junyoung let his words of incredulity leak out, but Woojin was already striding well in front of them. I'll follow you. It wasn't easy to be so confident in oneself. Junyoung found it fascinating that Woojin was able to be so dependable under hardship. Kang Woojin didn't have his undead army, but none of the men thought Kang Woojin would lose a fight. Top of the Saurus colony. A large palace had been built in front of the World Tree. Kang Woojin is here, master. Hoo. Kang Woojin. Nakamura, who had been sitting on the throne, stood up. He now knew why Kang Woojin was so strong. He now knew why he possessed overwhelming power despite being human. He understood it. Dimensional Lord. That bastard had put one foot into the realm of the gods. How unfair was it for everyone else? He acted all superior because of this fact. I'll go. Of course. I have to go greet him. Nakamura laughed as he got up from the throne. He was also a dimensional lord. The points wasn't just used to recharge one's troops. It also allowed one to increase one's ability. Fifth rank roused? His power was now on a different level, and he was brimming with confidence now. He was in the same position as Kang Woojin. King of Alendal? Arrogant. He'll kill the bastard to become the new king. After Nakamura exited the palace, his eyebrows twitched. Are you the one? Nakamura had decorated the large front yard of the palace in a Japanese style. The garden was completely devastated, and Kang Woojin was standing in the middle. The imprisoned heroes of Alphen had been freed, and they stood around Kang Woojin with gaunt expressions on their faces. How? It had been only several minutes since he had received the report. How was Kang Woojin able to come here so fast? Before he could solve this mystery, Kang Woojin walked towards Nakamura. Each step made his heart beat fast, but Nakamura tried his best to harden his heart. There was no gap between him and that bastard. He would be able to fight him on even grounds as a dimensional lord. Even he could clear out the scrubs in couple minutes if he wanted to. Nakamura's face once again held a relaxed smile on his face. Hugh. It would be best if you don't get any closer to me, King of Alendal. Woojin didn't stop walking. Nakamura also didn't retreat, and when they were about 2 meters apart, Woojin stopped walking. Nakamura let out a laugh full of delight. Kuhaha! You touched it. What? Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. Your shadow touched my shadow. Woojin furrowed his brows as he looked at Nakamura. The people from afar held their breath as they watched the two confront each other. Nakamura's shadow bind was powerful. Even Seoul was ensnared without being able to do anything. What about it? Woojin once again took a step forward. Nakamura instinctively took a step back. How are you able to move? His face showed how flustered he was. As he was taking steps backward, something surprising occurred. How come I can't move? He couldn't move his body. It was as if his shadow was bound. Are you really this weak? Woojin grinned as he placed his hand on top of Nakamura's head. He possessed a shadow imp, yet this bastard had tried to bind his shadow. Who gave it to you? Who gave you the dimensional proof? It would be impossible for the Dakin Guild could have gathered 3-dimensional fragments. If they could gather that many, it meant several dozen dimensional fragments were already gathered by people of Earth. I won't say anything. Then don't do it. Woojin grasped Nakamura's head as he started to squeeze. Chapter 189, Lord of Ice, 1. Chapter 189, Lord of Ice, 1. That is unfortunate. Unlike his words, Woojin's face displayed his indifference. The pupils of Nakamura shook. I'm sorry. For a moment, my greed. The light in Woojin's eyes stayed steady even as he heard Nakamura's entreaty. You should just die. Why waste a dimensional proof to take over his colony? Woojin had only worried about external enemies. He had been too complacent about the enemies within. In the long history of Earth, who had killed the most humans? Monsters? After the dungeon shock, they had killed a lot of humans in a short amount of time. The fear and the threat of the monsters had somewhat united the humans, but unfortunately, humans were still responsible for killing the most humans on Earth. Humans were divided into various groups, and these groups went through numerous struggles. These continuous struggles resulted in harm and death. For a brief moment, these groups had allied with each other thanks to a big external threat. However, the signs of change was once again on the horizon. It wouldn't be strictly a fight between dimensional lords and the people of Earth anymore. The line between allies and enemies would blur. In the end, each faction would fight against each other. Nakamura, who was in front of him, was a prime example. Ooh! Stop! Nakamura screamed, but Woojin's grip continued to tighten. Nakamura felt a headache as if his head would soon explode. He was dying. He hadn't experienced it before, and the fear of the unknown made Nakamura weak. He couldn't win against Woojin. Fuck! We aren't the same. He had found out not all dimensional lords were equal. Winning wasn't even part of the equation for him. Crunch! UVE cleared the colony. Please choose between destruction or capture. When Woojin chose capture, another one of his dimensional fragment was used up, and a wait time had appeared. One day. If he wanted to use the functions of a colony, he had to wait one more day. This is annoying. He would have to waste time, because of this bastard's antics. Woojin looked at his surrounding. What the hell is this? Awoo! Woojin's brows furrowed when he saw the large palace built in front of the world tree. He would need to fully seize his colony to get the exact figure, but Nakamura seemed to have spent a lot of points. Did he say he was from the Dakin Guild? When Woojin returned to Earth, he would have to regain what he had lost with interest from the Dakin Guild. What are you guys doing? What? You should go do your jobs. Torik and the others had been imprisoned until a moment ago, so they were confused by his words. Woojin pointed towards the outer castle walls with his chin. The goblins were fighting the forces of the coalition. Some of the goblins were cooperating with each other, and they were pushing into the inner walls. It was a clusterfuck. Woojin had merely forced his way past the defense to climb to the top of the Saurus mountain. Are you planning on letting them all die? Ah! The heroes of the coalition went forth to calm the situation. The only ones left behind with Woojin was the Holy Maiden and the Phantom Unit. Hey, Hesal! Woojin shook the still unconscious Che Hesal. However, she didn't move. He placed his hand beneath her nose, and she was still breathing. She just refused to wake up. What's wrong with her? One of the people from Earth injected her with something. It was unknown whether it was a sleeping or an anesthetic drug. Wake her up, Melody. I can't. Hey. The Holy Maiden can do tasks that were considered to be impossible by the modern medical science. It isn't as if I'm asking you to revive a dead person. Why can't you do it? I was abandoned by the goddess. Hey. When Woojin tilted his head in confusion, she had to give an additional explanation. Melody crumbled to the ground, and she cried. Things turned out so bad, because I didn't follow the oracle. Who? After hearing Melody's rambling explanation, Woojin stroked his chin. So it didn't matter if you burned the world tree or not, since these bastards crossed over to Alphen. Both scenario would have resulted in me losing the colony. Yes. Anyways, I need a day for synchronization. Ah. Woojin had wasted almost no time in getting rid of Nakamura, who had occupied his colony. At most, it took him an hour. Still, you did good. What? If you burned it, I would have been really angry. Yes. He would have been. She couldn't bear the consequences brought on by the immortal, so she hadn't carried out the oracle. As a result, she had lost everything. The immortal's wrath was avoided, but they had lost time. What about Hesal, President? Is she going to die? Woojin shrugged his shoulders at Blanca's words. She'll probably wake up when the drug wears off. He had no idea what kind of drug was used. Since she wasn't dead yet, he doubted she would die. Bring me any bastard from the Dakin Guild when you guys come across one. I need to know what drug they used if I want to treat it. When the colony was completely taken over, he would be able to return to Earth. Whether it was an antidote or a stimulant, Earth will have it. I'm sorry. This is all my. Woojin shrugged his shoulder at Melody's words. It's all right. Melody's dropped her head. The immortal was showing such magnanimity. So you lost your abilities in its entirety? Yes. Woojin took out Arya's circlet, and he pushed it towards her. Melody took the item in a moment of bewilderment, and she looked up at him. You don't feel anything even though you are touching it. I feel an energy, but it is completely different from before. It means you are able to feel magical energy. Woojin looked at her, and Melody's level had remained the same. She was akin to a S rank roused, who had lost a skill. That Noonam is pretty petty. He didn't know if he should call Arya as Noonam or a hunk of machine. You are unemployed now. Come work under me. What? A holy maiden had lost her holy power, so it wasn't a problem that could be easily glossed over. When my colony is finished, you can protect it here. He made a mistake in not appointing an admin for his colony. If he had to deal with internal and external problems occurring here, Woojin would have to be tethered to the colony. He would rather appoint a new administrator. I'm going to Earth. Why aren't you answering me? Melody's shaking eyes gazed at Woojin. He'll put her in charge of the colony? Her? What was the basis of his belief in her? You trust me? Hey! Woojin laughed as he was dumbfounded by what he had just heard. What are you talking about? What if I betray the immortal again? Isn't that a possibility? Why would you? What? Woojin approached Melody, and he put his face in front of her face. Their faces were a handspan apart from each other. Didn't you ask me to help Alphen? Correct. For no reason at all, she felt embarrassed. Melody was barely able to answer him. If you betray me, I'll just throw Alphen away. At that point, I wouldn't care if the gate was closed or not. Ah. So that was what he meant. Melody understood his words, yet a corner of her heart was somehow a bit disappointed. You do what you need to do. Yes. Woojin went to the side wall of the palace. He approached a flame that was burning with fortitude. This damn guy isn't awake yet. Waruruk. It was as if the flame could understand his words. There was no whines, yet the flame danced. You are too greedy. When you think it is enough, I want you to wake up and come to Earth. I'll be heading there first. Waruru. Woojin smirked, and he turned away. It had been a while, since Sungu had digested the dragon's heart. He hadn't woken up yet, because he was very greedy. Sungu was being patient, because it allowed him to be born much stronger and more perfect. Woojin's colony was restricted, so he couldn't use the dimensional store. This was why he opened his achievement store. He had stored up a lot of points. Even now his undead army was on a warpath, and they were constantly giving him more points. Shall I get my equipment back now? Thrash's set items. The core ingredients that weren't sold in the dimensional store or the achievement store were gathered. All the other ingredients were going to be bought through the store. He didn't spare his points. He started buying all the ingredients. A mountainous amount of items were bought, and one by one it was put into the combiner. His items were being completed. One day had passed. The false rumor, which said the immortal had betrayed everyone, was put to rest. The coalition was being put back together again. Unfortunately, the captured members of the Dakin Guild said the substance injected into Seoul didn't have an antidote. However, they were lucky in the fact that the drug lost its efficacy as time passed. She would wake up later, but they could just carry Seoul around everywhere. You really won't regret this. Yes, sir. We'll return when our team leader wakes up. The entire Phantom unit decided to stay behind with Seoul, so Woojin allowed it without much protestation. It wasn't as if Earth was in imminent danger, so they weren't needed. Woojin knew Thrash's executioner was on Earth, and he had to find clues there. He'll be able to accomplish this by himself. Guard the gate closely. You will never lose your way again. Woojin smirked at Melody's stout words. He patted her shoulder. When Seoul wakes up, tell her to cross over. If Sungu wakes up, he should also come to Earth immediately. Yes. Shall we head back? While Woojin went through many happenings and events, the undead army had swept through a large swaths of land. The nearby dimensional lords and monsters were eradicated. Woojin called back his undead army. When he unsummoned them, they resolved into black smoke around Woojin. The black smoke swirled around before it disappeared en masse. He could feel the energy of his familiars occupying his summon room. They had an unbreakable bond with Woojin. I'll return soon. Wait for me. Yes. Woojin was sent off by the heroes of Alphen, and he went across the gate. Alandel's flying fortress, Bibi's castle. Minchen sat within the Prime Minister's office, and he let out a long sigh. This is driving me nuts. How much gravity did Kang Woojin exert from Alendal? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Kang Woojin was the bulk of what Alendal is. His absence created a lot of problem. The dimensional lords and the monsters were threatening the people of Earth. There was an expectation on what role Alendal should play in this situation, yet Alendal hadn't come up with a solution. They used points through the moving fortress to eradicate the monsters, but the scale of the attack was limited to what a normal guild could do. Even defeating one of the dimensional lords forming a colony was almost beyond their capacity. Since Alendal couldn't solve the problem, the negative press was getting louder. This in turn increased the stress felt by Jung Minchen. Beeb. Prime Minister. Bibinim is here for a visit. When he heard the intercom, Minchen brushed his messy hair with his hand. Tell her to come in. Dulka. The door opened, and Bibi took short and quick steps to enter the Prime Minister's office. She wasn't alone. Kang Woojin's Dongseng Suo followed Bibi everywhere as if they were close friends. Then there was Dujimin, who acted as their bodyguard. Wu Songhun followed in behind them. What can I do for you? Bibi let out a small smile as she asked him a question. We are going to Beijing. Yes. We will work together with the Chinese government, and we'll take care of the colony. We aren't going there. What? That colony was formed by one of the great lords of Tronet. The risk is too high. However, we already promised them our help. If Alendal doesn't step forward, we won't be able to avoid an international disaster. Everyone was making a big fuss, because Alendal had been conservative in their actions in recent days. If they didn't step forward this time around, Alendal's renown as the country, who protects Earth, would crumble away in a single day. However, Bibi felt differently in regards to Minchen's worries. She was resolute. Rejected. Dujimin spoke up to give an additional explanation. Prime Minister Jung. I also think we shouldn't go there. It is too dangerous. Ha! Dujimin had returned early from Alphen. He didn't know what Dujimin experienced in Alphen, but he back as a very cautious youth. He turned down doing anything dangerous, and he only stayed next to Kang Suo at all times. This is a problem where the existence of Alendal is on the line. We can't always avoid the problems. At Jung Minchen's serious words, Bibi playfully shook her head from side to side. Ah! I don't care. I'm more interested in listening to my master rather than guarding Earth. But... Wu Songhun tried to console Minchen, who had a complicated expression on his face. Prime Minister. We shouldn't lose sight of our original intention. Hey! What was the reason for establishing the country of Alendal? Well, it was for world peace and the defense of Earth. That's just what other people guessed our mission was. Minchen furrowed his brows. Too many events had occurred, so it felt like he was dredging up an old memory. He remembered what was said by Kang Woojin. I want to be exempt from joining the military, and I want to clear the dungeons in peace. It was as if he could hear Woojin's voice. In the first place, Allendal hadn't been founded with some big goal in mind. They existed solely for caring for Kang Woojin. They were founded to take care of all the miscellaneous work. Hey! Minchin let out a hearty laugh. The thoughts that had complicated and stressed him out lessened a little bit. Chapter 190, Lord of Ice, 2. Chapter 190, Lord of Ice, 2. Allendal's plan of actions had changed. They were being overly cautious and safety-oriented. They only showed interest in gathering bloodstones. This caused several media companies to keep pouring out criticisms. Still, Allendal was unresponsive. At first, only the brave ones threw stones at them. However, the media was piling on Allendal now. There was a consistent theme in all the news generated regarding Allendal. The king's absence means nothing will get done. The media refused to let go of the subject. They even started criticizing Kang Woojin. Why did he go to Alphen? He left Earth to pursue the safety of another planet. Was he in the right to do this? The world was in an uncertain situation, and everyone wanted a breakthrough that would solve the problems they faced. They didn't care if a hero stepped forward to stop the war, or a sacrificial lamb that would bear all the responsibility. Allendal, who had been excessively unresponsive to all other works, was focused on a single task. Kim Heeman slammed open the door to the Prime Minister's room, and he yelled out. We've picked up the trace of Kim Kong-chul. Hey? Where? Young Minchin had been getting ready to berate the man. However, he got up from his seat with a bright expression on his face. He's in London. London? England. Yes and yes. Damn bastard. This had to do with one of the specific orders given by Kang Woojin. They had focused all their attention on finding Dr. Toppler, and the escapee Kim Kong-chul. This was the first time they had found a clue. As expected, he has a connection with Professor Toppler. Minchin thought Kang Woojin had been spot on with his instructions. London was where Dr. Toppler was last seen. Since Kim Kong-chul appeared there, his appearance in London was meaningful. However, there is a problem. What is it? I'm not sure if the British government will allow us entry. They were on a flying fortress roaming around the sky. Once the international opinion on Allendal turned sour, it had stayed bad. Very few countries welcomed Allendal, since they weren't of any help. This was especially true for countries like England where there was a strong population of roused. Countries had learned about the new item called the dimensional fragments. This was why they wanted to destroy the colony of dimensional lords through their own power. They refused to cooperate with others. We'll have to negotiate. Young Minchin had already planned on negotiating with other countries. Allendal put their safety above all else, but it wasn't as if they were powerless. Even if one considered only the active Wyvern units, Allendal had more firepower than most small countries. Let's turn our nose around. The flying fortress was currently flying over India. Minchin immediately went looking for Bibi. She was a godlike figure inside the flying fortress called Bibi's castle. She had influence over the regions underneath the colony, and she was able to create anything within the area of her influence. Moreover, the movement of the colony had to be approved by her. Minchin knew Bibi was on top of the deck. If one looked down from the control tower, the deck looked like a small town. If one walked between the buildings, one couldn't even tell that everything was floating in the air. He arrived at the edge of the deck. A cafe with a large terrace was located there. You are here, Prime Minister. Ah. Yes, Mother. Young Minchin politely bowed towards Kang Woojin's mother, Li Suqiang. Ah Wu. I told you to stop doing that. No. How could I? Minchin was uncomfortable calling her by her name. Li Suqiang, who was abashed by being called by her title, barely got Minchin to call her mother. Even now she stood up from her seat by the door to greet him. He was uncomfortable by such attention. You don't have to greet me like that. Ho ho. A person of high stature like the Prime Minister has come here, so how can I not greet you? Ah, mother! Your son is way above me. He had tried to get that point across to her multiple times, yet she didn't change. Therefore, he swallowed what he was about to say. Shall I prepare your usual order? Yes. Also, I also have business with Ms. Bibi. You. I was thoughtless. Hurry up and go see her. It seems I took away time from a busy man. Ah. It is nothing. I'll be going. Li Sujiang let go of Minchin's hand, and she went back to giving orders to her employees. In her mind, Young Minchin was the highest-ranked person in Allendale. From her perspective, Kang Woojin was just her son. Young Minchin gave his farewell, and he approached the terrace. Bibi and Suo were sitting in chairs as they leisurely chatted with each other. He also saw Du Jimin standing close to the two. Jimin was no longer affected by the sun, so his face was impassive even in the light of the sun. Ms. Bibi. We'll have to move the fortress to London. Why London? We've picked up on Kim Gongchul's trace there. He is the guy that ran away last time? All right. Her master had ordered the recapture of this particular human. Bibi readily nodded her head, and she immediately moved the fortress. There was a slight tremor before Bibi's castle started to move slowly. Hey, Suo? Are you feeling unwell? No. Unlike her words, Suo's face was pale. She had been well until a moment ago. When the color of her face changed, Du Jimin was taken aback. What's going on? Du Jimin was asked by Kang Woojin to protect Suo. This was the first time he had seen such a change, so of course, he was taken aback by it. On the other hand, Young Minchin and Bibi's face was filled with worry, but they weren't surprised by what was happening. She is receiving an oracle. Ah! Let us move to a different location. Suo was letting out cold sweat as her pupils moved around in an unfocused manner. Bibi quickly carried her into a room located at the corner of the cafe. While they left, a man drinking a beverage was manipulating his hand phone. The man had just taken pictures of Suo. The man attached the photos to a message before sending it out. Possible target. Need confirmation. After the message was sent, the man finished his drink before a woman approached him. Mr. Sung Ho. Your lunch time has ended. Hurry up and go. Ah. Yes, manager. He put the hand phone back into his pocket, then Sung Ho got up from his seat. Cafe's back room. A powerful energy was being emitted from Suo's body. She was barely able to keep her eyes open, but her ghastly visage no longer belonged to Suo. The time of our destiny has arrived. Her small mouth stood still, yet a sound rang inside everyone's head. What time is she talking about? There was no answer to Minchin's question. It was always like this. She only spoke what she wanted to say. It might be the start of a change, or the bridle may be put on us again. Since there was no point in speaking to her, everyone stayed silent as they listened. They just recorded her words, so Kang Woojin could be informed of her words. Suo's body had been floating up in the air, but now she was slowly descending to the floor. Bibi lifted her, and she carefully stroked Suo's cheek. Poor thing! She was her master's dongseng. Why did the god of earth pick Suo? She was still very young. Bibi looked to be the same age as Suo, but she was a demon. She had lived over 200 years as a succubus. She couldn't help but pity Suo. She felt for her. At that moment, Bibi's slightly wet eyes opened wide from surprise. Miss Bibi? What's wrong? Minchin questioned her in surprise, but Bibi extended his hand towards him. She stopped him from approaching. She let out an exclamation as her body started to twist. Pot. Her arms and legs exploded. Instead of fragments of blood, various parts of her body exploded into black smoke. Waruruk. When she was completely returned to being a cloud of black smoke, it started to coalesce again. She was completely different from before. She was taller and her body was bigger. Ah! It was as if Bibi was unsummoned before being summoned again. Hey! Ooh! Instead of the unconscious Seoul, Minchin and Jimin let out shocked exclamation at Bibi's changed appearance. She had slim legs that extended for days. Alongside her increased height, her breasts and butt grew bigger. She still had her cute face, but her appearance almost made her look inhuman. Bibi had a different type of beauty compared to the holy maiden Melody. She was oozing with sex appeal. Moreover, a slim black tail extended out from her backside. Ha! One couldn't tell if you was letting out a exclamation or a moan. She let out a restless noise as she puffed out her cheeks. This will be troublesome. Even her voice sounded seductive. It was as if her voice was melting the ears of the men around her. Minchin and Jimin didn't even think about turning their heads away. Their faces were beet red. Bibi turned to look at the two. Geez! Stop looking at the two of us like that. We are in a troublesome situation too. Holy crap! We are in trouble. At Bibi's words, the two men mumbled to themselves as if their souls had been bewitched. Everything is bigger. Oh, say, can you see? By the dawn's early light, one. The two men continued to mumble to themselves as if they weren't of sound mind yet. Bibi furrowed her brows as she looked at them. Please come to your senses. Ayoo. Hey. She spoke with a serious expression on her face. It seems Earth has finished going through its synchronization. What? Minchin replied with a question. Bibi still had on a serious expression as she turned to look at the unconscious Seoul. So was this the time of destiny mentioned by Earth's god? The dimensional gates will now be wide open. Minchin and Jimin also put on a serious expression. Even now the dimensional lords were appearing quite frequently. If the dimensional gates was thrown wide open. If the earlier attacks were exploratory attacks, the attacks from now on will be. The real war was about to start now. Block them. Guahak. Do. The hail of bullets were shot as the brave roused charged forward. They died in an ill-advised manner. Their enemies were powerful, and they had all show up on the world at the same time. It was the second dungeon shock. It was the name coined by the media of the world, and it described the incidents that were occurring daily. However, it wasn't a topic of conversation anymore. There were places where tens of thousands of people were being killed, and the odd phenomena of an entire city being vaporized into nothing had occurred. The entirety of Earth was in chaos. The owners of businesses and the upper crust of society had already evacuated to several regions that were considered to be safe zones. It was ironic that these people evacuated to third world countries, who possessed no subway stations. Was clearing dungeons the safer option? The dungeons were reset several dozen times a day, and the roused couldn't continuously attempt to clear them. It only took a single day for dimensional lords to appear at these unkept dungeons. Moreover, it wasn't just the dimensional lords. There were the dungeon owners and the dimensional refugees appearing on Earth. A problem that arose from these events was the fact that not all of these beings were monsters. There were races that looked exactly like humans. Even the dimensional refugee classified as humanoid were mixing into the population of Earth. The previous dungeon shock couldn't be compared to this current great catastrophe. In a situation where it was hard to tell who should be helped or not, Bibi's castle arrived in the skies of London. Are the British government still unresponsive towards our request? They want us to wait. They'll allow us entry soon. He zoomed in on the surface with cameras, and he could see the situation beneath was very bad. It was hellish. It was unknown as to how many dungeon breaks had occurred, but there seemed to be more monsters than humans below. London was a lawless land now. Hoo! Hurry up! They had come here to find Kim Kong Chul, but that problem was inconsequential now. The solving of the Moon World's secret was a moot point if the entire Earth fell into ruins. No, Earth wouldn't fall to ruins. The population would be eradicated. The core members of Allendale were gathered in the control room, and they were still waiting for permission from the British government. Bibi and Dujimin simultaneously let out an exclamation. What's wrong? Master is back. Hyung Nim. As soon as he returned to his dimensional domain, Woojin sent messages to his vassals. How's Earth doing? If it isn't busy over there, I want to gather some points in Allendale. It is busy. Earth is in trouble. Master. The synchronization was completed. He heard the two voices simultaneously, and Woojin became silent. Is it bad? Yes. The dungeons are continuously breaking all over the world. People are being evacuated to regions without any subway stations. Where are you guys? We are at London. I'll be heading over there. Yes. Please hurry. Jung Minchin wasn't able to hear Woojin's voice, so he reacted when he heard Dujimin's words. Jung Minchin answered with a pale face. If the king comes this way, what'll happen to the employees dispatched at the Seoul station? Dujimin immediately updated the situation, and Woojin asked a question in response. Who's there? Chief Secretary Wu went there. He wanted to improve upon the relationship with Korea. That guy is always quite troublesome. After mulling over it for a short time, Woojin gave an answer. I'll go to Seoul. I want you guys to kill all the monsters over there. The British government hasn't given us permission to enter. At Jimin's words, Woojin didn't even have to think about his answer. You have my permission. Go. Yes, Hyung. Jimin no longer heard Woojin's voice. He turned around, and everyone was focused on him. He wants us to kill them all. Jung Minchin immediately turned on the control room's microphone. Wyvern units. Get ready to deploy. Ready the cannons. The heads of the cannons started to extend out from the floor of the flying fortress, and they started pointing towards the surface. Notes. Chapter 191, Lord of Ice, 3. Chapter 191, Lord of Ice, 3. Seoul Station. Fortunately, this place hadn't been cleared by anyone yet, so Kang Woojin was able to appear at this location. Hey! Is it fine to leave this place like this? After the dungeon shock, this region had gone through a lot of change, but now it had gone through another change. The old Allendale Guild offices were in ruins, and the training ground was razed to the ground. For the past 5 years, humans had experienced going through the dungeon breaks, so they had developed numerous techniques using heavy equipments to bring about rapid repairs. However, the area around the Seoul station looked desolate. If the monster attacks was still ongoing, it would have been understandable. However, he could see the roads being cleared, and heavy equipments fixing the other buildings. He could guess at what was happening. So they are saying they won't fix anything that aren't on their lands. The region near the Seoul station was the territory of Allendale. This region was the only place where the recovery efforts weren't occurring. Wooin walked towards the fallen buildings. He headed towards where he could hear the sounds of human activities. He arrived at a clearing where an excavator was clearing away debris. In the middle of this clearing, a temporary tent was erected, and he saw a familiar face beneath this tent. He is leading a charmed life. The world was going to hell, yet Woo Sung-hun was lazily sleeping beneath the tent as he listened to the radio. Chi-jeek. This is our next story. It was sent in by grandmother Omisun from Gyeongju. Hey! Wake up! Press. No, my king. At Woojin's appearance, Woo Sung-hun turned his head, and he quickly scrambled to his feet in surprise. The workers, who had been working, looked to see what the fuss was about. When they saw Woojin's face, they came running towards him. Why are you rebuilding this place? What? Well, we have salvaged whatever we can. Also, shouldn't we have a base camp near the dungeon? It's all right. All of us are going back to the flying fortress, so I want you to gather everyone. Excuse me? I have to stay behind here to work on our diplomatic relationship with the Korean government. From what I saw, you don't look like you have much to do here. No way. Just my mere presence here. When Sung-hoon talked back to him, Woojin's eyebrows arched. Sung-hoon quickly simplified his explanation, so Woojin could understand his intention. At the very least, shouldn't there be a hostage present here? It isn't as if Allendal has fully renounced Korea yet. Hostage? You are one. Yes. At the very least, the king's chief secretary should stay behind. Well, I'm the least useful one, so I should do this. Woo Sung-hoon wasn't aroused. If one excluded Young Minchin and Kim Hee-man, he was the next highest ranked officer amongst the founding members. However, what he brought to the table was minuscule compared to how high his position was at Allendal. Since he always tried to find a role for himself, he did the miscellaneous works. No one ordered him to do so, yet he always volunteered himself for these tasks. It was admirable. It's all right. Go gather all of our luggages. He didn't care about leaving the diplomatic channels open or not. It'll be more convenient for him to gather everyone at the flying fortress. His mind would be at ease as he worked. At his command, the remaining employees of Allendal present in the Seoul station were all gathered. There were 25 of them, and none of them were roused. The regular employees were hired by Young Minchin's discretion, and Woojin decided to take over the recruitment of roused. However, he hadn't hired any new roused, since he hired the members of the Phantom Unit. There were other roused employed on the flying fortress, but they weren't of the human race. To be precise, they were dimensional refugees. They weren't from Earth. So how are we going to get there? We are going to get there by. Woojin spoke as if it wasn't a problem, yet he let out a sigh when he looked at them. They weren't roused, so they wouldn't be able to pass through the portal. Woojin had no choice, but to use a physical method to transport them. We'll fly there. What? Most of the flights were cancelled. When the number of flying monsters increased, it was too dangerous to fly in airplanes. This was why most airlines indefinitely suspended their flights. Few companies dared to fly their airplanes, and there was no guarantee one of these airplanes were present at the Incheon airport. Yang. At Woojin's summon, a black smoke coalesced to form atop the fallen remains of a building. What is your wish? Accompanying a heart attack-inducing sound, a large bone dragon was summoned. It was like the fossils one could see in a museum. It was made out of bones, and there was no way it'll be able to fly. It really can fly. Woojin smirked as he looked at Yang, who was preening in an arrogant manner. There's always a way. When Woojin was approaching Yang, it suddenly raised its head into the air. Kururu. It was gazing into the sky. Everyone followed its gaze, but nothing was there. Unlike the world that had gone to hell, the sky was clear, and there was only a single cloud in the sky. Ho-oh! Woojin couldn't see it with his eyes, but he could clearly feel the energy. It was a grave situation. Its eye bright. Is that so? When Yang confirmed it, Woojin's expression slightly hardened as if this development wasn't welcomed. A really troublesome bastard has arrived. He was the king of the knife-beak crows. Undying crow eye bright. Kia. Accompanying a screech, a large body appeared. It was covered with black feathers that rippled like water. As soon as I returned to Earth, I come across the 70th throne. He was an existence that was worshipped as a god in 70 dimensions. When I Bright appeared, he took out all his equipments from his inventory, and he put it on. Jeju's Manjang Cave. It is time. After a long wait, he had took on a tangible form on Earth, and he was close to the time of his triumph. This was why his time hiding in the Manjang Cave felt slow. It felt like an eternity. The day when everything will culminate was here. Deering. After he earnestly looked at his hand phone, Li Songho gave his report. A black mysterious bird appeared above Seoul. Bring it to me. The hand phone was handed over to Eo, and he smiled when he saw the picture. It is Eyebright. Eyebright was of the 70th throne, and it was a very troublesome opponent. Amongst the great lords with thrones, one wasn't ranked based on power or battle capability. The ranking measured, who had the better management skill. It was merely a number. A strong opponent could have a low number, and a weak one could have a high number. If one looked only at the pure battle capability, Eyebright was within the top 5 amongst the great lords. Eo was the 25th throne, but he was also one of the top great lords in terms of battle capability. Eo exited the Manjang cave with a confident expression on his face. I'll start hunting at my leisure. Even amongst the planets, Earth was a special. Since the synchronization was finished, several hundred lords will converge in an attempt to gain the master code. If he wanted to come out on top, he would need to make allies of the native people. He would use them as his allied army. He'll defeat the villain, and he'll become the savior. Enough. This will be adequate. Eyebright was a being that was absolutely wedded to the role of a villain. Would Earth's existing military force be able to withstand the assault of this being? Their best efforts would only be able to drain the health of Eyebright. When the time comes, he'll defeat Eyebright, and he'll become the hero of Earth. He'll present himself as a vassal of Earth. Li Songho had already finished the preparations under the table. Kia! Eyebright had not descended alone. A flock of several thousand crows appeared with him, and they swept across Seoul. The blackbirds occupied the sky, and they dove between the buildings to pluck out and eat the hearts of humans. They also caused explosions by attacking the vehicles and gas pipeline. Pung! Quang! Several crows were swept up by the explosions, but only few died. The crows were like a black storm, and they nested at an islet located at the Han River. Kuung! The undying crow's size rivaled a dragon. Eyebright's landing broke apart the bridge that ran over the islet. Kung! Eyebright made the island float above the river, and it immediately planted a thorn tree. Ryuak! An enormous tree kept growing as if it was trying to defy the sky. After the synchronization ended, there were no restrictions placed on the symbols. The trunk of the tree kept getting thicker, and it was thick enough to occupy half the island. The branches were so long that they reached the banks of the Han River. Eyebright landed atop the bizarre thorn tree, which held no leaves. It was impossible to think that this enormous tree belonged on Earth, yet it had grown to full height in 10 minutes. Kia! From the top of the tree, it could see the entirety of Seoul at a glance. There were several hundred dungeon entrances nearby. It could tell by the energies that there were millions of people clustered together in various locations. Eyebright let out a cry. I declare this place to be the territory of Eyebright Nim. His domineering words weren't spoken in any languages spoken on Earth. The cry rang out as it moved to the far reaches of Seoul. Only one person understood its words. You're talking shit. Woojin jumped off the phantom steed to land on top of the thorn tree. The thorns were the size of a full-grown man, so there were a lot of places where he couldn't stand. Necromancer. Eyebright's red eyes blinked. Its domineering gaze shot towards Woojin. Are you going to submit to me? Or do you want to be hunted down by me? I'll choose the hunt. I'll repay your bravery. Eyebright opened its wings wide. Its wings were enormous, and the feathers on its wings stood on end. The feathers became as sharp as knives. Even if one was brushed by its feathers, one would become cut into tatters. Since it was such a threatening sight, Woojin sharpened his senses as the tension within him increased. This is exciting. This was his first time facing Eyebright. He just heard stories about Eyebright from Jinus and Yang Yang. Now that he was in front of it, its overpowering nature was no joke. He was fighting it for the first time, but Woojin was confident in himself. He wasn't alone. Shwa, Kwajik. Its speed was unbecoming of such a large body. Eyebright dashed forward at an incredible speed, and one wing was sweeping towards Woojin. Woojin jumped to avoid the attack, and since he didn't have wings, he started falling to the ground. However, Phantom Steed Xing Xing appeared, and it stopped Woojin's fall. Kia! The knife-like feathers were as sharp as Eyebright's screech, but Woojin's soul armor was able to block all the projectiles. When it saw Woojin heading below the island, Eyebright rotated its body as if it was about to free fall towards the ground. Shoo 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 shoo. The feathers were seeped with incredibly strong energy, and the feathers fell towards Woojin like rain. This time his spirit armor couldn't stop all of them. Choo choo chut. Several blades brushed by Woojin, and he suffered multiple wounds. His stored souls immediately absorbed into him to heal the damage. It had been a long time since he had faced an opponent of this caliber. It was the first after he reached the pinnacle as a necromancer. Now, while he kept descending towards the ground, Janus and the skeleton magicians focused their magic on Eyebright. Waruru! The hell fire charred the black feathers, but it couldn't be set on fire. Several death knights were also summoned. They appeared from very locations to latch themselves onto the body of Eyebright. Small fry! Eyebright shook its body, and it let out a loud screech. Kia! The fear's influence didn't take hold on the undead, but this sound wasn't meant for them in the first place. Kia! Several thousand knife-beak crows flew into the air. They blotted out one's vision as they attacked the undead army. So you want to do this with me? He would never lose in terms of numbers. Woojin immediately summoned his undead army on the island. The skeleton warriors and the black crows fought each other, and it created a chaotic scene. Moreover, when Eyebright was nearly to the floor, the enormous bone dragon pounced. It opened its jaw, and it bit Eyebright's neck. Kahoong! The two enormous beings rolled across the ground, and as the trees nearby was uprooted, the rim of island started to sink into the ground. When Yang refused to let go of Eyebright's neck, Woojin yelled out to him. All right. Just keep it immobilized like that. Guo. Eyebright's head was being held to the ground. A being that looked like a steel puppet ran across a broken branch of a thorn tree. After he jumped high into the sky, he brought his fist down on the crown of Eyebright's head. Guo. The shockwave was big enough to cause waves on the Han River. However, the blow wasn't strong enough to chase Eyebright back to its dimension. How dare you! The crow used powerful strokes of its wings to shoot into the air. Kuang, Kung! The crow and the dragon impacted on various parts of the thorn tree as they flew into the air, and Yang was eventually dislodged. Yang fell to the ground. Kia! Eyebright flew at a higher elevation than the thorn tree and it let out a cry. Amongst the continuously resetting dungeons, several subway stations reacted to the cry. Chapter 192, Blood Dragon, 1. Chapter 192, Blood Dragon, 1. The sound of the ground shaking tickled one's ears. The vibration was transferred from the ground to one's feet. One's entire body shook. Kung, Kung. The sound of clashes was heard from all direction, so one didn't even need to look around to find the source of the sounds. Enemies were everywhere, and it was a mishmash of all races. Orcs, ogres, elves, and even humans. The creatures of his dimensions answered the call of Eyebright. All of them charged forward to fight Kang Woojin and his undead army. All the monsters, who had crawled out of the dungeons of Seoul, stopped destroying the city. They headed towards the immortal. Kung. The roads that should be filled with vehicles were now clogged by the marching monsters. The roused and soldiers on standby looked on with confusion. From their perspective, it as if the monsters were retreating. However, if one looked at it in a macro view, the monsters were gathering at a single point. The monsters were all rushing towards the islet. Enemies were everywhere. Their eyes were red with resentment. They were sending out an almost instinctual killing intent towards Woojin, and it was laughable to him. It seems all the trashes from the other dimensions are gathering here. Dimensional refugees. These were beings, who had lost their codes. They were unfortunate individuals, who had lost their home planets. They were puppets that could be summoned if one had points. These beings bared their teeth toward him, and Woojin's personality wasn't benevolent enough to try to passively explain the situation with his words. He resided closest to death. He was the king of that defied death. I'll clean this place. With death. Shwa. The souls materialized around Woojin, and they were formed into a large soul barrier. Zing. The cape on his armor fluttered as if it was about to be ripped away. Thrash's guardian. When he repaired the damaged chest armor, all the restriction was lifted. He could now use and store an unlimited amount of souls. It also increased his power by 3 folds. Woojin also switched his shoes. Thrash's march. He left behind the energy of death at every step he took. It acted as a multiplier of undead's battle capability. Moreover, his footsteps corrupted the ground with poison. It lured all living being towards death. Then there was the belt decorated with skulls. Thrash's dignity. In front of the Thrash's dignity, the number of subordinate he could control increased. Just this single item doubled his control ability. The only thing lacking right now was 2 remaining set items. He didn't have enough ingredient items to make honor and punishment. The flying fortress needed points for its defense, so he couldn't be careless with his use of his points. He had already depleted his achievement points by buying from his personal store. He was only able to complete 3 items. He would have to gather all 5 items to bring out the full set effect. His undead army would become much stronger numerically and quality-wise once he had them all. Shall we go? Shwag. When barrier was taken down, the sound of pitched battle between the undeads and the monsters rang in his ears. Hoo-oo. When Woojin started walking, souls gathered at his feet to assist his steps. Even if he wasn't riding Xing, Thrash's march allowed him to use phantom gallop. It was child's play to be in the air now. He could walk to anywhere he wanted to. Woojin jumped into the empty air, and he started running towards the orc warriors, who were crossing the Han River by jumping on a congregation of alligators. How should I use this? Woojin held up his warrior's weapon. Shwag. His weapon was long, and it wrapped around an orc's head. It was a whip. When he reached level 90, his weapon could now transform into a whip. It could move in unexpected ways, and it possessed a sharp cutting force. It could slice through anything. Kuaa! Before the orc could stop its scream, its corpse exploded, and a skeleton appeared. Keek. His control ability had doubled. The enemies kept dying one by one, and the undead army kept getting larger. Kill the necromancer! Kill that bastard! Humans, elves. Even dwarven warriors were starting to cross the Han River. There were so many of them. If one didn't know this was Seoul, one would think it was the territory of the monsters. Pot. Light pillars were shooting consecutively into the skies of Seoul, and one could tell a lot of dungeons were being reset. Since the dungeons could forego the synchronization, the monsters kept crawling out of the dungeons. The guilds and the army didn't have the time to stem the flow. Even the residents of Seoul didn't have the time to evacuate. People were becoming stranded in the streets, and they were being killed. This was a great lord of the 70th throne. Eyebright's authority made every monster gather at the islet. Ironically, this gave time for the civilians to run away. Some ran towards the opposite direction as the monsters. Some gave up running away, and they decided to wait for a rescue. A very small number of people watched and filmed the battle occurring on the islet. Kuo. It is too bad Kaiba cannot join us. Death Knight Ramzan swung his hammer with regret. Even for the Death Knights, who were quite used to battles, it was rare to face a continuous stream of enemies. They killed and killed, yet there was no end to the enemies. The air of the battlefield was oppressive and dense from the fear and madness emanating from the living. How great is this? The Death Knights willingly became drunk on this atmosphere. Waruru, Guang. The Hell Hydras appeared from various locations, and they spat out fire from their mouths. Lich Jinus used his enormous staff to shoot consecutive magical spells. The magical energy around him was so thick that Jinus' face looked red. Come to me. I will save you all. If living caused pain, he'll save all of them by killing them. The Lich's magic was endless. Guo. Che 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 cheng, ti ting. Every time the iron golem moved, the nearby trees fell and the corpses piled up. The monsters that seemed to have stepped out from literary fame died. The swords, shields and anything made out of metal were pulled towards the body of the golem. The golem was like a magnet, and its body kept growing in size. The corpses kept piling up, and now it was filling the Han River. Blood was flowing out of these corpses, and it was like a river made out of blood. Kuoong. An enormous being was raging around as it raised violent sprays of water. What is your wish? The bone dragon kept asking a question that no one answered. It kept chewing up its praise. Guaguang. The red water sprayed into the air, and the rolling of the water doused the surrounding. Before one knew it, there were mostly undead and corpses left around Woojin. It happened at that moment. The undying crow, who had shot high into the air, was diving towards the ground. Kuaang. The bone dragon leaped into the air to ram into Eyebright. Eyebright became lodged in the thorn tree. It shot out its sharp feathers indiscriminately, and it decimated the surrounding. Shwag! The whip flew in like a snake, and it encircled the crow's neck. I caught you! Woojin was speaking with a smirk on his face. However, when Eyebright jumped, Woojin and his whip was dragged along by its enormous strength. Hey! Geez! The whip was sharp, yet it couldn't even pierce through Eyebright's skin. It couldn't even harm the feather on its body. Woojin hung onto his whip, and Eyebright kept increasing its speed as it ascended into the sky. He could do nothing by being dragged around everywhere, so Woojin unsummoned his warrior's weapon. He landed atop a branch of the thorn tree. Shwa! I guess I'll watch you perform more cute tricks. Eyebright spoke after climbing high into the sky, and Woojin tried to hold back his bitter laugh. The bastard was waiting for him to tire out. Moreover, the dungeons nearby were resetting, so Woojin surmised Eyebright had some kind of a scheme. 70th throne. It had the codes to 70 planets, so how much points did it have saved up? How large of an army could it field if it used all its points? So you are saying you can't take me on yet? It was waiting for Woojin to tire out, so basically, it was admitting to a weakness. Eyebright's combat ability was below his. Woojin looked down from the thorn tree. The undead army was surrounded by dead bodies, and the still living enemies were being slaughtered. The corpses were clogging the Han River, and now it was acting as a bridge. The monsters, who were still arriving at the Han River, used the corpse bridge to cross. Woojin smirked. Unsummon. Shwag! The skeletons, Death Knights, Lich and the Bone Dragon disappeared. Woojin was the only one left on the islet. The Necromancer has run out of magic. Kill that bastard! The monsters! To be precise, the dimensional refugees ran towards Woojin as if it was a race to reach him. When they arrived at the islet, some tried to climb the tree. The impatient ones threw their spears, or they shot their arrows. In a flash, tens of thousands of enemy troops gathered on the island. Do you guys really think I'm short on magical energy? Woojin's two hands were pointed downwards. There were corpses and screaming souls everywhere. How could he be low on magical energy? Corpse explosion! Kuang! All the corpses exploded. The explosion swallowed everything nearby. The explosion caused more corpses to form. The number of corpses was much higher than before. Blood and chunks of flesh flew everywhere, and the surrounding looked like a scene from hell. The aftermath of the explosion destroyed the island. Kuuuong. The thorn tree shook fiercely. It seemed as it would fall over, but the roots suddenly hardened as it pierced into the surface. Half of the Han River's water evaporated, and the red water rushed in to fill the void. Moreover, Woojin's eyes could see tens of thousands of souls. Shwa! All of them were sucked into the thrash's protection. He absorbed several hundred souls, and his almost depleted magical energy was filled to the brim. Moreover, if he wanted to use skeleton summon again, he had more than enough sacrifices. His surrounding was filled with blood, bones and corpses. Summon! Guo! He summoned his undead army again, and they met the charge of the roaring monsters, who were coming towards him again. Woojin looked up to see the undying crow, then he looked towards his bone dragon. Hey, Yang Yang! It is our turn to counterattack. What is your wish? What is your wish? The dragon, who suffered from dementia, was usually chatty. However, it was silent now. The corner of Woojin's mouth started turn up. It was his baddest and strongest familiar. After a short silence, Yang Yang spoke a desire he always had for the past couple thousand years. Give me wings. A flightless dragon wasn't a true dragon. I'd love to give it to you. Woojin smiled as he looked at the iron golem. Gua! Kung, kung, kung. The chunks of steel, which made up its armor, started to fall off. In the end, only the wisp-like heart of the golem was left. It started to suck up the nearby blood. Shwag! It was like a fog made out of blood. The blood swirled like a whirlwind, yet it unexpectedly gathered around the bone dragon. The golem's heart had settled within the enormous ribcage of the bone dragon, and it sucked in all the blood nearby. Gua! The dragon roared, and it stretched itself out. Blood started to stick to the bones. The blood coagulated, and it started resolving itself into flesh. The bones of the wings, which looked like spears, started to grow a membrane. Blood started covering the reddened bones and the bridge of its nose. Shwa! It absorbed an endless amount of blood. Blood! Tens of thousands were sacrificed to combine the power of his two baddest familiars. Kuo! The blood dragon let out a roar, and the fear made the monster army flinch. My wish has been granted. What is your wish? The imposing ancient dragon had revived. Woojin laughed in a playful manner as he pointed towards the sky. Go bring me that crow. It'll be my pleasure. Kuuong. It left a big mark as it pushed off, and the blood dragon climbed into the air. Woojin's magical energy had once again bottomed out, so he used the souls to replenish it. Woojin once again used his control ability to its utmost on the corpses. Pot. It was as if consecutive explosions were occurring. The skeletons were ripping themselves out of the corpses. The crow had been waiting for a necromancer to become exhausted. His undead army had doubled in size, and they waited for the immortal's command. Sweep them! Kuo! At Woojin's order, the Death Knights roared, and the skeletons followed them into battle. They charged in all directions. Chapter 193, Blood Dragon, 2. Chapter 193, Blood Dragon, 2. Shwa! An enormous red body was flying through the sky. What is my name? It didn't remember previous name before it was named Yang Yang. Blood was being pumped by the golem's heart, and it was a familiar sensation to the dragon. Ancient dragon. It felt as if the surging blood would allow it to regain its sense of self. Shwa! The dragon flew up into the sky at an incredible speed, and it barreled into the crow, who had been flying in circles. You are an odd one. At the crow's short observation, Yang Yang opened its jaw in response. Kwajik! The crow planned on dodging, but it couldn't. After gaining blood and wings, Yang Yang's movements couldn't be compared to before. Moreover, his strength had become so strong that Yang Yang's teeth was able to plunge into Eyebright's wing. It broke through the knife-like feathers and its leather. It was a simple act of biting, yet the damage it dealt was beyond imagination. Kwajik! Yang Yang gripped Eyebright's body with its claws. While its teeth were lodged inside the wing, Yang Yang twisted its midsection. Kuaa! The sound of destruction was loud. The wing was ripped away as Eyebright writhed. Huoong huoong! It wouldn't have been strange if they plummeted to the ground, but Yang Yang's powerful beat of its wings kept both of them in midair. You brutish bastard! Kwajik! Yang Yang spat out the wing that filled its mouth, then it immediately bit Eyebright's head. This doesn't make any sense. Eyebright could smell a foul stench coming from the dragon. The smell of blood gave Eyebright a headache. The black maw of Yang Yang had encased the whole head of Eyebright, and the crow's body started to burn. Waruru! The black body was on fire, and the flame ran along the feathers. The wings were now made out of fire. Once the fire died down, Eyebright would be able to regenerate itself. The heat was filling up Yang Yang's mouth, but there was nothing within its mouth that would be burned by the immense heat. Kwa-do-do! Yang Yang bit off the crow's head, and he swallowed it alongside the scorching heat. Pop-pop-pot! Eyebright's body turned into grey light as it disappeared, and the blood dragon roared into the air. Your wish has come true. Once it finished what it had to do, Yang Yang started to descend. The monsters, who had been madly charging forward, came to a halt. These beings had been blindly charging forward towards their target, but the battle ended when these monsters started worrying about their own lives. When Woojin saw the confused monsters, the tension left his body. It seems Yang Yang has killed it. Once Eyebright was killed, these monsters were no longer an army. The only thing left was for the monsters to be slaughtered by the undead army. As if to confirm his conjecture, the blood dragon landed next to him. Kuoong! The waters of the Han River made waves, and islands of corpses started to form in some parts of the river. If he had completed the Thrash's set, he might have been able to revive all the corpses here as undeads. The blood dragon trampled over the corpses. It asked a question as it brought its head towards Woojin. What is your wish? Woojin smirked as he placed his hand on its horn. I want to fly with you. He jumped on the back of Yang Yang. Kuoong! Accompanying a powerful push-off, the dragon flew into the air. Shelter! Woo Seung-hoon and the employees could only monitor the outside situation through the enormous monitor and the radio. They focused on the stations that were still able to broadcast. This is amazing. The Prime Minister said before that all of Allendale's power resides within its king. We had assumed it to be a lie. However, before the situation could devolve into the worst possible situation, he saved Seoul. Hey! I have no words to say. Shit! Why did it take him so long to come back? Ah! Dong Mina! My baby! Hoo-hoog! Some shouted with joy. Others yelled out with words full of despair and complaint. Woo Seung-hoon and the employees quietly exited the shelter. The surrounding was a mess as if a bomb had been dropped in their midst. The soldiers enroused were patrolling the streets as they took down the pockets of remaining monsters. They also rescued the injured people. Hoo! Our king is incredible. It makes me proud to be a citizen of Allendale. The employees had been conscious of the people inside the shelter, but they started speaking their mind when they exited the shelter. When Kang Woojin went to Alphen, Allendale had received international pressure. They had faced a lot of stress, because of it. Moreover, Koreans had been the strongest in their criticism. They threw around words like traitors, deserters, and even cowards towards the people of Allendale. They kept trying to chip away and disparage Allendale. The media scraped the bottom of the barrel in bringing out their criticisms, and it had caused the people of Allendale to become sick and tired of them. Look over there, chief. When Woo Seung-hoon looked towards the direction pointed out by the employee, he saw an enormous monster flying towards them. Kuoong! The being made the wide 10-lane road feel cramped. The monster landed, and it pushed through the cars on the street. Everyone gulped at the sight. It feels as if an apartment building is crawling towards us. They were frozen by the monster's overwhelming size and pressure. When the blood dragon reached the group, it dropped its head towards the ground. Woojin slid down the neck before he stopped on top of the dragon's head. The fear and tension on the faces of the employees receded. "My king! Get on! Let's go!" Woojin spoke stiffly as if nothing unusual was happening. Woo Sung-hoon quickly moved to comply. "Where should we get on?" "Ah!" A single talon was larger than a person, and a regular person would have to climb up the dragon as if one was climbing up a cliff. When Woojin raised his hand, a soft magical energy surrounded the employees. They were lifted onto the back of Yang Yang. Ooh! This was contrary to their expectations. The smell of blood was thick, and the faces of several employees darkened as they gagged. Woojin titled his head in confusion as he looked backwards. "We haven't even lifted off, yet you guys are already suffering from motion sickness." "Haha! I guess so." Woo Sung-hoon's face was also blue. However, he let out an awkward laugh as he agreed with Woojin. Woojin put up a barrier around them again. Kuuung! The blood dragon pushed off the ground, and while in the air, the employees didn't have time to worry about the smell of the blood. The barrier was blocking the wind, but it was up to them to cling to the body of the dragon. The blood dragon quickly left Seoul. The news helicopter flew over the battlefield as the sound of the battlefield died down. King Kang Woojin of Allendale has left without giving any comments. The army and the guilds are clearing the camera panned the surrounding, and one could see beings that looked similar to humans amongst the monsters. There were people that looked too human to be called beings of a different race. The camera also took in the sight of the enormous and unreal symbol called the thorn tree. Is this the moment when the invasions from alien planets hit their stride? Koreans might have to abandon Seoul. There were too many dungeons in Seoul. He would become the ruler. Sejajung. The ground near Eo froze, and a pillar of ice extended from the ground. It stretched towards the thorn tree. As the road of ice formed, Lee Sok-ho surveyed the cluttered surrounding. "Isn't this place a bit too quiet?" This was supposed to be the site of a fierce battle, yet he felt a weird sense of dissonance. He looked at the corpses and the broken buildings. Every sign indicated that this was the site of the battle, yet it was too quiet. There were no sounds of explosions or shouts. Ring ring. His hand phone had let out an alert. Lee Song-ho's face hardened when he read the screen. Kang Woojin has already pilfered that place. Recommend retreat. Lee Song-ho's expression crumpled when he saw the text from his employee. He quickly searched the internet. He saw the breaking news informing the defeat of Eyebright, and the pacification of the wide outbreak of dungeons in Seoul. There was also a video showing an unknown red dragon fighting Eyebright. Shit! We were a step too late. He had implemented a plan with a fail-safe, yet Kang Woojin had managed to return from Alphen. Those damn Japanese! His expectation had not been high. However, he expected them to stall Woojin for couple days. However, they had only delayed Woojin for a day. The battle had already come to an end. Eonim. Currently, the pillar of ice kept elongating as if water was being shot out from a fountain. The pillar of ice was still growing, and it was approaching the thorn tree. An ice human had made his entrance on an already concluded battlefield. Shit! He wouldn't be viewed as a savior. He would be perceived as a new invader. Kuuung. The enormous flying fortress wobbled. The wyverns had gathered at an empty spot on the deck. However, they were chased away when the blood dragon landed. The appearance of the blood dragon created a big fuss inside Bibi's castle. Ooh! They didn't have the energy to throw up anymore. However, it seemed when the tension had left their body, they felt the need to gag even though nothing was coming up. Woojin jumped off the dragon as he left behind his employees. Master! In a single bound, the succubus jumped into his arms. Woojin's expression stiffened at Bibi's hug. He didn't really care if she was wearing a risque outfit. She could no longer be called a little demon. She was in a form he became familiar with on Alphen, and there was only one reason why she would be in this form. As expected, the synchronization has come to an end. Yes. I can use all my powers now. Bibi spoke in a proud manner, but she didn't seem too happy. The illusion which was powerful now, but this also meant their opponents had regained their strength too. All the dimensional lords would be able to use their power as if Earth was their home. We've been waiting for your return. Young Minchin gave his greeting. Seoul and his mother stood next to Minchin, and Du Jimin stood behind them as a reliable guard. Then there was Du Jiwon. You've done well. Woojin grinned at his mother's words. Seoul held her mother's hand, and it seemed she felt awkward, since she hadn't seen her oppa in several days. Mother is busy, so I'll see you later. You do what you have to do. She knew he was busy. After she saw his face, his mother excused herself. My king. Shouldn't you go meet? Woojin shook Young Minchin's hand as he cut him off. Why did you send the Dakin Guild? What? They volunteered to be the advance group in using the gate. It seemed Minchin still didn't know about their betrayal. Woojin nodded his head as if it wasn't a big deal. Well, we can talk about it later. So how many locations had dungeon breaks like Seoul? Almost every one of them suffered the same fate. There are still a lot of cities that are unable to recover from this event. Fortunately, England was in the final stages of stabilizing the situation. In the first place, most of the population had been moved to an enormous refuge where they were far from the subway stations. Since they didn't have to worry about civilian casualties, the army would use their weapons with abandon. Still, the situation in England is almost stabilized thanks to Bibi Nim's efforts. When Woojin turned to look at her, Bibi had a bright smile on her face. I killed a dimensional lord by myself. Good job. So what's the closest country going through an ongoing break? It's Greece. We were about to head there. However, there is someone here you should meet before we do that. Bibi's castle was moving across the sky. Their destination was Greece. Who is it? Young Minchin answered in a careful manner. After resolving the dungeon breaks in England, a person had come aboard Bibi's castle in an attempt to meet Kang Woojin. It's Kim Kong Chul. Ho-oh! Woojin's eyebrows twitched. He came here out of his own volition? Chapter 194, Moon World, 1. Chapter 194, Moon World, 1. The room was too Spartan to be called a reception room. There were no windows, and the room was thoroughly isolated from the outside. There were only 2 chairs present, and a man was sitting in one of the chair. Geek! Kim Kong Chul saw the tightly shut door open up. When he saw Kang Woojin enter, he stood up from his seat. I've been waiting for you. Woojin smirked at Kim Kong Chul's nonchalant words. You have big balls. Kim Kong Chul had been barely able to escape after suffering a defeat, yet he had come here out of his own volition. When Woojin sat in the chair, Kim Kong Chul also sat down. What do you have to say to me? Woojin always went straight to the point. Usually, a person used levity and delay tactics to assess the intent of one's opponent. However, Woojin didn't even attempt to use such tactics. I'm here to deliver a message. Whose message? Toppler? Tell him to come here himself. He can't come here yet. Woojin folded his arms, and he leaned back into the back of his chair. It was funny, but the uncomfortable seat helped him organize his thoughts. Why can't he come? Does he think he'll die? Are you planning on killing him? I don't like people who approaches me with some secret agenda in mind. This is true for you too. Woojin gave a non-subtle threat, but Kim Kong Chul's expression remained relaxed. No, it was as if he had fully accepted the consequences of this meeting. He was beyond worrying about his own death. This isn't my first time meeting you. I know. We met last time. No. I'm talking about meeting you in this place. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. Kim Kong-chul expressed his feeling of uneasiness in a frank manner, and the atmosphere took a turn for the worse. I'm not afraid of dying. Everyone, who said such nonsense, ended up dying by my hands. I'm only afraid that I'll have to repeat this meeting again. I want you to speak in terms that I can understand. Woojin stood up from his seat. As Woojin looked down from a higher vantage point, nervousness assaulted Kim Kong-chul. Your actions are always the same. It is as they predicted. My patience is almost at an end. Woojin backed up his words by unfurling his hand. Wing. A ball of magical energy was in his hand. Kim Kong-chul glanced at it for a moment, but his gaze didn't falter. If his role ended here, he didn't mind dying. The only regret he had was not being able to see Earth being saved. If my death is needed to save Earth, I'll willingly give it up. However, I have words I must deliver to you. Kim Kong-chul spoke quickly. You return to Earth later than the time decided by your destiny. Was Kim Kong-chul talking about his return from Alphen to Earth? So what? I'm not sure why, but the appearance of EO occurred earlier than expected. EO. He had heard of that name before. Everything has been accelerated, so you haven't gained your full qualification yet. It is a shame. Woojin's expression crumpled. He didn't like this. It felt as if these people were playing above his head. Fate, oracles, prophecies, and gods. It was a gift set of everything he hated. He wanted to plug Kim Kong-chul's mouth shut. What was fate? He wasn't someone who walked down a preordained road. When you are ready, Dr. Toppler will contact you. Only you can save the moon world and Earth. Why are those bastards so secretive about their identities? If they had the same goal as him, shouldn't they lay the cards on the table like Melody? The moon world was an unknown dimension to Woojin. Dr. Toppler had come from that place, and he was the first human encountered by Woojin with an unobservable soul. When a person encounters something one doesn't understand, one feels fear and resistance. If they truly wanted an alliance, if they truly held the same goal as him, they should explain the situation in a way he could understand it. Toppler should have come here instead of a messenger like Kim Kong-chul. Wing. The ball of magical energy in Woojin's hand hardened. A single punch would obliterate Kim Kong-chul's head. This is the last message I was tasked to deliver to you. He licked his dried lips, and he accepted his approaching fate. Have you ever asked yourself why you are able to level up? Kim Kong-chul closed his eyes. He had fulfilled his role. He had believed in the prophecy as if it was scripture. He trusted the godlike beings. He had not hesitated in his efforts to save Earth, and his role had now come to an end. Wing. The ball of magical energy dispersed. Kim Kong-chul cracked open his closed eyes. He saw Kang Woojin, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face. It was as if he had been smacked in the back of his head. Kim Kong-chul asked questions, but Kang Woojin didn't respond at all. He decided to wait this out. A significant amount of time had passed. Kang Woojin's eyes were unfocused from the confusion, and his eyes was shaking. Why did I never question this point? It was unnatural. No, it was unbelievable. Leveling up. This wasn't a game. When a question formed in his mind, more questions cropped up in its wake. Why was he summoned to Alphen? What was the relationship between Alphen and Earth? Toppler. When can I meet him? He said he'll look for you when you are ready. Ready? Was he talking about his level up? Or was he talking about the key called the Thrash's Executioner? He had gained treasures within Alphen to make his defensive gear. What did he need to gain on Earth to make the Executioner? Earth and Alphen. There was no end in sight for his worries, and his thoughts were clogged up inside his mind. There was no way he could find the answer, and he was running out of time. If he needed to choose one of two things, he would rather abstain from choosing, so he could have both. You should stay here and don't do anything. A new emotion sprouted on Kim Kong-chul's resigned face. Why didn't you kill me? Me? Why? The act of murder didn't always need a reason behind it to be carried out. If your information turns out to be rotten, I'll kill you at that time. Did Kim Kong-chul think he killed someone on the basis of not liking someone? If Kim Kong-chul didn't have impure intentions, there was no reason for enmity between them. He was only a messenger sent by the moon world. Cocoon. The closed door opened, and Kang Woojin left the room. Kim Kong-chul stood up from his chair as if he had just seen a ghost. He has changed. The last pages to his book of fate had come to an end, yet his story hadn't ended. He had never planned for his life after this point in time. Tears fell from his face. He'll be able to see the savior, who'll open up the new world. Jung Minchen, who had been waiting anxiously, asked Woojin a question. What happened? What do you mean? As if his head hurt, Kang Woojin put pressure on his temple with his fingers. Just leave Kim Kong-chul imprisoned. If he tries to escape, I believe he'll succeed. Are you sure? Kim Kong-chul was a high rank roused. If he wanted to secretly escape, how were they supposed to stop him? If he wants to leave, he'll leave. If he wants to stay, he'll stay. He didn't care if Kim Kong-chul left or not. At the very least, he'll be able to read the intention of the moon world, who kept the truth hidden from him. He didn't care if Kim Kong-chul stayed here as a hostage, or leave to advance his agenda. When will we arrive in Greece? We'll be there in 3 hours. He was a spitting distance from level 99. Should he continue to hunt? Or should he earn points, so he could gain his 2 remaining pieces of the Thrashes set? I'll do both. What? Tell Jimin to come to me. Then you go do what you have to do. After giving his instruction, Woojin ascended towards the deck. Jung Minchen kept following behind him. I told you to go do your work. It is my job to help the president. Basically, you don't have any work to do. He was the prime minister. How busy could he be? The flying fortress traveled towards sites where large dungeon breaks had occurred. However, BB was in charge of the battles. His job was basically changing the schedule when he received requests for help from various countries. However, even this was being done by his subordinates. Your job is cushy. Anyways, I saw some people with very dark souls. You should crack down on your employees. What? While Woojin walked back and forth on the ship, he had crossed path with employees with souls so dirty that a bad stench emanated from them. It seems you were too loose in how you picked the employees. I'll immediately investigate this problem. Jung Minchen answered with a serious expression on his face. Aside from the roused, he had handpicked all the regular employees. He had looked carefully at the 1,000 employees he had hired, but it seemed he hadn't been able to filter out all the bad apples. Woojin left behind Minchen, who quickly headed towards his office. He went to the corner of the deck. He approached Yang Yang, who was taking up the entire wyvern's nest by itself. What is your wish? Woojin smirked as he summoned Dulcie and Bibi. Pot. At. Master. Bibi, who had been playing inside the control room, was abruptly summoned in front of Woojin. Bibi. I have some other work to do. I want you to work with Dulcie and Yang Yang to kill all the dimensional lords. Oh ho! Please leave it to me. Afterwards, he summoned his Death Knights and Janus. Schwag! An overwhelming sense of danger was felt when they were summoned. They looked at Woojin with trust in their eyes. I want you all to kill every enemy you see. As the Lord commands. Their hunt would increase his EXP. Were you looking for me, Hyung? Jimin appeared right on time. When Jimin arrived, Woojin took him towards the portal. You'll be coming with me. Are we going to Alphen? Are we going to go pick up team leader Seoul and Sunggu Hyung? They aren't children. They'll come when they are ready. So where are we going? We are going to increase our point total. What? Jimin, who was full of question, was taken to the dimensional domain of Allendal. My lord. Kaiba, who had been guarding the ownerless castle, kneeled in front of him. I really will take you to a battlefield next time. I'll be waiting for your order. He would have to rotate Kaiba out with someone else. The Death Knights were causing havoc to their heart's content outside. Kaiba only had the chance to fight occasional adventurers, who arrived to this dimensional domain through the dungeon. Jimin. Yes, Hyung. I need points. What can I do to help? We are going for an endless run of dimensional battles. At Woojin's words, Jimin grinned. He had inherited the Count's blood to become a vampire lord. He had escaped the curse of the sun, and he now had the ability to be able to control his thirst. He was basically a human if one took away his strength, reflex, sight. It had been a while, since he had far outstripped a human in terms of overall ability. Please leave it to me. He'll be able to show off his enhanced capabilities through this. Jimin sat in the tactician's chair. Woojin didn't even bother to sit in his throne to look for his opponents. He just chose a random opponent. He didn't care if they accepted or not. He'll plunder all the dimensional lords. He needed a massive amount of points to be able to craft the remaining 2 thrashes set item. You have requested a dimensional battle with Yunim. He had picked a random opponent, yet when he saw the name, Woojin let out a smirk. It's her again. Woojin's war against the dimensions had just started. Gyaang, gong. The sound of steel clanging against each other was loud, and the sound rang out into the surrounding. This is your ration, Toppler Nim. Toppler stopped hammering out the crumpled steel plate. He smiled at the child, who had come to him with a small basket. Thank you, So-So. The little girl named So-So gave a bow in farewell, and she quickly walked away with her basket. Whew! He let out a sigh after he pulled himself away from his intense labor. When he opened what was brought to him, he saw a canteen with water, and a bowl with some unknown gruel. He ate gruel that tasted like nothing. It dribbled down his throat, since there was nothing to chew within it. His simple meal didn't take too long to finish, but he was still thankful for the food. Toppler drank all the water he was given, and he turned his gaze towards the window. He looked out at the black sky. Anticipation and worry filled his eyes as he looked at the twinkling stars. Hoo! This time we have to. This place had already reached its limit. If another reset occurs, the moon world might no longer have a future. All the keys were in that man's hands. Chapter 195, Moon World, 2. Chapter 195, Moon World, 2. Let's rest for a little bit. Yes, Hyung. What is our winning streak? That was our 75th win in a row. Jimin didn't look too tired, so Woojin looked at him in surprise. Aren't you tired? Heh. We've been playing this game for only a day. Yes, a game. Woojin let out a bitter laugh at Jimin's words. So shall we continue? Yes. I'll rest when I get tired. You do that. Woojin's only work was to fight the dimensional lords, who requested duels, because they lost the dimensional battle. Only a very few warlike dimensional lords requested duels as revenge. Most didn't even bother avenging their losses in the dimensional battle. When he saw Jimin immerse himself into the dimensional battle once again, Woojin stood up from his seat. He had been sitting on his throne, and he had been buying ingredient items as soon as the points started to come in. However, he had yet to complete a single item. After the Earth finished its synchronization, there was no time difference between Earth and his dimensional domain. A day passed on Earth if he spent a day inside his dimensional domain. Shall I go back for a visit? The dimensional space between the planets was called the dimensional domain. He was able to message between all the vassals of his domain from this location. It didn't matter if it was Melody on Alphen or BB on Earth. However, none of them were contacting him, so it seemed nothing significant was occurring. If a duel request came in, Kaiba could do it in his stead. Once Kaiba loses, Woojin could come back to avenge him. Woojin stood in front of the gate that would take him to Alphen's Saurus colony. Zing! After he passed through the portal, he saw that nothing had changed at the Saurus colony. He was a bit let down by the lack of progress. What the hell? You are still in there? The small flame was still burning, and Woojin shook his head as he looked at it. Sungu was being too greedy. He was still in combustion. If you can hear me, you should come out. It is enough. Waruru. Woojin couldn't tell if Sungu could hear him or not, since he was unable to speak. While everyone was making a big fuss about the immortal's appearance, Melody pushed through the crowd. Immortal. She seemed very glad to see him, so Woojin felt his mood improve. Melody had been thrown away by the goddess she had served for her entire life, and she had lost her power. This did make him worry a little bit about her. Anything unusual? Yes. Somehow the number of dimensional lords living in Alphen's dungeons had noticeably decreased in number. Several dozen dungeons had been cleared. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The resets were occurring from time to time, but most of the dungeons were being purchased by low-rank dimensional lords. These were beings who could barely buy a single dungeon by investing all their resources. Opponents of such caliber could be cleared by the heroes of the coalition. It is understandable. From the bastards who could fly to the ones that could crawl, all are appearing on Earth to make a mess. The overall ability of the roused, and the modern weapons made Earth a superior fighting power compared to Alphen. It looked as if Earth was still holding up quite well. However, in the end, it would turn into a battle of attrition, and the dimensional lords would win. If one thought about the 200-year-long war on Alphen, the dimensional lords knew how to conduct a battle of attrition. They had all the time they needed. The only ones desperate was the people of Earth, who had to defend their planet. Even the ones who traveled from Earth to Alphen was feeling the same desperation. My king! Woojin smirked at the strong greeting he got from Blanca and the Phantom unit. How's Seoul? She is awake. At the Phantom unit's subcommander Juniong's words, Woojin started looking around for her. Where is she? She left after leaving behind this letter. Hey! Juniong gave the letter to Woojin. The letter was short. However, it got the point across. I'm useless right now. I'd rather die than become a burden. I'll return after I become strong. Woojin looked away from the letter, and he laughed. Isn't this a suicide letter? I don't think so. What a pointless. Woojin didn't want Seoul, because she was strong in battle. She was very knowledgeable about tactics and strategies. Moreover, her telepathic ability allowed her to run the roused unit in an efficient manner. If she wanted to increase her battle capability, she should have increased the ability of the Phantom unit. Do you guys have anything to do these days? What? I guess. It's been. Then let's head back. What? Blanca, who had been silent as he listened, asked the question. What about us saving Alphen? We have to help them. We are allies now. Earth is in bigger danger right now. I want you guys to pack up. We are heading back. Team leader Seoul isn't back yet. Well, she'll come back when she is ready. Woojin glanced at the flame. You shouldn't be late to the party either. Hurry up and come back to Earth. Waruru. Woojin was about to head immediately into the gate when Melody hesitatingly stood in front of him. What's wrong? I have request for the immortal Nim. What is it? A blessing. Could you give me a blessing? Hey! Woojin's eyes turned round at the unexpected words. What the hell are you talking about? Melody bit her lower lips. She might be barking up the wrong tree. However, the loss of her power had created an emptiness within her. The pain was almost unbearable. I would like you to place the Thrash's blessing on me. Woojin stroked his chin as he looked at her. What did she think he was? How could he give her Thrash's blessing? I'm not a priest. He was speaking the truth. However, he advanced the cause of the god. He was closest to his god. At the very least, it looked like that to her eyes. This was why she was all the more desperate. If Melody chose to worship a different god, would this other god accept her? She had been abandoned by Arya before. No god would gladly accept her. However, it might be possible if it was the immortal. You can keep looking at me like a constipated dog, but I don't know how to do it. You just have to grant me your blessing. What kind of blessing was she talking about? Woojin shook his head from side to side as he looked at her. She was asking for it, so he'll attempt it. I take no responsibility if this doesn't work. I won't resent you. Woojin stood in front of her. Kneel. Melody gently got on her knees, and she lowered her head. He raised his hand, and he gripped her head. Is this how I'm supposed to do it? He was doubtful, since he never thought about Thrash through the lens of religion. He had just seen himself as someone who received an inheritance. This was the first time trying his hand out on missionary work. Of course, he didn't know how to do it. He didn't have any convention he could follow. I name you as the priestess of Thrash. When Woojin's words ended, no change had occurred. Well, I guess it didn't work. He unnecessarily felt bashful about this, so he scratched his head. Don't be too discouraged. I'm not. At that moment, the phantom unit gathered near the gate. We are ready, my king. All right. Let's go. Melody bowed towards Woojin. Please be careful in getting back here. Well, all right. The gate was going nowhere, so what problem could occur going back and forth from this place? I want you to take care of everything while I'm gone. Yes. Melody was the administrator of the Saurus colony. She had yet to waste any points. She actually used the existing soldiers of the colony and the forces of the coalition to gather bloodstones. She had increased his point total instead of using it. The great lords of Tronet had several dozen to several hundred colonies. If they were all bringing in a surplus of points, he could understand why the great lords was able to pour out monsters like it was nothing. I'll be back. She kept her head down until he passed through the gate. She didn't have Arya's power of premonition anymore. So why did it feel like she would never be able to see Kang Woojin again? Please be victorious. She wished he would end the dimensional war that had only brought them invasion and plunder. Hua! How long has it been since we've been on Earth? It's the Wyverns. The Phantom unit set foot on the flying fortress. Some were so moved by this experience that they kissed the floor. The Phantom unit were all trained as Wyvern riders, so they were very familiar with the Wyvern's nest placed at the corner of deck. You are back. Young Minchin always came running out to greet him in haste, and Woojin always asked the same question. Anything unusual? There was something. What is it? Did Kim Kongchul run away again? No. Unlike his worries, Kim Kongchul had behaved very well. He was still imprisoned inside the reception room. So what is it? Where's Bibi? He wondered if the undead army was struggling out there. However, his worries was off the mark. They have pretty much wrapped up the battlefield, and they are returning right now. Then what is it? We caught a spy. Geez. I thought something big had happened. Woojin reacted as if this was a matter of no importance. Young Minchin put on a serious expression, and he started looking around before he spoke in a whisper. This is related to Li Songho. From my research, there hadn't been any volunteers to head towards Alphen. However, the Dakin Guild suddenly stepped forward, because they struck a backroom deal with Li Songho. Li Songho? Who is that? Jung Minchen calmly told him the information. He is the former Warang Guild Master, who was killed by your hands. Is that so? Maybe he earned a dimensional fragment from somewhere. Woojin didn't show any surprise at this information, so Jung Minchen swallowed his musings. Of course, this was a world where monsters were running amok. Should revival from death be that big of a deal in such context? We haven't figured that out yet. However, the problem is the fact that Li Songho is acting as spokesperson for a newly arrived dimensional lord named Eo. Woojin tilted his head at Minchen's words. He became a vassal. Li Songho's revival now made sense. A vassal's revival only needed consumption of points. If Woojin didn't like the actions of Li Songho, he just had to kill the dimensional lord Eo. However, was it worth going through with it? Please look at this. Jung Minchen handed him a tablet. The screen held a footage of Seoul filmed from a distance. I guess they haven't dismantled that thing yet. He had taken care of all the monsters, so he had thought the Korean government would take down the thorn tree. This was why he left it alone. However, the thorn tree was frozen. On top of that, the Han River was also frozen. On top of a frozen branch of the thorn tree, a doll made out of ice was talking as it opened both its arms. That's Eo. Correct. He looks a bit familiar. Please watch the next footage. Woojin played the next footage, and it was a closer shot. Li Songho's voice could be heard. Eonim wants to help the people of Earth. He wants to protect the people of Earth from the monsters from different dimensions. This is akin to a god descending amongst. After watching the footage of Li Songho's speech, Woojin turned his gaze towards Minchen. What is he talking about? It is as he said. The real problem is. What is it? Several countries are already in progress of making a defense alliance. With him? Yes. Hey. They are giving a fish to a cat for safekeeping. Li Songho had been the one to cause the irregular dungeon breaks. Woojin had always wondered how he had pulled it off, but it seemed a dimensional lord named Eo had been behind Li Songho. Where is he? Where's the spy? We put him in isolation. Let's go. Woojin walked in front as he headed towards a room being used as a cell. Where are we now? We are above Taiwan. In a flash, they were in front of the room where the spy was imprisoned. Open the door. Sheik. When the closed steel door opened, a man with a worried expression caught sight of Kang Woojin. His face quickly darkened. I have nothing to say. You won't be able to make me talk. Unlike his words, the man was shaking violently. Kang Woojin swung an open palm. Bah! The man couldn't tell if an open palm or a fist had impacted on his face. His lips broke open, and he was sent flying towards the corner of the room. Woojin grabbed the fallen man by his head. He held the man in front of him, so he could look into the man's eyes. Name? Ooh! It's Li Songho. Good boy. Woojin relaxed the pressure he was putting on the man's head. Li Songho fell to the floor, and his teeth started to chatter. Hey Minchen! Give me your hand phone. Yes? Yes, sir. He took the hand phone, and he pushed it towards the spy. The man's eyes shook from fear. Woojin laughed as he looked at him. Call your president. What? I heard you smashed your hand phone. Call him with this one. When Li Songho's cover was blown, he immediately destroyed the hand phone to get rid of the evidence. Hurry up. Call him. Yes. Even such casual words carried an incredible amount of pressure. It was as if he was meeting a never-before-seen psychopath in this world. Woojin looked as if he was capable of killing a person as he laughed. Li Songho felt death creeping towards him. It was like facing a god of legend, who harvested death. Diriri. The phone rang couple times before Woojin heard a familiar voice. Hello. It's me. Who's me? It's Woojin. Woojin? My memory is... Kang Woojin? You son of a bitch! Why are you calling me as if you are my friend? You crazy mofo! Why the fuck are you talking to me in a familiar manner? Lee Songho's disconcerted feelings could be felt through the receiver. A smile formed on Woojin's lips. I'll be there soon for you. Be prepared to die. He dared to target Seoul? He was looking for the god of earth? With a cold expression on his face, Woojin put down the phone still transmitting Lee Songho's swear-filled rant. Chapter 196, Tranet, 1. Chapter 196, Tranet, 1. Won't it be dangerous? That is why I'm going to preemptively get rid of them. He had to protect Seoul. If he wanted to do that, he had to eliminate his enemies. Kang Woojin made up his mind. Let's go to Seoul. Understood. Minchin gave his assent, and the course was set. Kuoong. Bibi's castle tilted before it righted itself. I guess they are back. It was an impact that shook the large fortress. This could only mean that Yang had landed on the flying fortress. When Woojin came out to the deck, he was greeted by his undead army. They had returned after defeating the dimensional lords trying to form colonies in Taiwan. Master! Get ready, Bibi. We are going to go catch EO. Oh ho! He's a great lord. Even amongst the dimensional lords, the 72 great lords were powerful beings. Bibi brought up the information regarding EO, and she furrowed her brows. He's a troublesome one. Lee Songho glommed onto that batard. We have to eliminate them before they become a bigger problem. Lee Songho had died once, so he had lost the code to Earth. He was basically a dimensional refugee now. The only thing going for him was the fact that he was the ex-guild master of the Warang Guild. This was why he had a high profile amongst the people of Earth, and he had stepped forward to endorse EO. In such chaotic times, how would the people of Earth react to a friendly dimensional lord? Moreover, the fact that Lee Songho was helping EO by his side would lower the hostility of the people by a significant amount. Moreover, the existence of Kang Woojin also worked in the favor of EO. He commanded the undead army. Kang Woojin's subordinates were basically monsters to the people of Earth, but the only reason why they were accepted was the fact that a person from Earth was the leader. He had control over his subordinates, and he was able to use them to fight against the monsters considered to be enemies. If EO was aiming for a similar role, it'll be troublesome. If the people, who already made a pact with EO, got in Woojin's way, he might have to war against a block of humans, who had the support of a dimensional lord. Still, the situation wasn't all too bad. The undead army had raised a significant amount of achievement points through their diligent hunting. Moreover, he also gained a good amount of points through the dimensional battles. He used both his achievement store and dimensional store to purchase the ingredient items needed to forge the Thrash's set. I was barely able to make one more. Woojin put on the black gloves. Thrash's punishment. The god of fertility Leisha's treasure was now imbued with the power of the god of destruction. The holy item had the power to sprout any seed, but now it had changed into an item of calamity. It allowed Woojin to extract souls from all beings. Now he just needed the helm for his defensive set item. However, he had already regained 4 of his equipments, so he felt his confidence buoy. Jimin was doing very good work as he continued to fight the dimensional battles, and soon he'll be able to equip all his gears. He will have gathered the 5 keys that'll allow him to gain the Executioner. It wouldn't be too long before Thrash's power descended upon him. I'll be back before we arrive at our destination, so wait for my return. Yes, Master. If something happens, contact me. I will. Woojin ruffled Bibi's head once, and he used his portal to head towards his dimensional domain. He had to use every minute and every second to gather points. He might be able to gain the last set item called Thrash's Glory before he arrived at his destination. Bam Island, Han River. The thorn tree had grown atop the island, and ice covered the entire tree. A palace made out of ice was built atop the tree like a bird's nest. Eo was within and he was incensed. Shit! His anger made the palace shake, and Li Songho was prostrated on the floor as he waited for Eo's anger to subside. Kang Woojin is coming here. Yes. However, I don't think he'll be able to attack us without cause. Why? The official statement has not been released yet, but we've finalized the defense treaty with Japan. This will greatly limit his options. It hadn't been announced yet, but Eo and Japan had already finalized the defense treaty. Japan had always been jealous of Korea for being allied to the newly formed country of Allendal. This was why it had been unexpectedly easy to achieve alliance with Japan. We are also hearing favorable words from Korea, so we just need to wait a little bit more. Kang Woojin's Allendal was impossible to control, so there were some within the Korea government, who looked favorably at the appearance of Eo. Li Songho was saying all the right words to the leading members of the Korean government. However, there was a problem. He had put in a lot of work to bring all of this about, but it had no effect in easing the rage of Eo. The source of the problem was Kang Woojin. Do you really think that bastard will think in those terms? That's... Li Songho had been mercilessly assaulted by Kang Woojin when all the cameras were on him. Kang Woojin was the worst type of terrorist, and he didn't need much provocation to start a war. He was that kind of a person. Li Songho's expression darkened, and this sight stressed out Eo mightily. Eo's plan had gone off the rail, and he didn't think it could be righted. He should have waited a little bit longer. He would have never expected Eyebright to be so powerless against Kang Woojin. Moreover, he had appeared in plain sight after Kang Woojin had left Seoul. Li Songho had done a good job bringing order to a chaotic situation when a new dimensional lord had made his appearance. However, this was also the crux of their troubles right now. Eo had awkwardly thrown his hat into the ring, and now he couldn't go back into hiding. To make matters worse, Kang Woojin was heading straight for them. We have to put up barriers. Speak. There are several groups within Korea, who look at us in a positive light. If we bring them into the fold as allies, Kang Woojin wouldn't dare to attack. Shut up! Pa-ahang! His yell created a shockwave, and Li Songho was embedded within the wall of ice. Useless bastard! The usefulness of having a vassal, who originated from Earth, seemed to have come to an end. His opponent was too terrible to use conventional wisdom to predict his moves. Should he find a peaceful solution? However, the fight with the bastard couldn't be avoided. His only regret was the fact that this was supposed to be an easy fight on Earth. However, things kept getting more complicated, and now a direct conflict was inevitable. He had waited for others to cook the meat, so he'll be able to just pick up and eat it. Now he had to roast it himself. If I'm going to do this, I'll do it for certain. Great Lord Eo! He was able to gather only 25 dimensional codes, but he possessed something that the high-rank Great Lords didn't have. He had gathered numerous low-rank dimensional lords as subordinates under the guise of an alliance. I'll gather all of them. Eo started gathering all his warriors. He'll be in a war to gain the most important dimensional code. There was Rajakwai of the Yellow Lizard Alliance from planet Jakku, Izural Alliance of the planet Litan, the alliance from the planet Jujuro. Then there was the Dimensional Lord Nakamura from Earth, who pledged his loyalty to him. It didn't matter what level of power they had. Eo summoned all the Dimensional Lords. New National Assembly Building, Sejong City. What should we do? The Chief Secretary whispered into Kim Byung-mon's ears. One could clearly hear the worry in his voice, so Kim Byung-mon swallowed his groan. Was he the last president of Korea, who will share the final fate with Korea? Currently, the situation in Korea was akin to walking a tightrope above an endless abyss. It was a very tenuous situation. Shouldn't we at least agree to discuss the terms given by Eo? The civilians are very nervous right now. No way. He suddenly appeared without warning, and he is trying to coerce us into accepting a deal. We shouldn't listen to his words. Several members of the legislative body raised their voice to give their opinions. When the black undying crow Eyebright made its appearance on Earth, Seoul was swept up by a widespread dungeon break. However, Kang Woojin had appeared out of nowhere to succeed in defending Seoul. However, after Kang Woojin left, Eo had appeared immediately. Eo was a unique dimensional lord in that he used the ex-Warang Guild Master Lee Song-ho as a go-between. It was possible to communicate with Eo. The National Assembly squabbled in regards to the proposed alliance. Both sides refused to compromise on the issue when the monsters suddenly appearing again. The dragon Rajakwai, who had invaded Seoul before, appeared once again. Moreover, dimensional lords were setting up colonies all over Seoul. If those synchronized, we lost Seoul overnight. We have to make a decision. They offered the alliance first, and we fell for their trick. While we were discussing the issue, they took advantage of our indecisiveness. They already made their camps. Some suspected that the request for an alliance was a ruse. It bought them time to start building their colonies. Since events have turned out like this, we should ally with Eo. Events were already stacked against them, so some members were pushing for an alliance. How can we trust his offer? He isn't human. He is just a chunk of ice. Japan has already allied themselves with him. If we decide to fight Eo, we become enemies with Japan. Eo was probably afraid of attacking Japan, so he is trying to take over Seoul. How can we let this be? The members of the legislative body were shouting at the top of their lungs as they fought. The president's worries deepened when he saw this. Eo had appeared suddenly out of nowhere to propose an alliance, and now he was basically occupying the main room of the house by residing within Seoul. Eo had basically invaded Korea, yet they had to ally with him. Now he was expanding his forces, so his actions weren't trustworthy. When one of the senators caught sight of the silent president, he spoke barbed words towards the president. At the very least, give us some measures we can take. The status of our alliance doesn't matter, since Seoul has already fallen. The president immediately shot back with his words. Is this your official stance? Are you declaring the Dimensional Lord Eo as an enemy? Please lower your voice. I'm just speaking the truth. The president increased his voice as he spoke about the current situation. Currently, it didn't matter if this was an attempt at an alliance or an invasion. The other side held all the cards. In such an uncertain situation, Eo's talk of an alliance were sweet nothings. We are already allied with Allendale. What will you all do if there is bad blood between Allendale and Eo? At the president's question, a senator, who had been antagonistic from the start, yelled out as if it was a no-brainer. The king of Allendale does whatever the hell he wants. Wouldn't it be better to trust Eo? At the very least, he isn't out of control. President Kim Byung-won let out a bitter laugh. As I've said before, we hold no bargaining chips that can be used in negotiations. It brought him to tears, but it was the truth. Allendale's flying fortress is approaching. The flying fortress had turned its nose at Taiwan, and it had headed northward. The Korean government sent an inquiry, but Allendale hadn't given their official reply yet. This was only a guess, but everyone assumed the flying fortress was returning to start up a big fight. It is a war between Allendale and Eo. It would be a war fought on Korean soil, yet their thoughts were elsewhere. The Korean government didn't have the power to stop the fight. They weren't even united enough to choose sides, so there weren't a lot they could do. We have to focus on evacuating civilians from Seoul. The president's words set off the members of the legislative body. Are you saying we should abandon Seoul? Should you be saying this as the president? Kim Byung-won stood up as he looked at them. A vein was popping out on his neck. Where are we at right now? They had left their old National Assembly building. The only ones that were left behind in Seoul were the people, who didn't have the resources to leave. The elites and the leaders of the country had already pulled out all their families from Seoul. They were long gone from Seoul. I'm not saying we should abandon Seoul. The tears he had been holding back fell from Kim Byung-mon's eyes. I'm saying let's save our citizens. Chapter 197, Tranet, 2. Chapter 197, Tranet, 2. Professor Toppler. Hey? What is it? Toppler heard the unusually urgent voice, so he followed suit by asking his question in an impatient manner. The day of the decision was getting closer, and it felt as if he was walking on thin ice every day. Kang Woojin went to meet Eo. What? Professor Toppler yelled out in surprise. It was still too early for them to meet. No, this had never happened before. Currently, they were off the preordained path, so it made him worried and anxious. What has caused this change? Things weren't going as planned. However, none of their plans had succeeded before, so it was true that Toppler felt a sense of expectancy. Kang Woojin was meeting Eo before he acquired his qualification. Please ready the Toppler ship. What? Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Toppler got up from his seat. He had dedicated his whole life to this old research room, and he took in the whole room. There was no longer a future on the moon world. If he didn't want to miss this opportunity, he had to be in a place where he could instantly react to changes. I'm going to Earth. Professor Toppler looked to the sky as he looked at the black planet. After Woojin exited the portal, he looked over the pictures taken by his recon team. He just blinked at what he saw. Their number increased this much in just a day. Yes. Even the government forces stationed at Suwon was told to retreat to Pyeongtaek. Woojin stroked his chin. The soul reflected on the screen was already a paradise for monsters. No, it wasn't just the monsters. The place was crawling with dimensional lords. Amongst the dimensional lords, he saw some familiar faces. He saw the enormous octopus named Dread, and the golden dragon Rajakwai. Now he was sure that the previous dungeon breaks in Seoul was directed by Eo. This guy is worse than Eyebright. He saw a lot of dimensional lords. They were acting as middleman for controlling the monsters. The death of Great Lord Eo wouldn't stop all of this. Woojin would also have to kill the several dozen dimensional lords under Eo. These beings were all gathered in Seoul, and they were making preparations. It was obvious as to whom they were waiting for. They were gunning for him. They had all their ducks in a row to face him. Woojin had a smile on his face as he looked at the obvious trap. This will push me to max level. The sacrifices needed for him to reach level 99 was all present. How could this be words of a person who should be worried? However, he no longer had to travel to various locations to hunt. This would make his task less laborious. Currently, Jimin was going all out as he continued the dimensional battles. Thanks to Jimin, he was gaining a lot of dimensional points. Now his return to Seoul would allow him to increase his achievement points. He'll be able to gain a massive amount of points. He'll have enough points to purchase the miscellaneous ingredients using the dimensional store and the achievement store. When the battle ends, he'll be able to gain the last item called Thrash's Glory. There were two possibilities. He might gain a clue when he gathered the Thrash's set items, or he might gain a clue when he reached the max level of 99. He could feel that he was close to Thrash's executioner. We don't need to land. I'll be back after I finish this. Yes. Please return safely. Woojin patted Minchin's shoulder, and he walked out onto the deck. Appa. Why did you come out here? I told you stay inside. I just... Woojin lifted Suo, and he came face to face with her uncomfortable face. Are you ill? No. Then what is it? Can you not go? Hey. It's nothing. You rascal. You should stay inside with mother. You shouldn't come out on a whim. Yes. Woojin put Suo down, then he started walking again. Let's hurry up and go, master. It had been a long time since she had stepped onto the battlefield with her master. This was why she was excited as she urged Woojin forward. By his side, the Death Knights and Lichjanus was making preparations as they waited. The end is near. Yes. If we can't find clues to finding the executioner. If he couldn't gain any information after completing the 2 requirements. Woojin turned down Lichjanus' worry. We'll think about it when we run into that problem. Lord. There was a Death Knight ahead, taller and bulkier than all the other knights. It has been a while since you've come out. How is it? I just carry my master's orders. Kaiba had always been left behind to guard the dimensional domain. It was boring work, yet Kaiba didn't show any signs of complaint. Woojin tapped Kaiba on his shoulder bone before he headed towards the blood dragon. What is your wish? When it came down to it, the dragon wasn't able to grant a wish, yet it kept asking the question. It was his dragon, who suffered under dementia. Then there was Golem Dulce, who had turned itself into blood for the dragon. Do whatever the hell you want. Run amok to your heart's content. It'll be my pleasure. The blood dragon flopped over the deck as if it was diving. Schwak. When it unfurled its wings, the enormous body descended towards Seoul. Let us go too. Uo. Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and he got on. The Death Knights got on their own phantom steeds, and they jumped off the deck. Hoot! Bibi no longer looked like a child. She summoned her staff for transportation. She'll show everyone the true power of the illusion witch. Who? We'll focus on defending our fortress. Yes, sir. At Minchin's order, the employees moved in perfect order. The members of the Phantom Unit were each assigned a wyvern, and they were placed on standby. They were ready just in case. They weren't going to be used in battle. The king had ordered all of them to protect the fortress. He wanted to monopolize the EXP, but he also wanted to prepare for a possibility for a sneak attack. Suo had to be protected. That bastard is coming. Io was at the ice palace located at the center of the thorn tree. He looked into the sky. Let us rescue the contaminated earth from this most troublesome thorn. As he stood up from his seat, he gave an order to the several dozen dimensional lords, who followed him. Kill the immortal. They'll kill the bastard, then Io would find the earth's code. This was the only way he'll be able to rule over this perilous earth. Uo. The gold dragon Rajakwai pushed off the roof of a building. The several dimensional lords and the monsters capable of flight rose into the air. Quagwang. The gold dragon and the blood dragon crashed into each other. They rolled across the ground. You are too young to be able to handle the passage of time. Hung. You ugly ball of blood. Kuung, Kung. The roads became a mess, and the buildings impacted by their bodies crumbled. When the dragons started to fight, both armies clashed against each other. My soldiers! Slaughter all of them! All the skeleton soldiers and skeleton magicians under the Death Knights were summoned. The already chaotic battleground became much more chaotic. Immortal! A bitter sound forced its way out from Io's lips. If the immortal had remained as being Kang Woojin, they could have painted a big picture together. If they couldn't do it together, Io had to make up for the other. I'll kill you. He'll do it by killing him. He's coming. Kang Woojin and the Death Knights looked angry as they descended from the sky. Li Songho yelled out in fear. Zzzzzzzzng. Blades made out of ice started to grow from Io's hands as they stacked. He formed an enormous saw-blade sword. Quack! Io pushed off the floor of the ice palace, and the body Io shot up into the sky like a needle in flight. Gaang! Woojin changed his warrior's weapon into a sword, and he blocked Io's attacks. Kaang, Guang! Each attacks were increasing in strength, and the shockwaves started to ring out into the surrounding. King of the Dead! The Death Knight respected their king more than any other being in existence. This was why they went past Woojin to charge into the battlefield. Bastards! Lee Song-ho pushed both his arms forward as he tried to use his telekinesis. Kwajik! Kwak! The crude axe passed by, and Lee Song-ho's two arms fell to the floor. Scream for me! Death Knight Kaiba snarled as he revealed his grotesque tusks. My king has arrived. The royal procession was occurring, so a march had to be present. Scream louder for him! Quack! The enormous blade of the axe sliced open his neck. Slaughter and the screams of madness would open the path of his king. Kaiba's axe started to dance. The fragments of ice was sent towards him like a hailstorm, and it impacted on his defense. It was more annoying than the endless sword strikes flying towards Woojin. You are pretty good. Eo's transparent face moved at Woojin's invidious remark. Woojin's eyes narrowed when Eo refused to reply. Have I seen you before? I won't converse with a bastard, who lost his sense of self. The only thing Eo wanted was a mortal combat. When one gained a dimensional fragment, one could be revived after time passed. It would be enough. Everything will end, and everything would just turn back to the beginning. Then he would live an eternal life as a ruler. Bullshit! He had lost his sense of self? If what he had lost was his sense of self, then he'll make Eo lose his life. Kwahung! The sword of Woojin and Eo started to clash against each other again. Third gate runway, Moon World. I cannot let you depart. What? Did you forget who I am? At Toppler's baffled voice, the gate guard shook his head from side to side in a firm manner. Who doesn't know about Dr. Toppler? Then I want you to immediately open the gate. Our future and lives depends on me solving this problem. If you want to use it, please receive permission from the council. What? Professor Toppler's face crumbled. The council was getting in his way. It doesn't matter if you try to convince me. It would be much faster if you attend the council meeting. The gate guard was just doing his job. Shit! Dr. Toppler changed direction, and he headed towards the council. The walls were like windows of a greenhouse. It was transparent. Toppler could see bright stars across the ceiling. He looked at the closest star. It was a dying black planet, and the sight made his heart feel more desperate. The soldiers guarding the council chamber became nervous when he showed up. Open immediately. You need permission to enter. Pshhung. Before the soldiers could protest again, Toppler opened the door. He walked towards the council chamber where he could find the council members. 12 council members were sitting in a circle. They welcomed the professor. Please allow me to use the space shuttle. At Toppler's determined voice, an old council member spoke. You shouldn't be going to Earth, Professor. We should lock you up in isolation. What? You willfully went out of your way to contact the admin in charge of the deletion. Another council member took up the thread of the sentence. A middle-aged woman with a sharp face spoke. She didn't hide her anger. You dared to scheme such dangerous plans without our knowledge. This is for the survival of the Moon World. Hey! You want to revive the god of destruction for our survival? It is possible. Kaang! A middle-aged man with red hair sat in middle seat. He slammed his hand on the table. Speaker Schelt. Your theory has merit, but the risk is too high. Yes, it was true. This was why he had a plan, but he hadn't received permission to carry it out. Professor Toppler had secretly attempted to carry his plan. He had attempted to contact Kang Woojin away from the eyes of the council members, because they opposed his plan. It is possible to carry out this plan. There is no point in supporting the recovery admin. We are just wasting our time. When Professor Toppler spoke with fire, Speaker Schelt tried to convince him with a calm voice. Toppler's ability was undeniable, but his actions tended to be extreme at times. We can shore up the shortcomings in the professor's plan, and we can implement it next time. I'm sure it won't be too late to do so. Professor Toppler's face was filled with despair at the speaker's words. Did the Moon World have a future? Their resources were almost depleted, and they couldn't survive under their own efforts. The fear was preventing them from stepping forward, and they might die in place. We might not have another chance if we don't act right now. The professor's rash actions had already caused a change. Kang Woojin hadn't acquired all the keys, yet he had met EO. The result of this meeting couldn't be predicted, so everyone in the council had their nerves on edge. For a short amount of time, let us place the professor in isolation. At the speaker's declaration, the soldiers grabbed both of Toppler's arms. It isn't a threat. This is an opportunity. Just because the horse is exhausted doesn't mean we have to climb atop a lion. They wanted to be rescued. He was still the moon world's only hope. A despairing Toppler was dragged away, and the speaker spoke into the microphone to finalize the decision made by the council. Please send Leon's ship to Earth. Please help EO achieve victory. The large number of reset was proof. They had to do as they always do. Chapter 198, Tronet, 3. Chapter 198, Tronet, 3. Kwa kwa kwang. The fragments of ice flew in all directions. The sharp dagger-like ice was turning the surrounding into rubble. Kuuong. Their bodies shook every time the swords clashed. The aftershock was considerable, so an endless amount of dust rose into the air. The fierce battle continued. Neither the monsters nor the undead army was able to approach the two. In contrast, the undead army was slowly gaining the upper hand. It was a free-for-all where the allies and enemies were jumbled together, but this was the type of battle most favored by the undead army. Several Death Knights, who could spare the time, hovered near the battle occurring between Kang Woojin and EO. Should we help him? It is our king's battle. It was an enormous Death Knight with large tusks. Kaiba just watched as Kang Woojin fought in a fierce battle. He was the supreme commander of the undead army. He was a necromancer, yet he was about to enter into a realm of being a true warrior. His king was about to take a step forward in this fight, so Kaiba couldn't interrupt the fight. Let us clear the surrounding, so we can watch our king's fight. Let us do that. At Kaiba's words, the group of Death Knights near him marched forward with their subordinate skeleton warriors to clean up the surrounding. Kuaang. A being impacted on the wall of an enormous building, and it rolled as it took down the building. This is my sixth. The enormous teeth had chewed and spat out its sixth-dimensional lord. The blood dragon let out a roar. It raised its head to look for the mad magician. The being was letting out a too dangerous of an atmosphere to be called a human. Kwa kwa kwang. The hell flame dragon hydra had taken shape as if it was a flower blooming. It raised all of its head. It let out streams of flame as it made the surrounding into a sea of flame. During the conflagration, Dread had become a grilled octopus. The skeleton with the red eyes stepped on Dread as he laughed. This one is my seventh. Hung. When the dragon met the lich's eyes, it let out a roar as it ascended into the skies again. Cool cool. There is a limit on what a blood dragon can do by running amok. This was a bet against a large lizard, who had lost its dragon's breath. If Janus lost, his pride as a lich would suffer. Bloom. Waruru. As the lich swept his hand towards the fallen buildings, the heads of the Hydra appeared as they roared. I'll show you all hell. The hellfire was emitted from the hell dragons. Seoul started to resemble the depths of hell. Guang. Accompanying an explosion, EO pulled away as he glared at Woojin. The corner of Woojin's mouth lifted. You are better than I imagined. Hung. For a guy who doesn't know what he's doing, you are pretty good. EO's words kept getting on his nerves, so Woojin gave a response. Why do you keep speaking as if we are acquaintances? It is the truth. You know about it, Kang Woojin. Woojin's eyes narrowed further as he glared at EO. He had always been called the Immortal. How many dimensional lords actually knew his name? Woojin's name was extremely famous on Earth. However, there was a sense of dissonance when his name was spoken by EO. It gave credence to his words. You exist in this world to hand over the key to me. Thrash's executioner. You are well informed. The corner of Eo's mouth lifted into a smirk. Kwa cha chong. The ice sword had become small as ice was chipped away. However, it grew back to become a large sword again. It is time for you to die now for Earth. Schwak. Eo's sword came up in a flash, and it aimed for Woojin's head. Kaang. His warrior's weapon deflected the strike, but Woojin's expression was much more complicated than before. I'm sure about one thing. Woojin opened his mouth as if he was trying to chase away the thoughts cluttering his mind. Kaang Kong. The two swords had crashed into each other 3 times already, and they were about to repeat the process. What is it? You are going to die by my hands. Hung. You've already reached your limit. Eo had poured everything into this venture to kill Kang Woojin. Time and preparation was on his side. No simulation predicted his loss. The authority would be transferred to him when he killed Woojin. This was all for saving Earth and all the dimensions. Ha-ahp. Eo's sword was aimed at Kang Woojin again. He was within a cage made out of glass. Shit. Toppler was frustrated. He would lose his mind if he didn't cuss out loud. The council was ignorant. They didn't realize how important this change of events was. They were excessive in their zeal to walk the proven path. They continuously revised the errors, yet they kept repeating the same path endlessly. Wasn't it time for them to step forward now? How long will they restrain themselves before reaching out for the light of hope? Toppler wanted to reach it before his life ran out. This was why he had met Kang Woojin. He had talked to the seed of the god of destruction. Wing. The frosted side of the glass brightened before it became transparent. When the glass cleared, Speaker Schelt was standing on the other side. It isn't too late to stop the Leon's ship, Schelt. Ha! Toppler. It isn't as if I don't acknowledge your ability. However, we have to be a bit more careful in this endeavor. We don't have time to do so. We can still survive 2 or 3 more resets. Before that happens, we'll die from natural causes. It was an undeniable truth. Toppler and Schelt was already old. It isn't as if we can't do it. You just don't want to do it. Please watch your tongue. Schelt's face immediately turned ugly at Toppler's attempt to get a rise. As if to reply with his own expression, Toppler's expression turned fierce. We've already reported this several dozen times. Don't we have to accept our failures and try something different? Our plan wasn't a failure. It's just incomplete. Hey! Toppler felt devastated. They had awakened the recovery admin, and they had tried to normalize the system. They tried hard to regain their lost home planet, yet they kept failing. They kept going back to the starting point, but they had continued to follow the same path they had traversed before. While they were doing this, the moon world's time continued to flow. Now there were only old people left in charge, and they were too afraid of making changes. The reset had restarted the events, but the time on the moon world had never stopped. Your theory has too much risk involved. It is worth trying it out. You want to bet the future of the moon world on your imagination. The mechanism maintaining our lives are failing. Is that really a path to our future? Toppler restlessly walked back and forth. He was surrounded on all sides by glass. There was a wall across the glass, an empty space was beyond that. They lived on the moon, yet they hadn't been able to colonize it. They were just the new lives that had continued the existence of their race. Please think about the children and our descendants. Please discuss the option of carrying out my prepared plan with the council. We need both of them. In the first place, the deletion admin and the recovery admin has to be summoned at the same time. Then we are already too late. The two of them has already started their fight. The former had lost his memory, and the latter had only retained partial memory. The relationship between the two was already antagonistic, so if both were summoned, it would lead to destruction. It wasn't up for debate as to who they'll choose and who they'll throw away. Zing. Shelt glanced backwards. When the door opened, a soldier entered. Shelt once again looked at Toppler. It seems the result is already out. Ah! Toppler let out a sigh. There must be a reason why two beings each held different keys. Now one had died, and the other would hold two keys. What happened? That is. The soldier had come searching for Speaker Shelt, since he had to give his report. The soldier spoke with a dark expression on his face. The outcome was decided before Leon's ship could arrive. So who won? The blades made out of ice flew in all directions, and they left sharp marks behind. A good number of blades flew towards Woojin. His soul barrier formed automatically, and he received no wounds. Tung. However, each ice particle sent towards him consumed a soul. The soul disappeared after doing its role. I've reached my limit. Maybe the bastard's words were right. No, the bastard was aiming for this result. He was able to store unlimited amount of souls thanks to the Thrash's protection. However, the souls were being consumed each time to form a small barrier, and he was reaching an end to his reserves. If he didn't have any souls, it would cause problems in creating barriers. However, the bigger problem would be his inability to recover his magical energy in a short amount of time. The undead army was incredibly powerful, but all their magical energy came from the Necromancer. It came from Kang Woojin. His driving for all things was the souls he collected. It was his source of energy. Tung, pshhhk. A sharp shard of ice went past the souls, which had been blocking all the fragments. It slid by Woojin's side. Eo smiled when he was able to wound Woojin for the first time. Quah! All the fragments of ice that had pieced together to form a saw-like blade fell away. A long ice spear made its appearance. Eo gripped it as he charged towards Kang Woojin. This is the end for you. No way. He had consumed all his souls, yet he was unbelievably calm. For a brief moment, Eo flinched. He had almost been convinced that Kang Woojin had a hidden card he hadn't used. Kung! Woojin raised his great sword to block the ice spear, and his body slid backwards. He had used up all his magical energy, so he was akin to a common roused. You are bluffing. Quang, Quang. Kang Woojin was busy focusing on his defense. He was being pushed backwards by the constant attack. What a tenacious bastard! Kang Woojin looked as he was about fall over, yet he resisted. Eo pushed forward as he clicked his tongue. How many years of preparation and points did he have to waste to catch this single human? Kang Woojin was able to command the dead, and the ability to use souls was almost a cheat ability. Eo had just peeled away the many shell around Kang Woojin, but he had to use most of his points gained from being the 25th throne. Who? When he saw Woojin take ragged breaths for being exhausted, Eo reformed his broken ice spear. Sujajung. This is really the end for you. No way. It was a bluff. The bastard's magical energy and stamina should be close to zero. There was only one problem that troubled Eo. The corner of the bastard's mouth had been steadily lifting as the fight progressed. Shwag. Eo was executing his final charge when he caught sight of a broad smile on Kang Woojin's face. 99. Level up. Pot. In a flash, his nearly non-existent magical energy and stamina was restored. He felt his weakened and damaged warrior's weapon recover its durability. Ho-ho-hong. The warrior's weapon changed into an axe. It split Eo, who was charging with his spear, in half. Paang. The bastard's body was made out of ice. The exploding fragments of ice impacted on Woojin's body, but he endured it by gritting she teeth. He had activated his basic barrier using his magical energy. Your resistance is useless. The broken body of Eo was knitting back together. He regenerated as if nothing had happened to him. Eo had consumed a massive amount of points, but he didn't particularly care. However, instead of distancing himself from Eo, Kang Woojin grabbed Eo's body after he flung his warrior's weapon onto the floor. Eo was a iceman with no heart. He didn't possess any vital spots. How do you kill a bastard of his constitution? Kang Woojin had racked his brain, but he could only come up with a single method. It was a troublesome power that could only be used if he consumed most of his magical energy in an instant. This is your punishment. Shwahunke. The glove touching Eo's body was dyed black. This was a punishment that allowed Woojin to destroy an opponent's soul by burning all his magical energy. Guaa! Eo was caught by the black glove, and his body started to melt. Who won? The deletion admin won. This was unprecedented. A change that had never happened before had occurred, and Schultz's face stiffened. The inside of his head was white like a blank piece of paper. Naturally, his head turned towards Toppler. Toppler also had a dumbfounded expression on his face as if he had been hit in the face by a hammer. Toppler had wanted both of them to survive. Since one of them had died, his plan was already dead. Professor! In the end, you screwed up everything. At Schultz's angry scolding, Dr. Toppler raised his head. He will soon descend, and if he dominate all the dimensions, will have no future. They had to stop him from gaining control over all the dimensions. The only way to pull this off was to turn back the time, but the recovery admin was dead. Toppler, who had his head lowered in despair, suddenly stood up. Ah! There might still be a way. Chapter 199, Tronet, 4. Chapter 199, Tronet, 4. What is it? I'll try to persuade the deletion admin. He doesn't have his memory, so what can you do? The risk was too large. The man was crazy, and he was too unpredictable. Toppler calmly tried to persuade the agitated speaker Schult. He already has the keys now. We have no choice, but to call him here for a reset. He tries to kill any one of us that he meets, so how will you be able to persuade him? Words don't work on that bastard. I'll persuade him. Schult glared at him, but Toppler didn't blink. I can persuade him. I have to go to Earth. Do you have any other options? Eek. He might be right. I'll have to discuss this with the council. Speaker. Toppler suddenly yelled out in anger. Are you trying to kill us all? This isn't the time for us to hesitate. We have to get in front of this as soon as possible. They were in uncharted territory. Eo had appeared much earlier than the records indicated. Kang Woojin hadn't finished his key, yet he had encountered Eo. Moreover, he was able to achieve a ridiculous result. The cause of this change was numerous, but Dr. Toppler's arbitrary decision to meet him was probably one of the contributing factors. Since you caused this incident, you are in charge of fixing it. Understood. Open. At Speaker Schultz's command, the two panels to the glass door slid open. Dr. Toppler became a free man. He immediately gave a request to the soldier standing ready off to the side. Please ready my ship. He had to get to Earth as soon as possible. He had to get there before the dimensional admin arrived on Earth. Tsujajung. The frozen Han River started to melt. The thorn tree had grown as if it was defying the heavens, and the ice covering it was melting. Even the ice castle started to melt as it fell to the ground. Warururu. The hell hydras were crazily pouring out flame, and it was accelerating the process. Hu. Woojin had basically consumed all his magical energy, so he started to gather the souls of the monsters. SSSSP. He absorbed all the souls at once, and his magical energy began to recover slowly. Eo's body melted, and one couldn't even see the outline of its form. The only thing left was the damp spot on the ground. Woojin unnecessarily kicked the ground. Didn't I tell you I'll kill you? The activation condition was troublesome, but Thrash's punishment was powerful. How could an elemental body avoid the god of destruction's punishment? The monsters and the dimensional lords, which had filled the surrounding region, were close to being settled. He had been able to achieve his level up thanks to the extermination of the monsters, which caused a steady increase in his EXP. Shwa! A black smoke flew to the side of Woojin. It coalesced to form genus. What happened to the executioner? I'm not sure. There was no noticeable change. Woojin opened his status window, and he carefully looked over it. His level had changed to 99, but the only discernible change was the increase of some stats. I guess this has nothing to do with level. Do I have to gather all of Thrash's set item? He had hunted an incredible number of monsters, and he had amassed an incredible amount of achievement points. He immediately opened his achievement store, and he started purchasing all the ingredients needed to make Thrash's glory. I think I'll be able to purchase all of them. If he could do this with only the expenditure of the achievement points, he didn't have to work so hard to gather the dimensional points. Jimin was still soloing the dimensional battles, and his dimensional points was still going up. Let's see. Woojin put the purchased ingredient items and Area's holy item into the combination box. When he pressed the combination button, several dozen ingredients mixed to form a circlet. It looked like a crown with a skull embedded in it. Thrash's glory. Woojin took it out from his inventory, and he put it on. Thrash's glory, protection, punishment, dignity, and march. He had gathered all the 5 defensive gears, so all the set effect became active. His control ability increased, and now he would be able to control an army 5 times larger than his previous undead army. He would also be able to summon the death field, which was the ultimate battlefield for the undeads. Aside from those powers, all the basic abilities he commanded in Alphen was also restored. The desperate feeling he had was wiped away, but his expression eventually stiffened. It's not working. The executioner. He had gathered all his set items, and he had raised his dual class to level 99. Still, the Thrash's executioner hadn't appeared. The Earth's master code. Stop. However, he blocked Jinus from talking any further. Don't say it. Jinus saw Woojin's expressionless face, and it could no longer continue its words. Jinus could feel Woojin's anger settle. Jinus was Woojin's teacher, and it had witnessed him on the battlefield. If not, Janice would have needed to see his anger with its own eyes. Let us slowly look for it. I bow to the Lord's will. Shwag. Jinus' body turned into black smoke, and it swirled out of existence. Woojin let out a bitter laugh when he saw Seoul, which was raised to the ground. This was hell amongst hell for him. There were the corpses of beings, who looked similar to humans, mixed in with the monsters. The corpses were everywhere, and there was only one being alive there. It was a bad feeling, but it was also a familiar feeling. Rise! At Woojin's command, the corpses exploded as the skeleton warriors appeared. He was now able to command more skeletons than before. He assigned the skeleton warriors to the command of the Death Knights, and he replenished his undead army. My king! Kaiba came to his side, and they faced each other. Its large tusk and the shaking red flame in its eyes revealed its concern for him. I'll call you next time. I bow to the Lord's will. Shwa! It started with Kaiba, then all the other Death Knights turned into smoke as they disappeared. Kuoong! The sound of impact was heard. It was hard to tell if it landed or crashed. He looked at the blood dragon. Unlike its usual self, the blood dragon was silent. Woojin unsummoned it. Weeing! Blood started to evaporate, and the blood surrounding the blood dragon sloughed off. Dulcie, who was in its golem's heart form, revolved around Woojin before it disappeared. Even the bone dragon dissolved into black smoke, and the only one left by Woojin was Bibi. Master! I want to go back. All right. Woojin summoned Xing Xing, and they flew towards the flying fortress in the sky. The clue to the executioner. He hadn't found it yet. No, even if he hadn't acquired the answer, it didn't matter. Toppler's ship parted the black atmosphere, and it landed on dead land. Pshhhhhhh. The thruster engine turned off as the ship landed onto Earth. Pshhung. The floor-to-Toppler's ship opened as a ladder descended. Tuhung, tung. Earth's air was no longer breathable by humans. Dr. Toppler descended the ladder wearing a spacesuit. Tuhu. When he stepped onto the surface of Earth, the soldiers detached to Leon's ship approached him. I received the news, Professor. We don't have much time, Captain Leon. We've secured the tunnel leading to the target. Captain Leon had taken care of everything, so Dr. Toppler nodded his head. The plan is simple. I'll approach him. If I'm successful in persuading him, please be ready to rescue him. Wouldn't it be best if we pull him out immediately? We can't say for sure that he is an ally yet. I have no idea what he'll do. Let me talk to him first. All right. Please hurry. The concentration of energy looks quite serious. I believe the dimensional admin is getting ready to descend. Understood. Where's his current location? Captain Leon fiddled with the tablet attached to his wrist, and a hologram map appeared. A bright dot could be seen. Leon gave an answer. It is the Seoul station's first exit. The energy loss rate is 28%. Understood. What if you aren't able to persuade him? The code needed for a reset wasn't with EO anymore. Kang Woojin possessed it. If they wanted to revert the already damaged Earth, they needed him. We need him even if he have to force his cooperation. All right. Then let us start. The captain shook Toppler's hand before he went on his way. Leon's ship locked into the target, and Toppler used the spaceship as a dimensional interface. Flying Fortress BB's castle. The serious atmosphere around Kang Woojin prevented Jung Minchin from opening his mouth. He decided to delay the report to another time. The battle between EO and Kang Woojin started not too long ago. This was why Japan had already announced their alliance with EO. Now they had sent a strongly worded requests to Allendale asking for an explanation. Jung Minchin was in a bind, because Japan was showing signs of starting a war over this incident. He had no choice but to ignore it. If he gave the report at an ill-advised time, Woojin might want to invade Japan. They would be in a deeper mess if such a thing happened. Did something happen? Please leave Master alone. Yes. Even BB sounded serious, so Minchin had to accept the situation. When Woojin arrived at the Flying Fortress, the first person he visited wasn't his mother or his sister. It was Kim Kong-chul, who had been locked up. Geek! Kim Kong-chul was just sitting in place, yet Kang Woojin suddenly threw a punch in Kim Kong-chul's face. Gua dang! Kuu! Kim Kong-chul unceremoniously fell over. Woojin grabbed him by the back of his neck, and he spoke as he grinned his teeth. How will I be able to meet those Moon World bastards? Kook! Even if you ask me. Qua dang! Kim Kong-chul was roughly thrown to the floor again, and Woojin growled at him. Call those bastards to me. Shouldn't you go ask this of the Holy Maiden of Earth? When he spoke about the Holy Maiden of Earth, Woojin grabbed Kim Kong-chul's neck. Woojin easily raised Kim Kong-chul by his throat. Hekoked as his legs futilely struggled. You want to die? Kuu! Earth's god is in their world. When it looked as if he could no longer breathe, Woojin put him down. Woojin's eyes narrowed as he perked up at his words. The god of Earth is on the Moon world. Kuu! That is true to my knowledge. He knew the executioner could sever the connection between the dimensions. If this was the only solution, he had to acquire it. However, the Earth's master code. What if it was a task that required his dongseng? If there was a way to save Earth, while he saved his sister. Moon world. How do I get there? He opened his dimensional store to find a dungeon that linked towards the Moon world. He couldn't find it. If one wanted to link to a location, a dungeon was needed. Geek! At that moment, an unexpected figure stepped in as he opened the door. "We meet again." At Dr. Toppler's greeting, Woojin's expression remained crumpled. "I want you to guide me to the moon world. If the god of earth was there, he'll kill the god for his dongseng. He'll acquire the master code. You can't reach there using conventional methods. If you know what is good for you, you'll guide me there." Woojin took a step forward. It was just a single step, but the sense of danger made Dr. Toppler flinched. However, he held his ground. It was the same for him and the moon world. They no longer had the luxury of stepping backwards. "I'll guide you. However, you have to listen to my words before I do so." "I don't need to. It is related to the origin of the dimensions. It is also about the origin of the dungeons, which allows travel between dimensions. Everything I'm telling you is the truth." Woojin's eyebrows twitched. "The origin of Tranet. Don't you want to know about it? Stop talking shit. Just tell me about the dungeon that leads to the moon world." "There are no dungeons on the moon world." Woojin's face crumpled further. "You can summon me." It was a method that worked on Alphen. He just had to accept the summon. However, unfortunately, you cannot go there through a summon. There are no portals, and it isn't possible to use dimensional shifts. However, I do know of one method that'll work. Woojin's eyes twitched. If there wasn't a way, Kim Kong-chul and Toppler would be dead already. "What is it?" "You can log out." Toppler calmly accepted the fearsome glare of Kang Woojin, and he gave a prayer inside. "Please listen to my words before you do anything. Tranet. This is about origin of the transcendent travel between planets, and it is about the future of humanity." Woojin took another step towards Toppler. Chapter 200, Tranet, 5. Chapter 200, Tranet, 5. Dr. Toppler was nervous, so his shoulders tensed. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to breathe properly. Woojin glared as he stood in front of Dr. Toppler. If Woojin swung his fist, it would be able to reach Toppler. Kim Kong-chul was conflicted. He didn't know if he should stop this or not, but he didn't dare to step forward in such an atmosphere. Everything within the isolation room. The objects. The air. It felt as if it were all being squeezed in front of Kang Woojin's power. He opened his mouth. "I'll give you exactly 5 minutes. If you can't persuade me, you are dead." This was an unexpected opportunity. Toppler's eyes twinkled as he immediately spoke. "This world is a lie. I really want to cancel the words I spoke earlier." Woojin spoke with a serious expression on his face. He didn't care that he had given Toppler permission to speak for 5 minutes. Woojin wanted to hit Toppler for using sophistry. "May I continue?" "You've used up 20 seconds. At Woojin's words, Toppler quickly took up his words again. The future of Earth and the Moon world depended on his words. It was year 2529. War and the depletion of natural resources made it difficult for humanity to survive. Dr. Toppler spoke in a serious manner, yet Woojin's expression was being contorted further as time passed. Kim Kong-chul looked on with nervous eyes. Kim Kong-chul felt as if he was being forced to attend a boring lecture. The unfortunate part was that his life was about to end after 5 minutes, so he was anxious. Toppler talked about the downfall of Earth, and the selfishness of the population. He started getting a bit heated regarding the subject, so Kim Kong-chul had to pull him back. "Excuse me, Professor. Please speak more concisely." "Hey!" Kim Kong-chul's words broke him out of his previous state of mind. "You have 3 minutes left." "Hey!" After swallowing a groan, Toppler started organizing the words he had been rambling on about. He spoke quickly and concisely. Earth was completely ruined. We needed a new place to live. Woojin thought about the sense of danger he felt inside the temples of Alphen. "Is that supposed to be Alphen?" "You are correct. Unfortunately, we developed a way to travel there, but the preparations that needed to be done to make the new place livable wasn't finished yet. The terraforming is still ongoing. Humanity had no choice, but to wait. This was why a way station was created. We created a virtual reality world. Speak in easier terms. While Alphen became Earth-like, we had to wait in the virtual reality world. Basically, we were placed in temporary housing until our house was built. So we are in it right now. Correct. So what? What? Wasn't it normal to ask questions about his story? At the unexpected reply, Toppler became dumbfounded, and he could only reply with a question of his own. So what are you proposing? You are going to take us out from this world? You want us to go to the new house, since it is completed. I wish it was so. However, there was a problem. Of course. A problem always arises to make everything into shit. Some greedy people amongst us arose, and they made more virtual reality worlds. The total number was... There were 72 of them. Correct. These were virtual reality worlds, yet these individuals were able to godlike power within them. Some even strived to become real gods. The source of this power and authority was rooted in the code each possessed, and they became jealous of each other. Then the numerous dimensional wars. In the end, it was an all-out brawl. Yes. Wouldn't all of this be solved if everyone was awoken from the virtual reality? Why are you guys hesitating? A problem occurred regarding this issue too. What happened? The terraforming on our new home hadn't been finished yet. Woojin looked at Toppler in dismay. However, we found an answer. What is it? Tranet. It is a network that allows movement between the planets. We can finish the terraforming using this. Explain it in a way I can understand it. Basically, we can dematerialize a person or object from Earth. Then it could be beamed and rematerialized on Alphen. So you can log in from Earth, and log out from Alphen. Are you talking about a portal? We used that concept as a basis to come up with this idea. We used it to make this solution. However, this isn't a dimensional shift. The movement between dimensions is a method only used within the virtual reality. Woojin glanced at the clock on the wall. Your 5 minutes is up. Are you going to kill me? You know me well. You can't. Why not? You should try running away like before. Whether I run away or not, my plight is not the problem. We have to save the virtual reality Earth, and the real Earth. The people, who lost their code, can only exist within the virtual reality. Then let them live there. Did they really need to make a distinction between reality and virtual reality? From Woojin's experience, this was a useless distinction. The world was for the living, and the afterlife was for the dead. Your Earth and my Earth is in peril. Toppler had said this last time. Dr. Toppler had said they were heading towards the same goal, and his words once again circled around Woojin's ears. It was unpleasant when he heard it before, and it was also unpleasant to hear it now. He felt repulsed by this person, who tried to bring about a desired result as he covered his ass. I'll hear you out. Woojin was sure Toppler was hiding something. However, if the situation called for it, he would make an alliance with this awkward bastard. He wanted to hear about the dangers he would have to face in the near future. For a very long time, we kept surveillance on those who possessed the admin codes. We've done this several dozen times, yet there was someone who always strived to become the supreme being. A supreme being? Is that the end game? Was this what the dimensional lords were struggling so much to reach? One had to look at the person closest to reaching the goal. I'm guessing you are referring to the 72nd throne. I'm pretty sure you met him before. What? I did. Woojin tilted his head in confusion. When Woojin's gaze settled on him, Dr. Toppler gulped as he spoke. Everything would end once he descends. I'm talking about the dimensional admin. He oversaw everything. When he gathers all the codes that makes everything possible, he would be born again as the Supreme Being. He'll merge all the dimensions together. He'll be a god of everything. Dimensional admin. Woojin thought about his meeting from before. He had been summoned to Alphen without any notice, and he had worked hard to return to Earth. His efforts had been basically like clawing out of a hole, and he had been able to meet the dimensional admin. With his help, Woojin was able to return to Earth. Your words make no sense. Why would that bastard return me to Earth? Before Woojin could end his sentence, Dr. Toppler gave a reply. He didn't have much time left. Captain Leon should be arriving at the Seoul station right about now. You possess the code and key he needs. An innate code was scattered. You possess the deletion code. The dimensional admin is trying to get his hands on the completed deletion code. You are talking about Thrash's power. Correct. He wants to possess all the codes. In the virtual reality world, humans were mere files. When one died, one was deleted. There was a space where the dead gathered. Woojin was an existence that could revert the deletion by pulling the dead from that space. Necromancer. The strange sense of dissonance that had bothered him lightened. Was it because his vague goals had been clarified? All right. Tell me what you want. He is about to descend. We would have had to complete our task before that happened, so we've already missed our opportunity. The virtual Earth has no hope anymore. We have to do a new reset. Tell me how you'll pull this off. The people of the moon world will log you out. When you wake up, the memories embedded in the code will give you the instructions. It was like opening a skill book. It would be as if the knowledge was placed in one's mind. It was similar, yet it was also different. It was akin to memories being unsealed. The method would be embedded in the recovery code you gained from EO. When he killed EO, he had gained the recovery code. You have to do something before you can do that. What is it? When the recovery occurs, the dead people will come back to life. Time would be reverted in wholesale. It was basically like a rollback. Everything would be reverted to a previous checkpoint. Meanwhile, the residue created by this action would create dimensional refugees or beings that would wander some unknown space. If you want to recover Earth, you need Earth's code. You have to take it. Woojin stood still, and he didn't budge an inch. She'll be reborn again. You don't have to hesitate. Hoo-hoo. At Toppler's heartfelt plea, Woojin just replied with laughter. His anger settled into something cold. This was why his gaze caused goosebumps as it headed towards Toppler. Just think of those words as your last will. Please think. He wouldn't change his mind. Toppler could see it in Kang Woojin's expression and he could hear it in his voice. Toppler could guess at his fate. There's no other way except for a reset. Toppler couldn't give a solution to the problem, but he had a way to prevent the worst-case scenario. It was the only way forward. Time had to be tampered, and the problem had to be solved anew. Schwag! Kang Woojin swung his fist. Instead of taking the test again, he chose to rip up the test. Guang! Please go! Kim Kong Chul blocked the path of Kang Woojin, but Toppler didn't have time to be thankful or be touched by his action. He was only a rank A roused, so how many seconds would he be able to last against Kang Woojin? Toppler quickly ran to grab the handle to the restroom. We'll log you out soon. Please do not forget the words I told you. Geek. The door opened, and Toppler entered into the entrance. Woojin kicked Kim Kong Chul, who was holding onto his leg. Let me go. Quang. Kim Kong Chul was sent flying into the wall, and he ungainly rolled across the floor. Ooh. The impact was too much. Kim Kong Chul didn't even think about getting up. He just moaned. Woojin quickly grabbed the handle of the restroom's door. It had been quickly closed by Toppler. Tuh! He felt someone grabbing at his thigh, so Woojin looked down. He saw a bloody face of Kim Kong Chul. It looked as if his head had been split open, yet he desperately grabbed at Woojin's leg. You are the only one. Please. Save me. Who will save whom? It seemed everyone was thinking of themselves. Woojin roughly kicked Kim Kon-chul away, and he opened the door to the restroom as if he was about to rip the door away. Kwang! However, Dr. Toppler couldn't be seen across the door. The soulless and sneaky bastard had returned to his world. He had used a dimensional shift without a dungeon. No, should he call it a logout now? Woojin glared at the blameless Kim Kon-chul. From the tip of his toe to his head, he felt an extreme rage suffuse his entire body. Our goals aren't the same. Their goal was to block the descent of the Supreme Being and saving Earth? He had heard what the other side wanted. However, their goals wasn't his goals. Those bastards were delusional if they thought otherwise. Reset? Hey! It was a non-starter for him. Go back and do what? He would have to go through the 20 years of wandering again, which had been extremely painful. Then he would have to return to Earth to see it crumble. His goal was different. I'll end this. He didn't care what happened to the moon world. He'll protect Earth. He'll destroy all the dungeons. He'll cut the connection between dimensions, and he'll make this his own Earth. He'll protect this Earth. I'll kill them all. He'll pursue a method that he was most confident about. The only way to gain the Thrash's executioner was through shedding Suoa's blood? I don't need it. He didn't care about the executioner. He didn't need it even if it was the only viable method. He'll become Thrash, and he'll execute all those bastards. Whoa! When he was filled with rage, Kang Woojin was able to see the evil spirits that always hovered around him. Their cries were chilling, yet Woojin's eyebrows didn't even twitch. There were thousands upon thousands of evil spirits attached to him. He couldn't even count how many. He had always shouldered this burden. The wailing evil spirits around him started to hide their presence as always. However, his situation was a bit different from before. He divided them through the Trash's set item he wore. Tuong. Kang Woojin stepped out of the room. Chapter 201, God of Destruction, 1. Chapter 201, God of Destruction, 1. Woojin exited the room with a big frown on his face, and the first thing he saw was a crowd of people running up to him. There was Jung Minchen, and Woo Suk-hun. Then there was Kim Heeman and Blanca, who he hadn't seen for a while. Even Bibi was there. Why are you all gathering around me? Are you okay? The sounds from inside the... I want you to heal the bastard inside. Blanca possessed a healing ability, so he discreetly went into the isolation room. The rest of the group followed behind Woojin. Why are you guys following me like dogs? Are you okay, President? Jung Minchen bolstered his courage as he asked a question. Woojin frowned as he replied with a question of his own. Why wouldn't I be fine? Your complexion doesn't look good. Woojin looked around his surrounding. Everyone looked worried, and there was something common in all their faces. They were all looking at him with worried eyes. Are you guys perhaps worried about me? Hey! Geez! Woojin grinned. He relaxed his stiffened face. He never expected to receive such gazes from others in this life. No, there had always been someone who had looked at him with such worried eyes. This is a first aside from my mother. Maybe, this should have been obvious if he looked back on it. These people already deserved to be called his family. He could worry about them independent from what power they possessed. It was a refreshing feeling. He had decided to protect them all, but he didn't realize they were worrying about him. He didn't hate the feeling. Are you all frustrated? Yes? Yes, sir. Jung Minchen's voice was especially overflowing with energy. Of course, everyone felt frustrated by the situation, but it was the worst for Jung Minchen. Important figures from different countries contacted Minchen so much that these calls just rolled off his back. He shrugged them off, yet kings and government officials kept trying to get Minchen to arrange Kang Woojin's support. It wasn't just these people. All the people of the world held a similar view. Kang Woojin was the vanguard spearheading the dungeon breaks and the monster rush. This was why everyone surmised Kang Woojin had the most information regarding what was going on. In truth, Jung Minchen also thought the same. However, even if he did receive answers from Woojin, Minchen wouldn't never pass on what he learned to others. His role was to take the requests and criticisms. He stopped the threats and entreaties for cooperation from reaching Kang Woojin by solving issues beforehand. He made it easier for Kang Woojin to operate. However, Minchen was staring at an endless war with the monsters. Of course, he was curious to know if this war would come to an end. Gather around. Woojin's expression softened a bit, and this served to relax the uncomfortable atmosphere. How should I explain this? Hadn't he been angry, because he couldn't organize this situation within his head? However, everyone was waiting with bright eyes as they waited for his answer. He did his best to summarize the situation. The act of trying to explain it to someone else made it easier for him to sort everything out. It is year 2529 on the real Earth. This world was a world created in virtual reality. What? Everyone became surprised. Sunghun's eyes turned round as he asked a question. So what are we? We are people connected to this reality. Maybe some of us are fakes. Woojin's words lingered, and everyone kept looking at each other. It seemed they couldn't comprehend his words, so they kept repeating Woojin's words inside their heads. It seemed Woojin wasn't going to wait for them to comprehend it. He continued to pour out the words he organized. There are 72 of these fake worlds. Earth is one of them. Alphen is another. The planet Jakku was also. Then what are dimensional lords? What are dimensional domains, and the dungeons? It is the crack between dimensions. It might be a small planet, and the owners are the dimensional lords. They are probably connecting to this place from the real Earth. They are probably humans barely hanging on to life through a life support machine. His words were so serious that it felt like a joke. They felt an instinctual need to deny Woojin's words, but they felt a sinking feeling in their stomach. So the roused are the humans, who are accessing this place. The others are virtual humans. Are you saying we are NPCs? Minchen's voice was shaking unusually hard as he asked the question. Woojin shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. I have no idea. He wasn't qualified to determine if it was true or not. However, it wasn't as if he trusted 100% of Dr. Toppler's story. That's just what I heard. Well. Do you feel like a fake? Minchen blanched as he shook his head from side to side. Not at all. Woojin grinned. The people here thought, took actions and lived their lives. How could they be defined by aggregation of ones and zeros? He wouldn't define these people here as fake. He would instead define the program or beings, who created these people, to be gods. If you heard it from someone. Who did you hear it from? Professor Toppler. You met him. He did as he pleased. He opened a gate to come to me. He said he's a human from year 2529. He said he's from the real Earth. Minchen couldn't help it. He asked a question about the preposterous story. So is it possible to correspond with them? I have no idea. Hey! Should he be called irresponsible? Maybe he was just thoughtless? Woojin had spoken about a story that was hard to accept, yet he was acting unperturbed. That is why. He grinned as he looked at each one of them. I'm going to go and confirm it. Minchen wondered if he should try to stop Woojin, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. He was in a state of confusion. This world was fake. There was a chance that he wasn't a human. The other countries were asking for support, and Japan had come out against them. However, those events didn't seem important anymore. Even the monsters from the dungeon break felt insignificant compared to this. Toppler had said everything here was fake. He thought maybe the most important task he could do was to check the veracity of this claim. Wu Songhun, who had been still as he listened, suddenly asked a question. Do you trust his words, King? I don't know. What if this is some big ruse? I've hatched a lot of them before, and this smells a bit fishy. He grinned as he replied to his words. If it is a ruse, I'll just beat him to death. Ha ha. Songhun had duped Woojin into buying a particular hand phone, and he had been beaten like a drum. He put on an awkward smile as remembered the past. It is worth checking out. What if it turns out to be true? Well, what do you think I'll do? When Woojin put on a weird smile, Songhun gulped. Woojin looked at the needlessly nervous people, and he brought up a topic he had been holding back. While I'm gone, you guys have to do something for me. What do you want of us? I want you all to protect Seoul. Of course, we will. The protection of Kang Woojin's family was their first priority. At Jung Minchen's untroubled answer, Woojin spoke to him in a serious manner. You have to protect Seoul even if you lose everything. Woojin's gaze head towards Bibi. Do you understand? Yes, Master. If Seoul was a proxy of Earth's god, there will be an relentless push by the dimensional lords to gain the code. He couldn't hand them over the code, and he couldn't lose Seoul either. When everyone gets back, I want you to deliver my words to them. Yes, sir. Du Jimin was still continuing his dimensional battles, and he was steadily increasing the stockpile of points. There was no news regarding Sunggu, and He Sol had left after leaving behind a letter. She was somewhere on Alphen, and no one knew when she would be returning. Where are you going to go, President? Before I go, I have someone I have to meet. The Moon World bastards would facilitate his logout? He had been summoned before against his will before. Once was enough. If he had business on the Earth from year 2529, he would go there of his own volition. Woojin summoned his phantom steed, and he got on. Bibi. Yes, Master. If I don't make it back, I leave the undead army to you. When the undead familiars were summoned, the magical energy of the necromancer started to be consumed. This was especially true for Yang Yang. It had an enormous body, and it always received considerable damage during battle. One had to regenerate it, and it siphoned off a significant amount of magical energy. This was also the reason why the undead army had a hard time operating far from its king. Occasionally, he had given command of his undead army to Lich Jinus. It was also inevitable that Jinus had a smaller reservoir of magical energy compared to Woojin, since it couldn't steal souls. However, he had already assigned Bibi as the admin in charge of taking care of the flying fortress. It was similar to how Woojin gathered the souls nearby to fuel his magical energy. Bibi would be able to use the colony's points to bolster her magical energy. Of course, this was assuming she was near the colony. If Bibi was able to give them support, the undead army would be able to display its full power. It won't take me too long to check this out. I want you to protect Seoul. Yes, Master. Please don't worry. We'll protect her at all cost. The phantom steed jumped into the air, and everyone waved their hands towards Woojin. The several people, who was aware of situation surrounding the Holy Maiden of Earth, started their defense against the beings gunning for her. Po Shu. Toppler, who had been connected through the interface adapter, opened his eyes after his code was withdrawn. When he groaned, one of the team member pushed a bottle towards him. Thank you. Were you successful in convincing him? I'm not sure. What? He became surprised at the professor's wishy-washy answer. If we don't have the code, how are we going to restore the planet? They needed two things to reset the virtual servers. They needed the restoration code and the planet code. Woojin possessed the deletion code, and he gained the restoration code by killing Eo. However, that was all he possessed. Only the 72 thrones possessed the planet codes. Dr. Toppler's job was to convince Kang Woojin to acquire the Earth's code, and it would make him the first throne. This was the only way he'll become useful after his logout. If he didn't have the planet code, it didn't matter if he had the deletion code and the recovery code. It was like asking someone to cook with a knife and pan with no ingredients. Shouldn't we halt everything right now? What if our actions instigate the god of destruction to descend? They had gone through hardship to hold out for this long, yet it could all disappear in a flash. This was why they hadn't approached Kang Woojin, who had the deletion code, in the first place. He was too difficult to deal with. Their hopes had been with EO. Toppler let out a bitter laugh when the person in front of him looked at Toppler with distrustful eyes. He couldn't blame the man. He deserved to be berated, since he had acted without seeking approval from the others. He wanted to put all the blame and consequences squarely on his shoulders, but events had gotten too out of hand to do so. I'll have to give orders to Kim Kong-chul. I'll make preparations. They had to prepare for the unexpected. If Kang Woojin logged out without possessing the planet code, it would be the worst possible scenario. They had to prepare for it. Hui! It was a desert where only sand was carried by the wind. One could see a dried-up tree, and 2 abandoned buildings. After stopping his phantom steed, Woojin jumped off as he looked at his surrounding. He looked in all directions, and all he could see was sand. There was no sign of life here, yet he was careful. Gabi. Cuckoo. Did you call for me? Check if anyone is nearby. Do you need a sacrifice? Or maybe you need blood? Stop talking nonsense. Just go and search. Cuckoo. I will carry out your order. Woojin frowned as Gabi spoke with great mirth. Woojin had sought out a location with no people nearby. He wanted to minimize the loss of life. Shall I start now? Woojin took out the sealed stone, return marble, and the summon stone. He had bought them from his achievement store. After surviving in Alphen for the past 20 years, he had been barely able to find this method. It allowed him to return home. He gathered the 3 items in one place, and he smashed them. Pa-ah-ah! The items turned into dust, and it scattered as if it was smoke. Soon, it coalesced in front of Woojin's eyes as it let out a light. Hoo-hoo-hung! It was a mass made out of light. The mass of light was wearing armor, and it was able to speak even though it didn't have a mouth. You are a warrior that has reached the pinnacle. Where do you want to go? The tail end of his mouth lifted when he heard the same word from this being. 72nd throne. He possessed all the planet codes. He was the closest to being the absolute being. He spoke towards the dimensional admin. Chapter 202, God of Destruction, 2. Chapter 202, God of Destruction, 2. Earth. This is Earth. The tail end of Woojin's lips lifted. I'm not talking about the fake one. He looked at the dimensional admin, who didn't give an answer. It was as if he was staring at an overmind made out of red light. What reason did it have to put on an armor? Was it mimicking a human? Or did it have some other function? He couldn't even come up with a guess as to the reason why. Why aren't you answering me? What is fake and what is real? The voice rang out, and it shook within his head. Woojin was about to give an immediate answer, but he swallowed his words. What defined something as being real or fake? What characterized reality and virtual reality? When he became tormented by his thoughts, Woojin shook his head as if to chase away such thoughts. It didn't matter which form of reality was of substance. Moon world. I want you to send me there. You can't go there. At the dimensional admin's words, Woojin's expression hardened. Was Toppler correct? Was it true that this world was the fake one? If there really was a partition between reality and the virtual world, the dimensional admin was a product of the virtual reality. It meant the dimensional admin couldn't send him to the moon world, since it was located in reality. Why? The silence was a sufficient answer. If the dimensional admin had no solution, Woojin had only one business with him. Schwak! Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon, and he raised it. You should die now. It gave no answer. However, it moved. Would it be more accurate to say it wriggled? The dimensional admin was made out of light, and one couldn't discern its expression. Chu cho chut. It was letting out a serious amount of energy as the light grew bigger. It looked as if thunder was being compressed. It was as if the mass of light was resolving into a light golem in human form. Previously, it looked as if the dimensional admin had been wearing loose-fitting armor. However, as the dimensional admin's body grew, the armor fit its body perfectly. The arms and legs extended, and it was around 3 meters tall now. Kururung. A spark like thunder was emitted every time it moved its body. Even without fighting against it, Woojin could feel the explosive power dwelling within it. If you want to challenge me, I welcome it. Woojin looked at it with serious eyes. He spoke with a confident voice towards the 72nd throne. Will he be able to win? Was it because its presence was so overwhelming? It had been a while since he had such thoughts before a fight. HMMPH. As if to chase away his anxiety, Woojin charged towards the large form. He didn't care if the bastard was made out of light. He just had to kill it. Quadzijik. The warrior's weapon penetrated the 72nd throne's forearm. The spear entered with no resistance. When Woojin tried to take it out, it refused to come out. It was as if it was embedded in concrete. Kururung. Woojin was unsure as to how he should describe it. He didn't know if it was a wound or a gap. He could see its forearm wriggle. He was pulling with incredible force, yet the spear refused to move an inch. Schwak, Kwang. The bastard's fist struck Woojin's side. Puh! He impacted on a dune as he was buried within the sand. He erupted out from below as he rushed towards it. Summon! Woojin unsummoned then summoned his warrior's weapon. He changed it into its great sword form. The warrior's weapon could change its form freely, and he could recover it. The battle style one could develop with such a weapon was endless. Quah! The great sword sliced through the enormous forearm as if it was passing through water. However, the forearm reattached itself so easily that it made one wonder if it had been severed in the first place. Shuang, Juwang. It didn't matter if he sliced its neck or leg. The result was the same. It was hopeless, since he was swinging his sword at a being with no real body. Quah! When he let his guard down for a brief moment, it punched him. Woojin was sent flying. He stood up as he spat out sand from his mouth. He hadn't taken any damage. The soul armor had activated, and the exact number of souls needed to block the attack was consumed. Shit! It was neither a human nor a monster. It was a being made out of light. It was basically an ethereal being, so how should he face this bastard? Its body was a mass of light. What an annoying bastard! Woojin changed his warrior's weapon into a bow. Shuang, shu shu. He pulled only the string, yet an arrow made out light appeared. It embedded itself in the bastard. The arrow in flight acted as if it was caught in a magnetic field. It slowed before it was absorbed into the dimensional admin's body. Shu shu, shung. It seemed physical attacks didn't work, and the arrow of light was also useless. Should he call his familiars to fight this bastard? I'll be wasting my magical energy. He didn't know how useful his skeleton army or his death knights would be. He wasn't certain, but he was pretty sure Yang Yang would be much help either. He thought about calling for Lichjanus, but he gave up on that idea too. I have to conserve my magical energy. Even if it didn't have real body, the bastard should have a soul. He decided to bet everything on Thrash's punishment. Shwa! When several throwing knives flew towards the dimensional admin, it punched the knives to block all of them. Chuaang! The hand of light had held onto one of the throwing knives. Armor! All the ones aiming for its body went through cleanly. It wasn't as if his weapons were passing through after creating a wound. It was correct to say the dimensional admin was letting the weapons just pass through its body. Is the armor covering some kind of nucleus? It was a likely hypothesis. It was a being made out a specific element, and it needed a focus to act as a nucleus. If this wasn't the case, it was either a soul or a ghost. It was covering its only weakness with armor, so it didn't matter what it was. Since the bastard had self-awareness, it possessed a soul. Quack! The throwing knives disappeared, and in a flash, a whip was in his hand. The malleable warrior's weapon kept changing its form, and the battle changed again in a free-flowing manner. The whip flew like a snake uncoiling. It surrounded the dimensional admin's armor. This was the only material that would allow him to restrict the dimensional admin. It wouldn't be able to get out unless it strips off its armor. Huong! When he pulled the whip, the dimensional admin's body flew forward with no resistance. It approached him quickly. Quah! Kuu! The dimensional admin's fist once again made him roll across the sand. Woojin's lips split open, and he spat out the metallic-tasting blood from his mouth. His last batch of souls had been consumed. Since he didn't have the soul armor, its fist was very painful. This opponent was on a different level compared to all the opponents he had fought before. This is annoying. From its appearance, Woojin had expected it to use an electric attack or an explosion created through pressurized energy. He thought it would attack with magic, yet it only used its fists. The bastard's body ignored any forms of physical attack, and it felt as if its body wasn't even there. Bitch! Woojin charged again. It would be great if he could use his magic to restrain the bastard. However, he couldn't waste a single ounce of magical energy. If he did, he wouldn't be able to activate Thrash's punishment. I know what you are trying to do. Is that so? Woojin grinned as he wiped the blood away from his lips. Try blocking it. Tutu. Sand flew into the air as he charged forward again. Huong! The dimensional admin was getting into its stance, and one could tell it was serious. The punches before were like swats trying to chase away a fly. This time it would be for real. His bones could be crushed. No, he had to worry about his life more so than his bones. Tuong! Woojin didn't stop his footsteps, and he once again jumped towards the body of the dimensional admin. He still had on a smile overflowing with confidence, but the dimensional admin was also smiling. Kuu! It tried to punch, yet its arm didn't move. It was as if something was pulling from the back. It looked as if its body was stuck. Tuh! Woojin grinned as he held onto the armor. Woojin was only an arm length away, and he could see the dimensional admin's face distort into an ugly expression. Even if you know it is coming, you can't block it. It was a being made out of light, yet it was wearing an armor. This meant it was casting a shadow. Gabi was told to wait for this opportunity. Goodbye. Woojin gripped the dimensional admin's head with his hands. Shwa! In an instant, his magical energy was drained, and he felt an absence within him. This feeling of emptiness didn't feel great, but he was also filled with triumph at winning against the dimensional admin. Gua! He saw its soul get sucked into Thrash's punishment, and Woojin gripped his fists. Ta-dong! The armor fell to the floor, and all the red light was sucked in. Hoo! This is the end. His stored souls had stopped several punches, and now he was drained of everything. If there were corpses or souls nearby, he would be able to absorb it to refill his magical energy. However, he had come to an isolated region, so there were no souls to be found. He had blocked the absolute being from descending. He had stopped a being that would have been a big threat to Earth. It probably needed a certain amount of time before it could revive. He had to find a way to get to the moon world before EO or the dimensional admin revives to cause trouble. He'll be able to kill the god of Earth on the moon world. He'll be able to take its code. It was a method where he'll be able to acquire the code, while keeping Suo safe. Xing Shi. Woojin was about to summon the phantom steed Xing Xing when he felt a large amount of magical energy emanating from the floor. Qua! The armor floated into the air, and it started to be filled with blue light. The being was formed again as it let out a blue light. It continuously gathered energy from the surrounding as its presence became large. It made Woojin worried. The unusual mass of light grew until it exploded forward. It was as if it was trying to swallow everything near it. Guang! A large sandstorm rose into the air as it blocked the sun. It obscured one's field of vision with darkness. One couldn't see an inch past one's nose, yet the dimensional admin started to flash as it regained its red coloring. In the end, the result hadn't changed. It had exhausted its power, yet it had won and survived. It had gathered all the codes to the 72 dimensions including Earth. It just had to finish its work. Coo. How long have I waited for this moment? A large eye formed within the darkened space, and it laughed as it looked down at the dimensional admin. The shadow Imkabi let out a wicked laugh as it circled the dimensional admin. I have been awoken from the punishment of death. I will reveal myself to this world again. Kabi swirled around the dimensional admin's body as if it was compressing into it. The black shadow started to mix with the red light. The red light darkened, and at some point, it had been dyed completely black. Coo. The darkness split into a wide grin as it laughed. A descent by borrowing the body of a corpse? It couldn't be compared to this. This was a complete revival. It was no longer an unstable being summoned by borrowing the power of a necromancer. This was a perfect revival. Coo ha. It was a being, who had created this world in the beginning. After a long time, the absolute being of the dimensions had descended. Saurus Mountain's world tree, planet Alphen. Ah! Holy Maiden Melody let out a sound of sadness. There was a man standing in front of her. He had translucent skin that made his skin look pale. She tried to push her hand forward. Shwa! The man turned into black smoke, and it entered her hand. It was as if it was being absorbed. Ah! She could see souls. The dead were. She could see souls letting out cries of deep sadness. It felt as if their cries were filling up the world. Melody wanted to close her eyes, but she stood firm as she tried to get used to it. Who? Even if she wanted to help them, she didn't know how. He wasn't as nice as the goddess of prophecy. Moreover, he didn't send oracles. At some point, she was able to see souls. She tried to embrace the souls, but they all turned into smoke when she did. She was letting out a deep sigh when a welcomed friend arrived. Holy Maiden. Team leader Seoul. She was the woman from Earth, who followed Kang Woojin. Seoul had returned. Where have you been? I was trying to find a power that'll be of help to the king. Did you find the power? Yes. She spoke without hesitation, and her face was full of confidence. At that moment, the unquenchable fire in front of the world tree was extinguished, accompanying a wind. Waruru. A flame suddenly rose as a shadow of a figure could be seen. Chapter 203, The Boundary Between Reality and Virtual Reality, 1. Chapter 203, The Boundary Between Reality and Virtual Reality, 1. Meeting room inside BB's castle control tower. The news was running on the large monitor. The voice of the news anchor rang out inside the silent room. An explosion of unknown cause has created a large sandstorm inside the Gobi Desert. A research team was dispatched to see if a dungeon break had occurred nearby. We have a satellite image taken right before the explosion. Our next story. In the past, this story would have been treated like breaking news. However, it was now being treated as a passing news story. There were too many dungeon breaks occurring everywhere now. It wasn't treated as breaking news unless a dimensional lord powerful enough to destroy a country had appeared. The people of Allendale was looking at a figure within the blurry satellite image. Their expression didn't look too good. Doesn't that look like our king? Wu Songhun's words broke the silence, but everyone fell silent again. There are more details on the internet. The explosion at the Gobi Desert was a nuclear weapon-level explosion, and the related information was being quickly uploaded onto the internet. There was also a video being circulated aside from the satellite image. Oh shit! What the hell? It's a Pegasus. The person filming the footage spoke as he recorded the sight of the phantom steed streaking across the sky. Isn't that Xing Xing? Correct. Where was this filmed? The description under the video said it originated from China. All right. It says he was heading west. Jung Minchen was silent for a brief moment before he asked the question. He's still alive, right? Of course, he is. Our king was fine after taking a direct hit from a missile. Haha. At Wu Songhun's words, everyone's expression relaxed a little bit. Master is alive. I still exist. Ah, of course. A definite sense of relief was felt when they heard Bibi's words. Wu. Recently, I don't know why, but every little incident makes me anxious. Minchen was barely able to calm his racing heart. It was akin to letting a child play near the river. Whenever Woojin went somewhere, he became anxious. So did he go to the moon world or whatever? At times, Woojin went to visit his dimensional domain or Alphen. So his absence wasn't a surprise. However, they were afraid of the piece of truth he'll bring back. I guess so. What happens if this place is really a virtual reality? At Songhun's worried voice, Minchen spoke in a low voice. That means we aren't real either. If the virtual reality disappeared, would only the roused wake up in reality? Minchen, Songhun, and Heeman weren't roused. They had a complicated expression on their faces as they kept their silence. This is breaking news. The members of a Chinese guild called Lim Sum Guild was dispatched to investigate the explosion that had occurred at the Gobi Desert. All communications with the team was severed. This footage was sent before. As the anchor spoke, the footage filled the screen. The dust clouded the field of vision. It was as if one was walking within a fog. I detect a strong magical energy in front of us. Clear this away. Songhun understood Chinese as if he was a native to the language. The roused used his power to stop the flow of air. Afterwards, he gathered the dust in a single location, and he sent it away. When the field of vision cleared, one could see a large doll standing in place. It was wearing an armor that looked like a vest. Is it a golem? It didn't look like a human. Moreover, it didn't look like any of the analogous races. It looked more like an inorganic object than a living being. It looked like a golem similar to Dulcie. The unique characteristic of its body was the fact that the body was made out of a black substance that made it impossible to tell if it had a solid or a liquid body. It was roiling as the substance moved like oil. It looked like a clump of oil. It also looked like a collection of black clouds. However, the important part was what happened afterwards. Ho-ho-hung. Quang. The strange monster swung his hand, and all the members in front was sent flying after being hit by a force. Coo. It let out a bizarre laugh. The person holding the camera was dead, and the footage shook as the camera was dropped to the floor. The camera was lodged in the ground, and the footage came to an end. The Chinese authorities are assuming that this being is a new dimensional lord. They are in the process of gathering a special task force. Moreover, they are thinking about approving the use of a tactical nuke. Hey! What the hell? They are thinking about using a tactical nuke over that. Minchen was showing his dismay over the news when an employee ran in. Prime Minister! The Chinese government is asking for our assistance. Is it because of that? A still image of the monster was filling the screen. When Minchen pointed at it, the employee nodded his head. I believe so. The situation is much worse than what the news is reporting. The monster is bulldozing through cities as it destroys everything in its path. It has already reached the western region of Zhangjiakou. Isn't it traveling way too fast? The more important fact is that our king isn't here. That's true. Kim Heeman quickly minimized the news as the screen of the computer was projected. His expression hardened after opening up a map. It is traveling in a straight line. Jung Minchen groaned as he looked at the red line. It is almost at Beijing. I can see why they are so nervous. No, you should look beyond it. Kim Heeman spoke with a serious expression. The flight path was extended in a straight line, and the line came to an end at a city. Minchen's expression stiffened as it turned cold. Seoul. No, is it aiming for us? It was an uneasy prediction, but he somehow felt he was right. An incredible bastard appeared accompanying an explosion and the king went missing. He had been barely able to tamp down his anxiousness, yet the feeling was getting larger again. A different employee ran into the room. Prime Minister. South Korea is on the line. There's been a large break in Busan. They are asking for help. Prime Minister. New York has. Employees kept coming in with a phone in their hand. Minchen massaged his temple as he watched them. The king isn't here, so what can we do? Kang Woojin was a one-man army. Kang Woojin was missing, and it was as if the monsters all over the world had agreed to go crazy all at once. This hell-like world was a problem if it was the real world. It was a problem if it was a fake world. It felt as if his limbs were missing. No, was his entire body gone? He started having auditory hallucinations. Help me. Please don't abandon us. You could have protected them. Don't go. I want to live. Please save me. Faces brushed by him. These were familiar voices and shapes. Was he dreaming again? Was he being tormented by the vicious evil spirits again? His vision was blurry, and he could see the despairing souls approach Woojin. The souls were tangled up with each other, and it was a sight that could probably be seen in hell. They started to touch his body. It felt itchy and hot. The funny part was that he no longer had a body. He was conscious, and he had self-awareness. However, he couldn't feel his body. It was as if he had melted into the air, and the only thing he could see around him were the evil spirits. He watched them swipe at the empty air, and he felt some unidentifiable emotion. Maybe this was a wish he had desired for all this time. It's freedom. It felt as if he had been freed from everything that had been put on his shoulders. Release. In this state, he felt as if he would be able to run away from the outcry of the evil spirits. I'll leave. He tried to leave. He was about to leave, but... Wahak! A butterfly flew in, and it landed in front of Woojin. It slowly fluttered its wing as dust scattered into the air. Soon, the butterfly disappeared, and a girl took its place. Her face was familiar. She was the girl sacrificed in the terror attack. Thank you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The armless corpse, who had crawled across the ground, had reappeared in front of Woojin. She coalesced from dust, and the arms she lost in death was back. She looked normal. It has been an honor to fight with you. He remembered him. During his mercenary days, he was a free knight, who had fought with Woojin in the battlefield. The old man bleeding from the head solidified from smoke, and he bowed towards Woojin. I do not resent you. His memory was fuzzy. These were people, who had died by his hands. The tormenting evil spirits reverted back to the appearance they held at the time of their deaths. They appeared in front of his eyes. They all bowed towards him as they smiled. Woojin was swept up by an unidentifiable feeling, and he had no idea what expression he should put on his face. Thank you for not giving up on us. Each of them spoke similar words to him. He felt sorry, because he hadn't been able to protect them. This was the space of emptiness. The state of his body was uncertain. He was unable to perceive himself in this space, yet the souls surrounding him confirmed his existence. These were the lives, who he hadn't been able to protect. They were all looking at him, as if they were protecting him. Leon's ship landed at a desolate basin. PSSSSHK. The door opened, and armed soldiers wearing gas masks descended the stairs. We are ready to wheel him out, Captain. A cart was floating in the air. It was akin to the ones that were used to transport patients. It was questionable to call it a stretcher, but all the preparations were complete. Has the professor contacted us? The professor failed to convince him. Captain Leon let out a groan as he activated the device on his wrist. A holographic screen came alive, and one could see Dr. Toppler. Professor. If he doesn't have the code, it'll be meaningless to log him out. I know. This is why I ordered Kim Kong-chul to acquire the code. We have to bring him out too. All right. We'll rescue the recovery code first. Understood. When he acquires the code, I'll notify you immediately. They needed both the Earth's code and the recovery code. Where's Kim Kong-chul located at? He is at the Seoul station. Fortunately, they were located in the same sector. Please ready another stretcher. Yes, sir. Another stretcher was taken out of Leon's ship. When the crew was ready, Captain Leon stepped forward first. The road was desolate, and after walking for 10 minutes, a stairway heading below suddenly appeared. The stairs were damaged in places, and it looked pitiful. However, it was good enough to allow people to enter underground. Before they entered the entrance, Captain Leon warned his crew members. The defense system will be neutralized for only 10 minutes. If we want to save both of them, we'll have to move quickly. Yes, sir. We are ready to deactivate it, Captain. Captain Leon looked up, and he stared at the words engraved on the ceiling of the stairway. It had been eroded away by time, but he was sure it said Seoul Station. He had found the right place. This was where Kang Woojin's real body was jacked in. They just had to extract him after saving him. Start it. Yes, sir. The crew members moved efficiently as they activated the device that will neutralize the Guardians. The place with the most security guards and security measure inside the flying fortress was Suo's room. In recent days, she hadn't been able to go out even if she wanted to. She wasn't a prisoner, but she lived the life of a prisoner. It was tortuous for Suo. However, Suo had matured too much to express her feelings. She struggled to keep her feelings to herself. Isn't this too suffocating for you, Suo? No, mother. This was for Suo's protection, but it wasn't as if she could live by herself. This was why Lee Suchyoung stayed next to her daughter. Why doesn't Appa come and visit me? Hey? Maybe it is because Appa is busy. The flustered Lee Suchyoung gave an answer. Kang Woojin had been purposefully distancing himself from Suo, and it seemed the little one had realized it. Who? I hope the war ends soon. I wish so too. When is Jiwon coming? She'll be here soon. This thread of conversation had been repeated a dozen times before by the mother and daughter. While they were having this exchange, a guest arrived. Is it Jiwon? Lee Suchyoung opened the door in a welcoming fashion. Excuse me. A stranger walked into the room. He wasn't the usual employee, who cleaned and brought food every day. Moreover, this man didn't look anything like a security guard. Lee Suchyoung instinctively pushed Suo behind her as she regarded the man. Who are you? The man let out an agreeable laugh as he scratched the back of his head. Ah! I'm Kim Kong-chul. What do you want? I'm here to save the world. Kim Kong-chul smiled as he stepped forward. Chapter 204, The Boundary Between Reality and Virtual Reality, 2. Chapter 204, The Boundary Between Reality and Virtual Reality, 2. Captain. The neutralization system is ready to be activated. What about Earth's code? The order has been given, and we'll recover Kim Kong-chul in 5 minutes. All right. Let's go in. 10 minutes. They had to take out Kang Woojin first. Then they will take out Kim Kong Chul. The mess caused in the world would be cleanly reverted, and everything will start over once again. Captain Leon led his subordinates down the stairs of the Seoul station. Li Sujiang hid Suo behind her, and she spoke in a trembling voice. Please step back. It'll be all right. This will take only an instant. Kim Kong Chul stepped forward with a blank expression on his face. He was doing what needed to be done. I won't let you, you bastard. She hadn't been threatened, but she could tell what he was about to do. She acted on her maternal instinct. She tried to protect her child. Li Sujiang wrapped herself around Kim Kong Chul. Run away, Suo. Mom. Hurry. At Li Sujiang's cry, Suo hesitatingly ran towards the exit. On the other side of the door, the security guards were fallen all over the floor. How could regular people hold back a rank A roused? Kim Kong Chul easily pushed Li Sujiang away. She screamed as she fell to the floor. You won't remember this anyway. Their fate would repeat again. He would no longer exist in this world, and she wouldn't remember what had happened. The sins he was committing right now would be wiped away. Chet. The delay was for a brief moment, but it was enough time for Suo to sneak out through the door. Kim Kong Chul quickly exited the room, and he came to a stop immediately. Cindy and Dujuan had been coming towards this very room. Moreover, one could see Suo hiding behind them. Who are you? Isn't he Kim Kong Chul? Two slim beauties chatted to each other, and Kim Kong Chul's expression hardened. What happened to the people here? Did you do this? What's going on? They tried to argue from a moral high ground, but the women were afraid. They had come here to play without knowing what was going on. They arrived to find the security guards on the floor, and Suo was being chased by a man. This particular man had been known as the greatest roused of Korea, and he had been imprisoned in an isolation room. They faced him. By any account, this was a suspicious and scary situation. Tisk. Kim Kong Chul ran forward. The promised time was close at hand. If he wanted to be saved from this false world, he needed to get the code. Large tears could be seen in the eyes of the child. Pot. Kim Kong Chul held a small awl in his hand. It was more than enough to snuff out this small life. Kim Kong Chul charged forward like an angry bull. Dujuan and Cindy screamed. This was the only way they could fight back. Waruru. Their screams saved them. Wah! Cindy squinted from the heat as she looked at the flame in front of her. She had thought Kim Kong Chul was on fire, but after opening her eyes further, Kim Kong Chul was fighting with a ball of fire. Warurupa! The ball of fire was swinging its arms and leg. She started to see a form take shape. It was a man wearing red clothes, which looked like Korean traditional robes. He possessed white skin, and his hair, eyebrows, and pupils were red. He was a handsome man with a distinctive look. Move! I'm trying to save the world. No way! It was inappropriate for this situation, but the red-haired man let out a light laugh. No matter how one looked at this situation, Kim Kong Chul was attacking three defenseless women. His actions was far from saving the world. I don't have much time left. The red-haired man's smile made Kim Kong Chul feel much more desperate. You should stop this. Get out of the way. Unlike the desperate Kim Kong Chul, the other man acted as if he had all the time in the world. The roused in front of him was a fire element roused, who was easily able to turn aside a rank A roused like him. This won't do. Waruru. The man's hands shimmered as if it was about to melt before it ignited. The flames reached out towards Kim Kong Chul. The bands of fire wrapped around Kim Kong Chul, and all his movements were restricted. He fell to the floor. Eek! Kim Kong Chul struggled on the floor, but he didn't show any signs of giving up. He pursed his lips, and in a flash, a shiny needle flew towards Suo's head. Poo Shu. How dare you? Waru. A wall of flame appeared in front of Suo. Before the needle could reach its target, it melted from the heat. Should I burn you or not? Currently, the loops of flame was just restricting Kim Kong Chul. Kim Kong Chul, who was tied up, just felt a warm sensation from the flame. However, if the temperament of the flame was changed a little bit, the bands of flame could turn Kim Kong Chul into ashes. However, the man didn't have to worry about what to do. Ah! Not yet! Suddenly, Kim Kong Chul shivered as he started to struggle. His body slowly started to turn grey, and he disappeared as if he had never existed in this world. The man had seen this numerous times before where beings disappeared without leaving behind a corpse. He was a dimensional lord. He tilted his head in confusion. Dujuan and Cindy approached him, and they bowed towards him. Thank you. It had already been several weeks since they had moved to Allendale. They knew most of the well-known roused, yet this was the first time they saw this man in front of them. Sister-in-law. It's me. What? When Dujuan and Cindy became surprised, the handsome man with the red hair grinned. It's me, Sungu. I'm Sungu. He had won against the curse of the dragon's breath. He was born again as a dragon-human hybrid. He was the flame man Hong Sungu. No way. Hey! Dojin-Wan and Cindy shook their head as if they couldn't believe it. Sungu was never this handsome. Seoul Station. Hurry! At Captain Leon's insistence, the party members quickened their steps. They relied on the light attached to the magnetic levitation cart as they ran down the dark tunnel. We are almost at our target. They were inside subway station building. There were a long line of capsules interconnected to each other. Each capsule was labeled with numbers. They were looking for a specific one. G529. Leon gave the order when he saw the Asian features of the man within the capsule. Start opening the hatch. Yes, sir. The party members placed equipments that will open the capsule. Wing. They had done this numerous times, so their actions were in sync. In a flash, they had unlocked all the clasps that kept the capsule sealed. Open it. Poo Shung. Queek. The air escaped, and a nude figure of a man could be seen. There were hoses placed in the man's mouth and ears. There were devices attached to the head, heart, and other body parts. It looked as if the man was stuck inside a spider's web, and it looked creepy. Get him out of there. Yes, sir. The connecting equipments were being pulled off, and the man had to be put on the cart. They just had to take him out now. At this point, they had spent only 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Podseedsijik. Ah! A party member fell backwards when one of the equipment let out a spark. What's wrong? I'm not sure. Just sever it with the cutter. Yes. If they couldn't pull it off with their hands, they would just cut the man free. However, Podseejik. However, party member's body shook from being electrocuted. The electric shock was transferred when the cutter touched some unknown barrier made out of electricity. Shit! Leon ran forward, and he was able to pull away his subordinate. The subordinate had already lost consciousness. What the hell is going on? Captain Leon had rescued several dozen people before. This situation was a first, so he was confused by the situation. Chi-chi-chi-jeek. He wasn't sure if the smoke originated from the electric current, but it lingered around the nude man's body. Was there some kind of powerful lock placed on him? He had always brought out EO before. This was the first time he would be bringing Kang Woojin into reality. Captain! We don't have much time left. Shit! Since he didn't have a solution, it would be a waste of time to stand around here. Moreover, 2 of the party members was unconscious. Put everyone on the cart. We'll save Kim Kong Chul first. Yes, Sir. The rest of the party gathered the two party members on the cart, and they hurriedly went towards Kim Kong-chul's capsule. Darkness. In truth, it was impossible to tell if it was bright or dark outside. A small light appeared in the emptiness. Ah! The light registered at the same time as the darkness. Then... Ugh! He couldn't fight the queasiness, so he emptied the content of his stomach. We have to move him. We don't have much time left. At Leon's words, the awakened Kim Kong-chul cracked open his eyes to look at his surrounding. The party members picked him up, and he was put on the cart. When he looked up at the ceiling from a prone position, the ceiling looked familiar. Subway station. Was this the moon world? Or was this the real Earth? The fake? Did he finally shed the bonds of illusion? Kim Kong-chul closed his eyes. I was saved. He felt relief, and at the same time, he remembered something he had forgotten. His eyes opened wide as he spoke. Earth. Code. I've failed in acquiring it. What? Leon stood still for a brief moment, and his face crumpled. Shit. Let's get out of here first. They had to get out of here within the 10-minute time frame. If not, the Guardians would resume their activities. The party members quickly walked out of there. Flying Fortress BB's castle. Whew! That was a close call. Jung Minchen and the other members arrived late. All they could do was to console Suo and the battered Li Suqiang. There's nothing I can say to make up for this, but I'm very sorry. This wasn't an outsider who broke in. Kim Kong-chul was someone they had locked away, and his surprise attack had almost resulted in a disaster. So where's Hyung Nim? At Sunggu's question, Jung Minchen groaned. Hong Sunggu had changed too much. If it wasn't for his unrefined way of talking, Jung Minchen would have mistaken him for someone else. The atmosphere around him had completely changed. He said he had something he wanted to check out the moon world, so he went there. Which dimension is that in? That is. After he hesitated for a moment, Jung Minchen spilled everything he heard from Woojin. Sunggu listened calmly, and he didn't show any signs of being surprised as he replied. So we just have to protect little Miss Suo until Hyung Nim comes back. It wasn't just his appearance that had changed. He turned more simple-minded. Ah, yes. That is true, but... Jung Minchen had been taken aback by Kim Kong-chul's surprise attack, but he now remembered the problem that was almost at their front door. A really powerful dimensional lord is coming straight towards our fortress. His target is probably... Even if Minchen didn't tell him, he could guess. I'll go welcome him. When did Sunggu become such a reliable man? When confronted by Sunggu's confidence, Jung Minchen gave a different opinion. How about we move the fortress to avoid the fight? We can run away after we attempt the fight. He wasn't reliable. He might be reckless. Ah. Ms. Hesal will be back soon. Ms. Bibi. Speak. Heh. I'm not used to you now that you are all grown up. She had grown in terms of height, and she had developed exceptionally in some places. Sunggu laughed awkwardly as he looked at Bibi. Ms. Hesal is bringing back friends, so may we move the fortress to the sea? I can. Then please do so. I'll warm up by searching nearby for a fight. After arriving on deck, Sunggu's entire body turned red, and he jumped into the air. He looked like a phoenix in flight, so the people of Allendale was mesmerized by the sight. We'll head towards Incheon. Most of the population had left Seoul already. The nearest body of water was the Western Sea. Bibi's castle moved towards that direction. Afterwards, the Phantom unit led by Blanca was assigned to protect Suo. Dimensional lords might pull off a surprise attack, so the Undead Army, Radok Tribe, Wyvern unit and the fortress's defense system was put on alert. The non-combat personnels went below deck, and they headed towards the evacuation shelter. After Bibi's castle was put on emergency alert, they arrived over the Western Sea. Swaha! The portal shimmered, and Che Hesal appeared. Menchen fiercely greeted her. Ms. Hesal. I'm sorry for being late. No, I can relax now that Commander Hesal is back. Please take command of our units. He was only the Prime Minister. Che Hesal used to be a commissioned officer, so she was more qualified to command the battle. Moreover, she was a talent, who possessed telepathic ability over groups. Ah! Anyways, my friends. Yes. I guess our allies from Alphen is coming. How fortunate! Jung Minchen's mouth fell open as he looked at the being that came out of the shimmering portal. Schwag! The portal became larger as if it was about rip apart. A body kept emerging from the portal as it climbed into the sky. Kuo-o-o-o. After letting out a roar, the long body circled the flying fortress before it jumped into the sea. It looked a bit different from the traditional dragons. Instead, it looked like the eastern dragons from the legends. Kuo-o-o-o. The problem was the fact that it wasn't just one of them. 17 dragons had appeared. On top of the deck. The combat personnel assigned above deck. The Radok tribe, who was on standby with the wyverns, were surprised. Death Knights, who were the core force of undead army also. How surprising! Even Lichjanus, who had protected Alphen for the past 200 years. Those are water dragons. These were the last dragons of Alphen. All the hardship she went through drained out of her, and Hesal let out a weak laugh. I made new friends. Chapter 205, Recover, 1. Chapter 205, Recover, 1. Where is he? When the spacecraft's hatch closed, Dr. Toppler took off his helmet, and he was the first to speak. Captain Leone had a bitter expression on his face as he looked at the anxious professor. He's in the recovery room. Dr. Toppler was able to read many things from his expression, so he opened the door to the recovery room with a gloomy heart. Professor. Dr. Toppler looked the same except he was a bit older. It seemed Kim Kong-chul was deeply moved by this fact. He really had opened his eyes in the real world. What happened to Earth's code? I failed. Ha! Dr. Toppler let out a long sigh. So what was the point in awakening Kang Woojin, who only had the recovery code? If they wanted a rollback, they needed a reference point in the form of the planet code. Is there really a need to do a rollback, Professor? What? Can't you just save everyone just like me? Ha! At Kim Kong-chul's words, Toppler shook his head from side to side as he let out a sigh. Their resources were already depleted, and the presence of any life was absent in their home. In such a situation, what would happen if tens of thousands of people were to awaken at the same time? Even without an external cause, the people would self-destruct. It was inside the VR world, but humans fought each other for power through an endless war. It was human nature. Kim Kong-chul's expression still indicated that he didn't comprehend the reasoning behind the rollback. Ha! Once we reach our base on the moon, you'll be educated at the readjustment center. Dr. Toppler stopped speaking as he looked at the time displayed on the wall. Why did everything get so twisted? Should he have followed the advice of the council? Should he have made more preparations by running more tests? His meeting with Kang Woojin was a small event, yet it had a butterfly effect. Now events had spiraled out of control. Please listen to me carefully. Yes, Professor. Kim Kong-chul listened to Dr. Toppler's words as if it was gospel. He was reverent as if he was in the presence of a god. When one connects to the virtual world, an avatar is created. We call this the login. Kim Kong-chul was already aware of this fact. He didn't even think of VR Earth as being real. He found it easier to think of it as a game. No, he was living proof of this fact. I was finally able to log out. Exactly. Kim Kong-chul thought of it as escaping the virtual world, yet it wasn't as if the real world was a good place to live. One had to always struggle for survival in this place. It was a world that might be relying on a hope that might have already flown the coop. Just be open to this possibility. What would happen if the beings in the virtual reality was logged out into this world? What? It is as I said. I'm not talking about logging out a person that was logged in. What if the stuff in the virtual reality could appear in reality? That is. Why was virtual reality called virtual? It was a non-tangible abstraction of a physical object. The world existed only in the simulated space. We are able to log into their reality. What if they could log into ours? This was beyond Kim Kong-chul's wildest dreams. If a person of the VR world could log into reality, what should it be called? Was it an act of creation from nothingness? Was it a descent into this world? It will be the same as how we can go to the VR Earth. We'll be able to bring the beings in the VR to this place. If that is possible. We are trying to bring the VR Earth to this solar system. That VR Earth will become the new Earth. The real Earth had used up all its resources, and it was in ruins. This was a last-ditch attempt at saving the population of Earth. It was terraforming through virtual reality. An enormous amount of time had passed to make this into reality. So what will happen to this Earth? It'll stay the same. Earth wasn't the target of the terraforming. Earth was an ark that'll store the sleeping population until it was possible to move into the new Earth. Mars will be terraformed. Hey! If that is possible then, humanity would gain a new Earth, and when they escape the VR world, they'll be able to live new lives. They'll be able to live on the new Earth. This is why we need a reset. What's the point in bringing out an Earth that is almost at the brink of ruin? The outbreak of dungeons. The war had worsened, and the VR Earth was being destroyed in many locations. This was why they needed a reset. I see. His voice sounded deflated. Now he knew why his life had been repeating. Instead of feeling relieved at finding out the reason, the feeling of emptiness grew within. He had achieved his goals in opening his eyes in the real world, but the real world was in ruins. Moreover, everyone here had put all their eggs in the basket of the VR world. If the 72 thrones are able to completely take over the worlds of Tranet, we'll no longer be able to log in. Our last hope is the terraforming, yet everything might end before we can attempt it. Aren't they also humans? They were supposedly humans sleeping and interfacing with the VR worlds. If everything within was created by humans connected to the Tranet, he was having a hard time comprehending the situation. Professor. Captain Leon is paging you. The neutralization equipment is ready to be used again. When he heard the voice spoken from outside the door, Dr. Toppler patted Kim Kong-chul's shoulder. Tranet might not have been created by humans. The VR space was created as a byproduct. They had been researching the possibility of instantaneous travel between Earth and Mars. Maybe, humanity coincidentally stumbled onto Tranet by chance. This might not be a fight between humans. They might be fighting for survival against some alien entity. It was time for him to go retrieve the only key that'll allow them to reset the board. Please rest. Kim Kong-chul's role was done. He'll have to search for a new candidate, who'll follow his instructions on resetting Earth. This person would have to be receptive to receiving a message from the Moon world. The neutralization equipment has been activated. All right. Let's head in. At Captain Leon's order, the party members hurriedly went into the subway station. This place had acted as a great bunker. It kept the people sheltered from the repeated wars and the resource depletion. They relied on the flashlight to traverse the dark path, and they quickly arrived at Kang Woojin's capsule. Ready the cutter? Yes, sir. They weren't going to do this with hands. They planned on ripping out the capsule, so they brought an enormous machine cutter. Open the hatch. Yes, sir. The party members opened the poorly closed capsule again. Hey! The party members became surprised when they looked into the open hatch. He's not there. What? Captain Leon came closer, and he could see that the capsule was empty. Where the hell? Where did he go? This had never happened before. What should we do, Captain? Eek. Captain Leon gritted his teeth. He was also confused, so his thoughts became complicated. Find him. Do a thorough search of the surrounding. Yes, sir. The party members quickly turned on the portable lights, and they searched the surrounding region. Maybe. Leon was mesmerized as he stared at the empty capsule. No one had been able to wake up through one's own efforts. No one had been able to do it, since humanity was connected to Tranet. Geek. Dr. Toppler opened the broken door. He looked around his surrounding. It seemed there had been a battle inside the isolation room. It was a mess. Who? It was all up to him now. While Captain Leon acquires the recovery code, he had to quickly acquire the Earth's master code. He froze when he exited the isolation room. Members of the Phantom Unit was on guard duty, and their gazes landed on him. Who are you? He would have felt better if a gun was pointed at him. As they asked the question, they moved to either side of Toppler, and they grabbed him. Ooh, okay. He was roughly thrown to the floor. Then his hands and feet were cuffed. As if this wasn't enough, aroused with a binding skill used his ability. Hoo! It felt as if the strength in his body had been drained away. He lay on the floor as he looked at the members of the Phantom Unit. So who is he? I have no idea. Go get the Vice Commander. Yes, sir. The fact that this man had popped out of the previously empty isolation room was suspicious. Blanca's eyes turned round when he saw the captured Dr. Toppler. Dr. Toppler? Dr. Toppler was drained of energy, so his tongue felt like a leaden weight. He let out a weak laugh. No, he tried to laugh, but his face wouldn't move. Most of the Phantom Unit was rank A. Several of them had already reached rank S. This wasn't a simple binding skill. Why are you here? At Blanca's question, a member of the Phantom Unit unfroze Dr. Toppler's face. Dr. Toppler tried moving his stiff tongue, and he was barely able to speak. I'm here to save Earth. Then why are you sneaking around in secret? I'm not sneaking around. I know about you. You'll disappear if there is a door. We'll wait until the king returns. Where's Kang Woojin? The king went to Moon World. You'll stay here until he comes back. There wasn't enough information to predict Dr. Toppler's behavior pattern, but there was one thing they were sure of. He was able to create dungeons using doors, and he could disappear using this method. Blanca pointed towards a long antenna on the other side of the control tower. If he was tethered there, he won't be able to run away easily. It was the ideal place to hold Dr. Toppler. You guys keep an eye on him. Yes, Vice Commander. The members of the Phantom Unit dragged Dr. Toppler to the antenna, and they started tying him up. We don't have time for this. We have to save Earth immediately. You don't have to save it. We'll protect it. Blanca made a gesture with his eyes, and his subordinate froze Dr. Toppler again. Geez. What the hell is this? He couldn't believe what was going on. He could do a force logout. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to get Earth's code. Dr. Toppler was tethered to the antenna, and he could see the horizon in the distance. He was too far away, so it looked like a dot in the sky. However, Toppler could feel his presence. Absolute being. The being that wanted to dominate Tranet. That being had revived. If he acquired the Earth's code, everything would end. He had to reset everything before that happened, yet he was tied up here. A ball of flame landed on top of the flying fortress deck. Waruru. It was a human, who had turned into fire itself. Hong Sunggu opened his mouth. This might be more dangerous than I thought. He received damage, but everything gets absorbed. Tell me in more details. His old pupil. Janice looked at Sunggu, who had become a Dragonoid. Jinus spoke again. It takes damage, but if the attack doesn't pass a certain threshold, it recovers instantly. Minchin, who had been listening to the exchange, asked in a serious manner. Do we have any chance of defeating it? Unfortunately, my attacks can't get over that threshold. We'll have to fight it to figure this out. Che Hesal spoke confidently, so a small hope appeared on his face. We have to follow the Lord's command. Minchin agreed with the cold voice of Jinus. Let's run away. If the possibility of us winning is low, we should preserve our forces. They had to protect Seoul. This was the command given by Woojin. Everyone differed in opinion, so in the end, they couldn't come to a decision. We won't solve this by bickering against each other. We have to be quick in making our decision. Let's do a majority vote. Rubbish. I agree with the method. Sungu and the others were of different opinion as Jinus. In the end, they started the vote. Well, we have two choices. If you want to retreat, please raise your hand. Jinus, Bibi, Minchin and several others raised their hands. The Lord's orders are absolute. That's right. We have to follow Master's words. Bibi didn't want to run away, because she was afraid. She didn't care what sacrifices they needed to make. The most important thing to her was Kang Woojin's last order. This was why she wanted to retreat. Well, if you want to fight, please raise your hand. Sungu and Hesal, who had went on reconnaissance, raised their hands. Minchin was delighted as he spoke. Then let us retreat. This is absurd. A roar that made his ears ring was heard. Minchin flinched, and he turned to look at the Death Knights. They were in a line, and they were all raising their hands. To make things worse, Bone Dragon Yang Yang was slightly raising its wing. Ah! We fight! Death Knights! Kaiba, who was the leader of the Death Knights, stepped forward. Jinus' eyes immediately flickered with red light. The Master's command is absolute. We aren't going against his order. His voice was resolute. We fight. We fight to win. This is how we protect her. Everyone was at a loss for words. Kaiba continued to speak. The immortal isn't dead. Kaiba spoke the words everyone was tiptoeing around. Two beings had clashed, and it had caused an explosion. Now the survivor of the two was charging towards them. It was a dimensional lord that was letting out energy of darkness. Everyone was worried about the whereabouts of Kang Woojin, and they had suppressed those feelings. However, Kaiba boldly spoke about it. The immortal doesn't run away. Jinus shook his head from side to side. I forgot about that. Kaiba raised his axe high into the air. We'll fight to win. Then we will ready ourselves to greet our king. They just had to take care of the battle, then wait for their king. Ooh. The Death Knights. The fighting spirit of the undead army burned white hot. Chapter 206, Recover, 2. Chapter 206, Recover, 2. A long time had passed. His senses were absent, so he couldn't tell the passage of time. There were so much thoughts entangled in his mind that it reached a point where he couldn't think about anything. A sense of emptiness was left behind when he suddenly realized something. A lot of time has passed. He hadn't gone anywhere, and he hadn't moved. He stood in one place as everything remained the same. The amount of idle time he had might have drove him insane, but now he was moving farther away from it. Thank you. Several hundred to several thousand beings surrounded him. He could feel each one of them. It was a long enough time where he could have gotten lost, but he clearly felt them protect him at all times. Evil spirits? He had thought unblemished souls had fallen to torment him. He had deluded himself to a ridiculous degree. They had always been trying to protect him. From what? Pa'at. Light pierced his eyes. Eyes? Did he really have them? He had no body. He started thinking about the thoughts he couldn't perceive before. He kept trying. He tried hard to recollect his memories. Kang Woojin. Immortal. Terraforming. It felt as if scattered fragments of memory were being absorbed into him, and the pieces were being put together one by one. The only thing he found lacking was the fact that these fragments were pieces from two different boards. Who am I? Was he a scientist, who used to research the material transfer system between planets? Or was he the high school student, who was summoned to be the necromancer on Alphen? It was the beginning of a new world. Nothing existed there, and it was a space where anything could be substantialized. The ever-expanding space were given owners, and they were split up in ranks. Then there was the first supreme being, who had the authority to delete everything. He could destroy them all. God of Destruction Thrash. His chaotic fragments of memories were trying to fit into a single board, where space was getting sparse. These fragments clashed against each other, and they were being chipped away. However, the board kept expanding, and these fragments eventually settled into place. His soul. His consciousness was being put back together clumsily. They settled to form a bowl. Pa'at. He opened his eyes. He blinked several times as he looked at his surrounding. It was a familiar old castle. It was cozy and familiar. At the same time, he felt a powerful sense of repulsion. Hyung. Dongsang? When he heard the strangely familiar voice, he turned to look. It was a young man with white hair and sunken eyes. Jimin. Yes, Hyung. Are you okay? He had no idea. He didn't know if he was all right. He was no longer sure. He had no idea what he was. Did you come back from the moon world? Moon world. He remembered it now. He insisted on going to the moon world. He went there to find out the truth. He went there to find out which world was the fake one. It had been an attempt to protect his Dongseng, and the nearby people, who were protecting her. He had tried to save Earth. How long have I been gone? A fortnight. Fortnight. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's memories started to speak to him. His body's senses were slowly coming back, and it was also speaking to him. I was dead. What? His slow mind quickened. His stagnant memories started to connect to each other, and he understood the current situation. What happened to Earth? It is a mess. I've been doing countless dimensional battles to supply power to BB's castle. Since Kang Woojin was absent, the tens of thousands within the undead army had to be maintained using the colony's points. Of course, these points was also essential to the defense system of BB's castle. They were no longer gathering bloodstones, and someone had to earn the points. Dujimin had worked tirelessly to fill this role by doing dimensional battles. He plundered the domain of other dimensional lords, and whatever he gained was being used by BB's castle. I have to go. What? Where? Woojin turned around. The door that had been shut was opened. It is a place I've never been to. He had a feeling. No, he was starting to recall a memory. He didn't know if the memory was true, manufactured or a lie. However, he felt that this was his only chance. One could call it a hunch, or maybe it could be called destiny. There had been 3 doors lined up behind Kang Woojin's dimensional domain, and the third door, which had been barred, was opened. What about the professor? It seems he is having a hard time finding the exit. Geez. Captain Leon had never been inside, so he couldn't go there himself. The plan had been to let someone else acquire the code, and this person would be logged out by them. Let's do a force logout. Then he will never be able to connect to Tronet ever again. Isn't this already the endgame? Even if Dr. Toppler was able to acquire Earth's code, the reset was already a failure. Even if they possessed the recovery code, Kang Woojin's body was missing. Since events had turned out like this, he had to awaken the professor as soon as possible. They needed to discuss about this problem. The report has been sent. Dr. Toppler's spaceship had been brought here, so he could use it after disconnecting from Tranet. We'll return to the base on the moon. Yes, sir. When they received the order from Leon, his subordinates hurriedly prepared for takeoff. Suddenly, one of his subordinates, who had been in charge of monitoring outside, yelled out. Captain Leon! A living organism is approaching us. What nonsense are you spouting? What kind of a nonsense report was this? How could there be any living beings left on Earth? There were people still alive, but they were all in the capsules. The only ones, who could move freely on Earth, was the soldiers on Leon's ship. Is it a guardian? If those nasty machines were able to exit the subway station, it might be. Please look at it yourself. Captain Leon was at a loss for words when he looked at the screen pointed out by his subordinate. The screen displayed what the security camera was picking up. It really was a living organism. Moreover, the being walking towards them looked humanoid. The Earth was completely devastated. It was year 2529, and a person, who was not of the moon world, had appeared on Earth. This man of unknown identity wasn't wearing equipments that was needed to purify the air. Moreover, he was wearing a cloak made out of a piece of a straw mat. He looked like a vagrant seen in the old Western films. He was walking slowly towards them, and he looked very out of place on this current version of Earth. The sense of incongruity increased the uneasiness and fear felt by the men. What is it? They couldn't assume it was human just because it was walking on its own 2 feet. Still, even if it was a human, not all humans were friendly and safe. Sound the alarm. Yes, sir. Everyone on Leon's ship were excellent soldiers. It took them mere seconds to arm themselves. Open the hatch. PSHHHHK. Captain Leon was wearing a helmet, which filtered the air. He descended the spaceship with 4 armed men. Stop! Captain Leon's warning rang out through the speakers. However, the unidentified life form didn't stop. Do. Their opponent only stopped when they fired warning shots into the air. There was only 20 meters between them. It was close enough to discern the identity of this being. What the hell is it? Is he human? The captain and his men kept the barrel of their guns trained on this man. The man gave no answer, and Leon unconsciously gulped. He felt fear, a sense of vigilance, and wariness. This man wasn't showing any basic emotions even though he was in an unfamiliar surrounding. His attitude was overly bold. He acted as if he was the master of this place. Are you human? However, there was no answer forthcoming in regards to his question. The only thing that had changed was the fact that the man started walking again. He took one step after another. This mysterious being was making Leon feel. Leon was barely able to push down the feeling any human would feel in this situation. Stop! Do. Leon shot another round of warning shots into the air, yet the man didn't stop his advance. Shit! Shoot! Do. Light erupted from the barrel of the guns held by the soldiers. The charged laser quickly dropped in power reserves as it shot out. TDDN. Instead of a blast, there was a strange sound of resonance as the lasers all missed. No, it was as if the attacks were being deflected by a barrier. What the hell? Leon pulled out the pistol from his holster on his waist in an agitated manner. Instead of a laser, this gun was a primitive gun. It used gunpowder. Taang, tong. The bullets flew true, but it was deflected into the sky before it was able to reach the forehead of the man. Taang. Eek. Leon had more bullets left, but he could no longer fire it. The man was right in front of Leon. The man pushed his face forward. It was as if he was daring Leon to pull the trigger. Leon spoke as if a gun was pointed right at his forehead. Who are you? Leon couldn't hide his trembling voice as he asked the question. Are you guys from the moon world? He knew the language that had come out from the man's mouth. Where's Toppler? Leon carefully deconstructed the man's face in front of him. He had seen this man's face during a briefing. This man was one of the targets, who was essential to their plan. Kang Woojin. Leon didn't know how this was possible, but Kang Woojin had appeared on Earth. You really logged out through your own effort. Leon mumbled to himself, and Kang Woojin bared his white teeth as he laughed. It seems I'm at the right place. The people of Moon World had been phantoms to him, but now they were revealed in front of him. He could most definitely feel them. He could feel Leon's. He could feel the souls of the soldiers behind Leon. He was tethered to an antenna that looked like a pole. It had been 4 days, and he was hanging there like a corpse. The unidentified Dimensional Lord, who was now being called the Black Armor, raised China to the ground. It had come straight towards Allendal, and a fight occurred above the Yellow Sea. The fight was still ongoing after 4 days. Poof! The water dragons were like the blue dragons from legend. They flew through the air as they let out their dragon breath. It was an imposing sight. The problem was the fact that the Black Armor's power was beyond imagination. Ku ha 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 ha. The fight. The bastard enjoyed the act of destruction. The Black Armor was laid back as he fought the 17 dragons, and the dragons were being killed one by one. The bastard didn't have any monsters as underlings. It fought alone, and the undead army was gradually lessening in number. Ironically, Dr. Toppler had the front seat in watching this fight. Since the necromancer wasn't present, the undeads had to draw their energy from the colony. This was why BB's castle was never far away from the battlefield. Do I have to watch the destruction of Earth like this? The reset was out of the question. All he could do was watch the revived Absolute Being eventually acquire the Earth's code. They couldn't attempt the reset anymore. It would now be impossible to log into Tronet from outside. He could no longer predict the fate of the tens of thousands of people connected to Tronet. Everything will now be in the hands of the Absolute Being. Any change to this world would follow the Absolute Being's will. I made a mistake. The speaker's words were right. There had been too many variables. The council had traveled the well-beaten path for a reason, and they had been right. He had acted rashly in meeting Kang Woojin. He had created a butterfly effect that couldn't be contained. The original plan was to conduct enough tests in regards to terraforming. Then EO would be awakened, and the Earth would have been reset. The fact that Allendal was able to withstand the assault by the Absolute Being for 4 days was astonishing. If Allendal fell, it would take less than a day for the Earth to be razed to the ground. There were no other opponent that could stand up to the Absolute Being. Kuoong. The wounded bone dragon landed on the deck. The control tower was the colony's symbol. The vines encasing the control tower let out a light as it expended energy. It quickly regenerated the bone dragon's wounds. Give me wings. After recovering its energy, Dulcie turned into a ball of blood as it encased the bone dragon. Toppler had seen this sight for the 7th time. The blood dragon was no match for the Black Armor. It could only prolong the inevitable. Moreover, it seemed the colony's energy was about to run out. The undead army was being replenished at a much slower rate. This is the end. The humans were exhausted, and their number of undead had been reduced. The VR Earth was the last incubator of humanity, yet it was about come to an end. Pot. Dr. Toppler groaned as he saw his hands melt away into grey light. It seemed his associates were going to attempt a force logout. I made a mistake. It was useless to feel regret over it. His relationship with Tronet would end now. His role to save humanity had come to an end. Pot. His faded consciousness returned, and his senses recovered at the same time. He opened his eyes. He could see the lid of his capsule had been ripped away. When he raised his body, he saw a man, who was standing in front of him with his arms folded. Toppler became frightened when he saw the man, who was letting out an odd laugh. Chapter 207, Recover, 3. Chapter 207, Recover, 3. Dr. Toppler schooled his expression. Did his persuasion work? Kang Woojin had opened his eyes in the true world, so what was he feeling right now? Did you think about it? What are you talking about? The reset. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. He had wanted Kang Woojin, who possessed the recovery code, to log out with the Earth's code. The logout had been carried out, but the Earth's code still remained intranet. Kim Kong-chul had been tasked to recover the code, yet he had failed. Moreover, Toppler had been forcefully logged out. Now he would no longer be able to connect to Tranet ever again. Toppler looked at Kang Woojin with a serious expression. It isn't too late. I'll show you how to deliver a message to an employee within Allendal. When this person acquires the Earth's code, we could log him out. At Toppler's impassioned words, Kang Woojin let out an odd laugh. You want me to command my subordinate to kill my Dongseng? No. I'm saying we should acquire the code, and we'll be able to turn back Earth to the time before the war started. That isn't funny. Please wake up. That place is merely a VR. When the reset occurs, your sister will still be alive. We aren't killing her. We are going to save Earth. Toppler had angled his body up from the bed, and Kang Woojin pushed his face towards Toppler. You are mistaken. My goal is to sever my Earth's link to Tranet. I don't care about your Earth. Toppler's face darkened. Kang Woojin had been logged out, but his memories were still unstable. This was what Toppler assumed. We can always turn back the VR, but the reality... Stop. Kang Woojin patted Toppler's shoulder. I came here, because I wanted to confirm something. What was he talking about? He came here on his own? He had ordered Captain Leon to log out Kang Woojin. I came here to check on your soul. Woojin's eyes laughed as he looked at Dr. Toppler. A leery suspicion Woojin had was resolved. It had been weighing down a part of his heart. Where are you going? I have things to do. When Woojin turned to leave, Dr. Toppler pointed at Woojin. Why aren't you detaining him? However, the nearby soldiers didn't move an inch even at his insistence. This was also true for Captain Leon. Captain Leon! What are you doing? Please give it up, Professor. Kang Woojin possessed the recovery code. It didn't matter if they hadn't been able to acquire the Earth's code. They had to find a way to turn back the time. Eek! If we just let him leave right now. At the very least, the recovery code was needed to carry out some form of a reset. Dr. Toppler got off the bed, and he ran towards Woojin. Stop! Woojin was standing on the stairway leading out of the spaceship. Woojin turned, and their eyes met. Toppler groaned when he felt the sensation of being airborne. It wasn't just a feeling. His body was really floating in the air. It was as if he had been levitated. Don't follow me. I confirmed what I needed from you. How the hell? Dr. Toppler couldn't believe what was going on. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. What had Woojin done? What allowed him to use such supernatural powers? He was like the roused from the VR Earth. You should return to your home, people of the moon. When Woojin descended the stairs, the power suspending Toppler in the air disappeared. What the hell is? Captain Leon helped the confused Toppler to his feet. He had felt the same emotions as the professor only a few minutes ago. Maybe, he is no longer a human. Please give up, Professor. What nonsense are you? Isn't this the parameters of this project? Since the contents of the VR world is now appearing in reality. It is the start of the terraforming. But... was it a side effect? This might be an unpredicted variable. This was something that couldn't be proved with science. His supernatural power was beyond the ken of mortal men. What could possibly be the explanation behind this development? This, At this rate, Dr. Topla ran towards the stairs in a mesmerized state. Professor! Your respirator! It was unclear as to whether he heard the soldier's warning, but Topla continued to run down the stairs. Huoop! The air was thick and pungent with particles. It felt as if he had sand in his mouth. He didn't have to travel long before he saw Kang Woojin. Please wait for me. Cough. Topla coughed as he ran. He approached Kang Woojin. What is it? Kang Woojin replied as if he was a bit annoyed. Where are you going? What will you do if I tell you? Please just tell me what you are going to do. What was he going to do? Kang Woojin looked upwards. The stars filled the sky as they let out a bright light. Unlike this beautiful sight, the ground was black. The land was desolate, and one couldn't even see a single blade of grass. I'll be going back. He already knew how to sever the link. The knowledge was inside his head when he woke up. It was as if he had learned it from a skill book. The VR Earth was about to collapse right before I was awakened. Even if you go back, the people of Alendal. Professor Toplar spoke carefully as he studied the other man. Did you see it for sure? Did you see them die? I didn't see their final moments, but they were found inadequate in dealing with the absolute being. Toplar swallowed his words. Woojin's deep eyes was looking at him, and he couldn't be rash with his words. You can't see the future, so how do you know that? My guys won't go down that easily. Even if they are still holding out, how are you going to log back in? Kang Woojin was in the same boat as Kim Kong Chul. They could no longer log back in. It was the same for Toplar, who hadn't been able to log out through an arranged exit. Previously, they had each foot planted in both worlds, but now their foothold in the VR was gone. If I can't go there? Woojin grinned. I'll bring them here. The barrier of BB's castle was damaged. Kuoong. The buildings on the aircraft carrier shook violently. The people, who were evacuated inside, was trembling from fear. Is there? Can we do nothing? Jung Minchen spoke in a despairing voice. They were using every ounce of their power to fight back, but the Black Armor's power was beyond imagination. Everyone was exhausted. This was also true for the undead army. We are low on energy. This was the crux of the problem. Kang Woojin wasn't here. The being, who replenished their ranks through raising the enemy's corpses, was gone. Their magical energy was no longer being replenished through the consumption of the enemy's souls. Since the necromancer was absent, the undead army had been reduced steadily. Only the familiars were left. The Lich had never had to worry about the use of its magic when it was with its necromancer. However, it was ownerless right now, and it had to judicious with its use of magic. This was why it could only act as a diversion from the back. The Death Knights were tireless, but now they had to worry about defense. They couldn't commit to an all-out attack. The Bone Dragon and the Golem was also short of magical energy. They had to wait a while, before they were able to regenerate their broken bodies. Goo ha ha ha. Either the Black Armor didn't know how to speak, or it didn't want to speak. It kept letting out its weird laughter as black energy shot out from its fists. Each strike created incredible damage. Quang! There was a big hole made through the hull of BB's castle. The unlucky employees fell from the sky. Kai! A phoenix flew towards the falling people. Waruru! Rings of fire wrapped around the people, and the phoenix landed atop the deck. Thank you. He didn't have time to acknowledge their gratitude. Alendal had been able to hold out for a week against the Black Armor's attacks. Hong Sungu and Che Hesal deserved the most credit for their survival. Hong Sungu didn't have a single wound on his body, but this was thanks to his body's peculiar attributes. He was very exhausted inside. He was making an unreasonable demand of his body by pushing well beyond his limits. Ha! Is there any way we could resolve this problem? Goo ha ha ha! Quang! A water dragon flew into the air as it became entangled with the black armor. They exchanged attacks. Guo-oh-oh. The water dragon let out a long cry. It could no longer withstand the power of the enemy's fists. That was the last water dragon. Che Hesal mumbled to herself. It was as if she was in a state of despair. The water dragons had been the strongest beings left alive on Alphen. They were all dead now. Gururu. Sungu's eyes took in the sight of the broken blood dragon resting on the deck. The colony's energy had bottomed out, so there weren't enough magical energy to regenerate the bone dragon's body. One wing had been ripped away. The blood golem looked like clotted blood around the bone dragon, and chunks of it was missing. The wounded blood dragon roared. This dragon will not die. The ancient dragon had lived for over 1,000 years, and it had an earnest wish right now. The members of its race was dead. They had defected. It had tried its best to forget the humiliating history of its race. Since it couldn't rewrite the history, it will disappear with it. Yang Yang, who had been crouching, stood up. The head, which was attached to a long neck, headed towards Hong Sungu. The shining red eyes of the bone dragon gazed at Hong Sungu. The thick scent of someone from its own race emanated from him. What is your wish? My wish. Sungu looked at the black armor. It would be great if you would kill that bastard. I will grant you your wish. It was time to bring about its most earnest wish. It didn't want to live again. It just wanted to fly again. It also wanted to feel that sensation once again. Give me my last breath. If it could fly and breathe in air, how could it be a dead dragon? It had forgotten even its own name, but it wasn't dead yet. That is a great idea. Sungu grinned as he ignited his body into a ball of flame. The flame was like smoke. It was sucked in towards Yang Yang's nostrils. Kuo. Jinus extended its hands towards the roaring dragon. I will give you all my power. The colony's energy had run out, so the lich poured out all its magical energy from its own life vessel. Quirururu. The various destroyed parts of Yang Yang was quickly regenerating. Only victory will let us sidestep death. The Death Knights ran forward, and they all extended their hands to transfer their magical energy into the bone dragon. They wouldn't retreat, because the enemy was powerful. Victory or death? They were already dead, so a second death didn't exist for them. Kuo. As if it couldn't control its overflowing power, the blood dragon leap caused Bibi's castle to rock back and forth. Goo-hoo-hoo. It had already killed 17 water dragons. The black armor laughed when it saw its next opponent. The blood dragon was a tenacious bastard. It kept returning to the flying ship for repairs after taking a little bit of damage. Gurung, gurung. The blood dragon was in a slightly different state. It didn't throw itself forward in a ruthless attack. It slowly flapped its wings as it glared at the black armor. Its stomach expanded before it became smaller. The blood dragon was breathing. It was supposed to be a dead dragon with only its bones remaining. It was a fake wearing a skin made out of blood. However, the red eyes of the blood dragon was filled with confidence. The black armor realized that it had to take this seriously. It focused on the blood dragon's stomach. It was moving periodically. Slowly. It was like a bellow increasing the temperature within the furnace. I'm alive. It had lost its flesh, and its heart had been cut out. It had forgotten its name, and passed. However, it was still alive. Kuo-oh-oh-oh. The dragon opened its jaw as if it was about to spit out the sun. Kuo-ah-ah-ah. An incredible heat and shock wave blew violently forward as it swept over the black armor. Kuo. Kwaang. A black energy was sent out as a counter, and it collided with the red energy. It was as if the black energy and the red energy was in a tug of war. The black and red energy tossed and turned as they tried to swallow each other. Kuaang. It was as if a nuclear weapon had been detonated. The enormous shockwave and explosion raged outwards as the surrounding was encased with light. Kuuoke. The shockwave pushed against Bibi's castle, and it plunged towards the ground. At the present rate, everyone on the fortress would be killed. When Bibi felt the energy of the colony be refilled, she immediately activated the barrier. Even now Jimin was tirelessly conducting the dimensional battle from the dimensional domain. She thanked Jimin from inside her heart. Quang! The barrier was activated, but Bibi's castle couldn't overcome the momentum. It crashed into the ground. An incredible cloud of dust rose into the air. Then the backblast of the dragon's breath washed over them. Countless number of people had been thrown to the floor by the impact. Did we win? The Death Knights and Bibi looked towards the sky. The dust hadn't settled yet, but they could see something descending towards them. It was a black figure. Gu hu hu hu. Black armor. Maybe, the bastard was really a transcendent being. The bastard had survived the dragon's breath, and it was coming towards Bibi's castle. To be precise, he was aiming for the Earth's code, which resided within Bibi's castle. This was fun. It was as if the black armor knew that there was no opponent that could resist against it. It spoke for the first time, and it made Bibi want to cry. It descended slowly as if it was an angel descending towards the ground. Everyone had an expression of despair on their faces as they watched it descend. However, their expression of despair was soon replaced with happiness and delight. Toppler got on his knees. Please think this over. We can rewind everything. The VR Earth is already destroyed. No, it is in the process of being destroyed. Wouldn't it be better if you were able to greet a new and pristine Earth? Toppler didn't want a ruined Earth. He wanted a new one. He wanted the Earth that had been clean and beautiful. He didn't want a crumbling Earth, which was damaged by war. We have to do a reset. Woojin grinned at the Toppler's determined words. Look at me, Professor. Yes. Life is about moving forward. You shouldn't revert everything just because you have the ability to return Earth to its previous state. But you are in a fantasy of wanting to live in the past. It is time for you to wake up from it. Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon. Choo 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 chut. His summoned weapon lengthened to become an enormous scythe. It was a weapon that could cut and kill everything. Thrash's executioner. This enormous power and authority could influence not only life, but the planets. I'm moving forward, not backwards. Woojin swung the Thrash's executioner. Pa-at. Kuu. A light exploded forth. The light was so strong that it felt as if one would go blind. The light kept extending endlessly. Earth Observation Post, Moon World. Speaker. Please come out and look at this. He didn't need to go find the speaker. All the residents of Moon World was looking towards the sky. It was the dead planet, which was the home of their ancestors. Humanity's incubator. My God! The black earth was regaining its color. It was as if a dye was being poured on a black paper. The light was spreading, and it was turning the earth blue. It was like watching a picture. It was like watching a display of computer graphics. The mouths of the people hung open as they watched this surreal phenomena. The expression on faces of the people couldn't be ignored. The black armor felt something was amiss, so it turned its head. Isn't this fun? Right. When did he arrive? Kang Woojin stood behind the black armor, and he swung the Thrash's executioner. Kuaa! It didn't have time to dodge. The black armor was cut in one fell swoop. It turned into black smoke before it disappeared. A shadow exited the smoke, and it was absorbed into Woojin. For a brief moment, a bitter expression passed by his face. Woojin looked at the Bibi's castle, which had landed on the ground. He saw the people of Allendal cheering. Moreover, he looked at a place not too far away from the flying fortress. He looked at the spaceship. The dumbfounded Dr. Toppler was standing nearby, and Woojin's eyes met his. See. Everyone is still alive. Allendal wasn't gone. Moreover, Earth was. Woojin, who had been floating in the air, slowly landed on the ground. He had broken the illusion of this earth. He took the first step for humanity. Chapter 208, Epilogue. Epilogue. The subway stations had become a means for the monsters to pour into this world. Humanity had to fight for their survival, and they had done pretty well in the fight. Still, a population that was about to reach 7 billion was reduced to half its size in just 5 years. The monsters appeared in the world, while following certain sets of rules. Humanity explored the dungeons, and they obtained a profitable result. They started taking advantage of the situation. They went wild over a new resource called bloodstones, but soon they were hit with a bigger tragedy. Tranet and Earth had completely synchronized. Afterwards, the Dimensional Lords, who were indiscriminate about their killings, had appeared. They were on track to take ownership of Earth. It was rare to see a country, who hadn't lost their capital, and about half the countries of the world lost their government. The people of these countries turned into refugees. Monsters. One couldn't simply categorize all of them as monsters. Many different types of life forms gathered on Earth. There were humanoid races like elves, dwarves, and orcs. There were even humans. The tens or hundreds of new species had been about to fight an endless battle to take possession of Earth. However, all the dungeons had been reset. It was a clean reset. The dungeons, which had acted as dimensional tunnels, disappeared. Humanity once again had hope. It looked as if peace could be achieved once the invaders, who were the dimensional refugees, were driven out. While the dimensional war was over, the battle to seize Earth remained. A war where the dimensional refugees would have to fight the original owners of Earth remained. It was a battle for their survival. The population was being categorized as either being humans or monsters. However, this identification of friend or foe was an ambiguous process, and it seemed another period of bloodshed was imminent. However, Alendal intervened to stop the war. They forcefully brought about peace. Of course, not all countries and dimensional refugees agreed with the decision. Japan disagreed with Alendal's decision. They started a war with the Dark Elves living in Hokkaido. Japan lost in a brutal manner. It wasn't a battle where each side poured their forces into all-out war. The Minister of Japan was the first to fall. All the members of the government, who pursued this war, were assassinated. The war fizzled out. Anyone, who talked about starting the war, was killed the next day. The battle never came to be. It wasn't as if the dimensional refugees were exempt from the violence. If they showed any signs of invading a country, they received a ruthless punishment. God of Destruction. His name was slowly spread across the races, who took root on Earth. His name was carved into the consciousness of each and every one of them. Under his reign, peace returned. However, not all the problems could be solved through controlled responses to those trying to start a war. The secret terrorist activities and land disputes occurred constantly. The other intelligent races on Earth was a problem. There needed to be an expedient way to solve the disputes. Therefore, it was a given that a united Earth coalition was formed with its strongest country as the centerpiece. Alendal was chosen to be the mediator. However, the one to spearhead this problem wasn't the king of Alendal, Kang Woojin. The first chairman of the United Earth Coalition, which would be pursuing world peace, was none other than Alendal's Prime Minister Jung Minchen. The amount of dimensional refugees equaled the number of humans killed in the dimensional war. The peace was forged through a hard-fought effort that spanned a year. Destruction and slaughter. The people of Earth was freed from the threat of war and terror. This sweet period of time had been peaceful, and it was enough time for the name of the God of Destruction to fade from the memories of the people. It didn't matter how many humans and monsters he had killed. It didn't matter how many beings were killed by his undead army. He was the reigning absolute being, who had severed the tethers linking Earth to the different dimensions. Kang Woojin wasn't the God of Destruction. He had become the hero of Earth. He was to be revered instead of feared. However, his whereabout was unknown for the past couple months. Several thousand people were gathered on a sunny spring day, and they were looking up at the platform. Several dozen camera drones were floating in the air, and the speech was being broadcasted to the world. It is unfortunate that I cannot share this historic day with him. Young Minchin looked as if he had aged 10 years. It seemed he had received a lot of stress in the past year. He spoke with a calm voice into the microphone. It has been a year since we've established the United Earth Coalition. Some called it the Dimensional Independence Day. Others call that day the start of a new era. It had been a year since the new history of Earth began anew. Today is also a historic day where we will meet humans from the old world. Minchin stepped back from the podium as he pointed behind him. The Seoul station was behind him. The real world had overlapped with the VR world. There was no reason to differentiate between the VR and the reality. The two very different worlds had merged to create a new reality. Instead of the dungeons, humans were found sleeping inside the subway stations. They were within capsules. They dreamed as they waited for a new home. For the past year, the United Earth Coalition brought order to the world, and they were successful in brokering peace between the different races. They had built centers on each continent that'll help people, who will awaken from stasis, adjust to this new world. The people, who will be conducting the rescue operations, had also finished their training. The humans from the old world, who were immersed in the fantasy of their dreams, would be called back into reality. We will now start this project. We will rescue the people of the old world. At Minchin's declaration, the people cheered. It didn't matter that the creations would be meeting the creators. It was merely humans rescuing other humans. VRRRRRRRRM. A van was racing down the road. Click. Cindy turned off the TV screen, which was broadcasting Minchin's speech. She leaned back into her seat. Ji-won always has a knack for scheduling these events at odd times. It was the 1-year anniversary of the start of the new era, and people were out to meet the people of the old world. Ji-won decided to do a fan meeting on such a day. Shall I turn the car around? Who will go if I don't go? Everyone is busy today. All their friends and acquaintances were busy today. Cindy was a world-class singer, but Ji-won's circle of friends were only full of incredible people. Will Sung-hoon Appa be able to come today? Hey? I think Mr. Sung-hoon is on live broadcast today. At the manager's words, Ji-won turned on her TV again. Click. World Variety Woo Sung-hoon Show. Today is a special day. I'm interviewing a very important guest today. Please give an applause for the professor. He is Dr. Toppler from the moon base. On the screen, the panel gave an applause as Dr. Toppler appeared with a broad smile on his face. You are our first alien, who arrived on our Earth without riding in on a UFO. Or should I call you the man from the future? At Woo Sung-hoon's joke, the panel and the professor laughed. Then they started exchanging stories. The fact that it was a joke didn't mean it was a falsehood. Toppler had been on Earth on that historic day. It was a unique event that will never be seen again. In truth, I'm still having a hard time believing it happened even now. Does this look like an illusion? Do you want to wake up from this dream? Have you been hypnotized? Dr. Toppler laughed at Woo Sung-hoon's flippant attitude, and he continued to speak. No way. I'm just saying having a closed mind is a scary thing. We found out that the distinction between reality and illusion might be meaningless. When one puts one's belief into a thought, it could be brought into reality. On the flip side, forgetfulness might lead to the erasure of many things. You are very philosophical today. How are the aliens on the moon base doing these days? Haha. It is the same as always. They are showing a lot of interest in the project of rescuing the people from the old world. Moreover, it is almost time for the probe to land on Mars, so everyone is focused more on that event. Click. Cindy turned off the screen, and she closed her tired eyes. There were several dozen different races existing on Earth now. Wu Songhun was able to converse with all of them. He was fast with his words so much so that he had been able to sell an old phone to the god of destruction. He had used the passive skill he possessed to become a world-famous talk show host. His success wasn't a fluke. Wu Songhun Appa can't come. Why don't you try asking your boyfriend? At the manager's words, Cindy furrowed her brows. Wu. Why would the world's busiest jobless person pick up my call? Pfft. Her manager laughed at her reply. Durururu. Unlike her words, Cindy tried calling him, yet the phone kept ringing. There was no sign that the phone would be picked up. Kwaang, Dudung. At that moment, the car rocked and vibrated. When she looked out the window, she saw the roof of a building billowing with smoke. Ago. It seems it is another terrorist attack. The terrorists weren't affiliated with any specific country, so it was a problem that the United Earth Coalition was having a hard time solving. Moreover, Kang Woojin had hidden his whereabouts recently, and it had emboldened the terrorists. Waruru. The flames were burning black as it climbed up the building. It headed towards the roof of the building. Cindy's eyes turned round as her eyes laughed in amusement. Warururu. The black smoke gathered, and it was sent away in a stream towards the sky. The flames acted as if it was being sucked into a black hole. The flames gathered to form a phoenix. He really is the busiest one of them all. The phone was still ringing, but Cindy ended the call. The fact that he was in Korea made her heart race in an odd manner. The man of flame fought the terrorists, and he didn't take any money for his services. He was the world's hottest jobless person, and he was her boyfriend. It seems she would be able to see his face today. I want you to cancel everything from my schedule from tonight to tomorrow. What? The manager was surprised, but she had requested numerous times before. Therefore, the manager assented. He took a peek at the black mirrors, and he saw Cindy smiling like a teen. SSSSK. A deft hand was signing her name within the cover of the book. You are too pretty. Haha. Yes. She liked the compliment, so she smiled as she shook the man's hand. The next reader in line came up to her as he pushed the book forward. What is your name? Spotted Dog. The elegant movement of the pen came to a stop. What did you just say? I'm Spotted Dog. Hey. Dujuan shot to her feet. Why, you are the one in the comments. I always planned on dropping your novel, but I always wondered about what would happen in the next chapter. I kept reading it. Again and again. I entered into the fan meeting lottery for fun, and I was picked. He scratched his head as he acted standoffish. However, Dujuan still had a bright smile on her face. She had written 200 chapters to her book, and he had commented on every single one of them. She had never expected to see him here. It is so good to meet you. Really? I was really curious about you. Heh. Dujuan's smile was pure. The man with the name, Spotted Dog, on his name tag felt awkward by her eager greeting. I really wanted to say something to you. If she wanted to speak to him, why didn't she write it in the afterword of her book? Dujuan had a bright smile as she bowed towards the confused man. I'm really thankful to you. You motivated me greatly. He was unnecessarily clearing his throat when he caught sight of Cindy. She ignored the long line of readers waiting in line for their chance to meet the author. Juan. Congratulations on finishing your book. Hey, Cindy. Juan was surprised by Cindy's appearance, and the people waiting in line whispered to each other. Isn't that Cindy? It really is her. I heard they were friends, but they look really close. Juan sat back down as she looked at the gossiping people. Ms. Hesal and Jimin is here inside the waiting room. All right. You should hurry up and finish this. I'll be waiting for you. Cindy bowed towards the readers in line, then she headed towards the waiting room provided as a convenience for the busy Juan. Ago. You should just sit, my little muffin. No, my back hurt when I sit. You. What should we do about this? Familiar voices could be heard across the door of the waiting room. Cindy smirked as she opened the door. Nuna. Uni. Dujimin turned around in surprise. Seolgi was also surprised, but she greeted Cindy with a welcoming smile. HMMPH. You are here. Yes. It seemed Cindy had intruded, while Jimin and Seolgi was acting lovey-dovey with each other. Seol looked very grateful that Cindy had come in. Seol grabbed her hand in greeting. Uni. You, girl. Are you in your third trimester? Cindy looked at the very pregnant stomach of Seolgi. Yes. The baby is expected next month on the 12th. Why didn't you stay home? This is Jiwon Uni's fan meeting. I can't skip this. Go. Is it because she is your sister-in-law? No way. Dujimin laughed with his eyes. It was heartwarming to see this reunion. Are you that happy about becoming a father? Heh. I love it. Go. Do you think Woojin's arrived? You mean Hyung? Hyung can't make it here. He is too far away. Of course, I know he can't make it here. I'm asking if you think he has arrived there yet. I'm not sure. At Dujimin's words, Cindy let out a dumbfounded laugh. Go. What can we expect from this sexy idiot? Heh. Jimin felt great even though he heard her rebuke. It is useless to worry about Woojin Hyung. He probably arrived there safely. Of course. There was nothing on Earth. No, there was nothing in the solar system that could threaten Kang Woojin. It was a waste of energy to worry about him. We are on track to enter the atmosphere of Mars. We are approaching it slowly. All right. Contact the headquarters. Yes, sir. Beep. This is January 5th of year 1N.E, new era. Leon's ship was able to enter the atmosphere at 1100 hours. We will revolve around the planet as we start our exploration. The party members worked busily as Captain Leon walked away. Leon had gone through many hardship, but he always trembled when he had to go meet the man. Beep. A doorbell-like button was pressed, and a voice was heard from a small speaker. PSSHNG. The door opened automatically, and Leon walked in. He stood in front of Kang Woojin. Woojin had been doing handstand push-ups. Woojin dropped to the floor, and he wiped the sweat away. What is it? Leon maintained his stiff posture as he gave his report. We've successfully entered the atmosphere of Mars. I thought we should revolve around the planet for a scan. After we conduct a clean research, we can send the landing module. You should have just stopped at the first sentence. Woojin wiped the sweat away from his head as he grinned. So we've arrived. Woojin walked out of the room, and Leon followed after him. Something was amiss. This man always made things happen. Across the thick window, he could see a blue planet. Woojin's eyes shone brightly. Tranet was gone. In a world where the portals were gone, spaceships were the only way to travel between planets. Thanks to the advanced technology of the moon world, it had taken him only several months to get here. Finally, we are here. Woojin's eyes was filled with great joy. We are at Alphen. Open the door. What? We'll have to survey the place, while in orbit. Shall I just break open the door? We'll make preparations. Leon knew this was a losing proposition, so he turned around. The preparation was finished in short order. The landing module shot out from the spaceship. PSHHHHNG. The landing module slowly broke apart in stages as the gravity of Mars accelerated the speed of the landing module. It was designed to withstand the heat and pressure of the descent, but it broke apart after a minute. Guang! The exploding fragments were letting out flame as it fell. Accompanying the explosion, something white expanded. MMM. Leon swallowed a moan as he saw the bone dragon rip out of the landing module. Leon didn't have to even look at Woojin's expression to tell he was excited. He could imagine what Woojin looked like as he headed towards Mars on the back of the bone dragon. We'll maintain our orbit. Let's launch the observation satellite. Mars. No, this place had been terraformed alongside Earth. It was time to do an earnest exploration of Alphen. The bone dragon with Woojin on its back stopped its rapid descent. It started gliding across the sky. The portal was gone, but he had promised that he'll return. He did it for the person waiting for him. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.